Ready to rock for the shortest of the special events on the VCO Grand Slam agenda. We head to upstate New York, where traditionally track temperatures are scorching, but today the rain is expected as we get closer and closer to the checkered flag's arrival. Welcome along to Watkins, Glen, and to the third of our VCO Grand Slams, the 6 hours of the Glen. So glad you can join us here on RaceSpot TV, on the VCO channels, and on the iRacing Esports Network. Our Junior Kanky Party joined alongside for the first couple of hours by Ewan O'Leary, and Ewan, this, let's be honest, a rather unusual, quote-unquote, endurance race. It's 6 hours of an absolute sprint to the end as drivers try and carve their way through the multi-class traffic that awaits.
Yeah, exactly. 6 hours is becoming less and less of an endurance race with every year that goes by, it seems. It's a real sprint from start to finish. And as you mentioned, the traffic's going to be such a key talking point throughout this race. It's not the biggest circuit in the world, not very wide, not very long either. It's going to feel very busy with 50 competitors, 50 teams out there this afternoon.
And what a special event schedule that we've already seen, of course, just running our way from the racing capital of the world and the return of the iRacing Indy 500. We'll head back to the Brickyard in the first couple of weeks of July for the full-length NASCAR iRacing Series event, the Brickyard 400. And of course, the third and final of our 24-hour races beckons as well through the course of the summer before, well, Martinsville MX 500, and then into the back half of the season where one more VCO Grand Slam left to come. But this is such a unique event because I think this has got a real cult following on iRacing. So many love it for the short, crazy endurance sprint that it is. And you go back to 2015, our first event with the prototype and the GT3. It hasn't been a staple every single year since then, but you go back to last year, the first time that we had the GTP, the LMP2, and the GTD all out on track. It was BMW M-Team Redline grabbing GTP victory, their sister car in GTD coming out on top as well, just Williams Esports stopping them from doing the route. Going to be very interesting to see today, Ewan, knowing that winners in GTP and GTD make their way to the 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship, exactly how things stack up.
You get the feeling that last year just sort of signalled the start of a new era. You can see in that graphic there a lot of chops and changes, lots of different classes being used throughout its history, and it has been truncated sometimes as well, not being run absolutely every year, but you get that feeling that that last row there is really going to be the start of quite a few years of this format with the GTPs, LMP2s and GTDs. At least I hope so, because the field we've got today is a marker of just how strong iRacing sports car racing is in 2024.
And for the first time, I think we have, 11 or so manufacturers up and out on track, potentially out available for racing now. I don't know if we're going to get all the GT3s, but we welcome the Corvette Z06 GT3R and the Ford Mustang GT3 to the field for the very first time. And you look at the BOP changes out on screen in GTP, of course, Acura getting the most of the hits, the 3% power, the 2% fuel capacity, along with some slight reworkings to the suspension of the car as iRacing tries to ever continue to balance out the manufacturers. In GTD though, Ewan, look at the changes across the board, every single car getting something or another.
Yeah, it says a lot, doesn't it, about BOP really, and just the way that you have to work it, because that looks very complicated there. And I'm sure the process of choosing cars for a lot of those guys in GTD has been very complicated as well, but it is relatively important. I'm glad to report though we've got good variety in GTD today.
Indeed we do, and we look from up above at this really interesting racing facility. It's old school in nature with high speed, high commitment, and high reward for many. However, it's those that master the conditions that really end up figuring out how to get the most from the track. And well, unfortunately, me and you are not necessarily the best representatives to talk you around the lap. But here's another look at the track map itself. Before we take a look at our track guide, Ewan, what stands out to you about this, well, let's be honest, hard, intense racing circuit?
Yeah, I think the high and medium speed corners just being so relentless, and you mentioned surface temperatures for the tyres earlier on. That may not be so much of a factor today, but normally it is. The other thing that really gets me is everyone says when they go to Watkins Glen it's a lot more elevation change than that graphic shows.
Oh yeah, no, don't worry. This graphic may be slightly misleading you when it comes to that, but however, as mentioned, drivers may be more equipped to run you around the track, out on track for qualifying right now. Let's take a look at our track guide here for the 2024 VCO 6 Hours of the Glen here on iRacing.com.
Hello, my name is Michele Costantini and today I'll be taking you around a lap at Watkins Glen International with the Quanda Dallar LMP2 here. So here we are starting the lap at Watkins Glen International at the line now, and we are gonna be aiming at a 200 bar here for braking. All the way down into second gear using all of the inside curb, all of the outside curb as well. Trying to get a good exit because this next straight is the longest on the track. Try to run the optimal line through this full throttle uphill section. Just try to not scrub the tires and lose any speed. Now the bus stop section, the most difficult section of the track here. Braking very late, bouncing all over the curbs, all 4 of them. And now try to keep the car as tight as possible through the carousel here. Early on throttle, using all of the track on the left. Braking quite early here now for this next left-hander. Try to underdrive this a little bit using all of the curb on corner exit here. Now moving quickly back to the left. Try to late apex this corner right here. As you can see here, trying to get a good exit using all of the track on the left there. No outside curb, so need to be careful to not put your tires in the grass. Braking very late now for this slow speed right-hander. Can use all of the track here all the way to the grass on the left. Another very slow speed left-hander. Once again, very important to keep it tight. Early on throttle and to not scrub the rears. Now, very easy full throttle, second to last corner. Quickly back to the left. Down 2 gears. Early on throttle, close to the wall on the left here, and back to the start finish line, and that's a lap around Watkins Glen International.
And thanks, Michele. Brand new member, of course, of the Quanda esports team. He's going to be lining up alongside Elvis Rankin in that LMP2 category, where they currently sit on provisional pole position. Not a bad lap to therefore have a guide around, as qualifying, as mentioned, is underway. And Ewan, how important is qualifying going to be? We're talking about this being a sprint. Staying out of trouble going to be important as well. And I think one thing to highlight for those new to the world of the iRacing special events, all 3 classes go green at the exact same time. 90 seconds or so left to go in the qualifying session. Ewan may be having some brief internet issues, so we'll get him back when we can. But again, so delighted that you join us here on RaceSpot TV, on the iRacing Esports Network, and of course on VCO Esports, the proud partners of the VCO Grand Slams for 2024. And not just the spots on the line for the winners in the IMSA Esports Global Championship, which is, let's be honest, very, very exciting for those that are fighting in this broadcast split, but there are the physical trophies as well that I think plenty will be looking for. Just a reminder of those already qualified for that 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship. VRS Quanda and Team Redline, the 2023 champions, will be defending their championships when we go racing later this year. More news to come, of course, and stay tuned on social media. And then Williams Esports and Team Redline, the 24 Hours of Daytona winners, are provisionally qualified alongside, again, Williams Esports and Drago Racing. More to talk about that in a few moments' time. Let's see if we can bring Ewan O'Leary back in as qualifying gets ready to come to a close. Ewan, how important is this qualifying session with 6 hours left to go?
Hello, yeah, sorry about that. I think pretty important, actually. Track position could prove tricky when we get going here. Not the easiest circuit in the world to pass on, but the thing I'm more concerned about is being first into that first run through of traffic. It's going to be really busy with the GTDs. You're going to have to duck and dive through them very quickly indeed, and the field's going to get spread out very, very much so when we actually have to do that. So, in my mind, you'll want to get there first.
Here's a look at the wall of drivers in a handful of cases ready to go racing. You can also see the Williams Esports team stream down the bottom. You can keep an eye on a couple of these different teams and drivers across of Twitch, but we're very much looking forward to your company here across the 6 hours of racing. Let's go down and take a look at how they're going to line up, because it is a short race, yes, but track position might get you underway in the best position possible. And Ate Kalpinen and Jaden Munoz, it's a Williams Esports 1 and 2 Chill Blast, leading Ben Q with 2 tenths between them. And Owen Carroll on his debut for the Zebras, the BMW Team BS Plus competition, lines up alongside of Drago Racing in their new look Acura GTP entries. Chris Lullum, then the best of the Redline cars, lines up alongside the second Drago machine with Arturo Melgar provisionally lining up. Marcus Deck and then Jeri Lehtinen, race clutch on row number 4. Movano Corsa, some new colors for them inside of the Mahler Racing team, with Thomas Laboudelet ready to take the starting responsibilities there. Wesley Capers in the Cube Controls Movano cars alongside Sherritt Esports, of course. Great to see them in a prototype, and rounding out at the very back of the field is also going to be the Race Clutch, HS Racing Pain, Delta Sport and Team Redline entries, 16 strong to battle their way through the other classes. It's a Spectre Lara, of course, in the LMP2s, and Elvis Rankin, Jordan Caruso. What a lineup for VRS Coanda. New drivers for them, but behind it's Williams Esports Academy ready to put the pressure on. The third Coanda machine lines up alongside the third of the Williams Esports Academy cars. Plenty to look for at the front of the field before you get back to Lasse Urinen for Sontic Racing. Tommy Katala for GridandGo.com Esports will be on the right-hand side with Jonas Wanner and Lucas Muller in the pair of Door Esports entries on the edge of the top 10. Sammy Matti Trogan makes his way into an LMP2 car. He's alongside Pablo Arujo for Team PGZ with Simify, Maradness, Delinta Esports by TK fiercely forward, and the final of the GridandGo.com entries at the back of the 17 car LMP2 class. They're going to be really ones to watch. We know just how intense the racing can be, but in GTD with some new manufacturers to welcome, it's the Lamborghini of Luca Kita at the front, but with Tristan Iglesias for Simify Esports as ever, quick in qualifying, and on the front row for the orange and grey machine. Florian Labigra for Team Redline lines up alongside of Alejandro Sanchez, with Salvatallons, a third of the Apex Lamborghinis, ready to push the tempo alongside of Cody Deeth. Interesting that the Bulls seem to be the favoured manufacturer from some of these bigger teams. Lasser back for Fire Simsport is alongside of Williams Esports, Chulblas and Sotomuto, with Cooper Webster for the second of the Team Redline cars alongside of Luca Vunch in the familiar Falcon Sim Racing colours. It'll be virtual coached by Grid and Go, and then Williams Esports' second Corvette lining up on the edge of the top 12 with Drago Racing, BS Competition, Falcon Sim Racing, Drago Racing at the very back of what is a stacked field of GTD contenders. I look up and down the names. I have no idea how this race is going to go. Ewan, are there any things that spring to your mind as these drivers navigate their way around for their formation lap?
I think it's about staying calm and clean on the opening lap here. Really, that dive down in towards turn number one makes it pretty difficult to survive. And when we've got such healthy fields, such deep fields, with 15 in the top class, 16 in LMP2 and 17 in GTD, it means that it's going to be very, very busy on the way down towards turn number one. So get through that at least, and then you can start to focus on the rest of the race.
And we've been talking a bit as well about the rain, right? The expectation for it. And I'm looking at the forecast right now. It's touching on around 10:55 a.m. virtual standard time. First sign, first potential of rain, Ewan, 2 hours and 40 minutes from now. So around halfway through the race, and the forecast does indicate that it might stick around to the very end. So that's going to be something for these drivers to think about. Traditionally, we think about this track warming up and becoming a lot more difficult on tires. It's a very difficult equation for these drivers as we get towards the end of this one.
Yeah, I remember that a few years ago. This was my first RacePop broadcast, by the way. We're back in 2021. I did this race, and it was extremely, extremely hot. That was the overriding memory from that race. It was unbelievably warm, and tyres were just falling to pieces. So I'm glad that, and the drivers will be glad that that's not going to be a recurring theme this time round, but I'm not sure what they'd rather. Would they rather those scorching temperatures over the rain that we might see today?
Ooh, that's not a bad point, actually, because think back to Sebring, our most recent VCO Grand Slam, where the rain debuted for the first time, this new iRacing weather system. And let's be honest, Ewan, we saw the world's best make mistakes.
Exactly, yeah, and it happens to everyone. I mean, look at real life. It's it doesn't go the same way as dry racing, and the same goes in sim racing. I can't imagine these drivers will be quite as well practiced in the rain. Some of them might not have even turned a single lap round here in the rain, so we'll see what happens if indeed we get there later.
Well, we're looking forward to what lies ahead. It's a 6-hour dash to the checkered flag with the rain expected in the forecast, but until then, absolute bedlam to descend in upstate New York. Two teams to make their way to the 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship, and trophies up for grab as well as pace car peels off and away, and we're ready to go racing, and in fact already racing in the LMP2 category. GTPs will finally see the green flag, and look at them go forward breast on the run down to the opening corner. My My word, this is more intense than anyone could have expected. Your LMP2's up to speed as they carve their way down towards the 90. GTPs rise up through 100 odd feet of elevation and BS competition alongside of Drago Racing. Intense stuff as well for GTDs as they head to the final corner. But as I was just about to say, it was a tidy start. Oscari, Rene, Damon Woods come to blows, and Damon Woods hard into the wall, and now Beliziotis follows him as well.
What a chaotic start in GTD. I thought, like you, that it was going to be fine because we had a good start in GTP. The LMP2's got single filed out very early on, and I was about to say the GTDs are going to have a very similar start to LMP2. Single file and not much happening, but that couldn't be further from the truth. We've seen multiple cars in the wall, and we're going to have to spend quite a bit of time picking through that one.
More time than we would have wanted to, but up towards the inner loop. First time of asking, are we going to see a battle for the lead? Now remember, these GTDs are expecting the prototypes to close on them relatively quickly, and as they're already in the final sector, these drivers up through the chicane, no challenge come forth from Iglesias on Luca Kita. So it's still Apex in their Lamborghini that will lead as we cycle up towards the end of the opening lap for your leading Acuras at the front. It is Drago Racing chasing down the Cadillacs, though, of Williams Esports. Not many, I think, expected the Cadillacs, the Porsches, or the BMWs to be up the very front, but Williams Esports lead at the end of the opening lap already. 2 for 2 in VCO Grand Slam success in the GTP class.
Yeah, it's a great start for them. They've never won this race overall, as we've just seen before in that graphic, but what a great chance they've got to here. I know it's very early, we're only 2 minutes in, but look at the lead that they've got, and the battling for third place was fierce. We were watching it there. I mean, just great to watch. Not necessarily the most sensible thing to do right at this moment, but as I say, good entertainment for us, and music to the ears of Williams Esports, who are leading 1-2 by some margin, considering it's lap 2.
And we've had the first incident through the bus stop, and that is a ruined Drago Racing Acura. Brand new paint scheme for them, but in the case of Arturo Melgar, doesn't carry them very far forward in the race. Back to your LMP2s as they cycle down towards the boot for the second time of asking. It's Rankin from Caruso, Kawanda 1 and 2, and then Williams Esports Academy 3rd, 4th and 5th positions with Parker White, Thibaut Prévost and Robin Glerum then in front of Xander Reed.
Yeah, it's been a very clean start in LMP2. I was talking about it a little bit earlier on, but and you reported at the time, the leader in LMP2 went before the leader of the race. I mean, that is legal because everyone gets the green flag and so on, but it meant that LMP2 were single file by the time they got to the front straight. That meant there was almost no accident towards turn number 1. And look at the field the way it is at the moment. It's basically how they qualified.
And wow, that's how Falcon Sim Racing's race came to an end before they even saw the green flag. Technically, it's alongside the BS Chicato entry. We'll talk more about that in a few moments' time. And then what happens to Vasilius Beliziotis in that beautiful Corvette? Oh, no.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage already to the Corvette. I'm trying to really work out what's... So it's 2 of the same incident, isn't it, really? Where the driver on the inside, sorry, the driver just ahead sort of gets clipped around by the driver on the outside in a sort of odd way, and they go straight into the wall. This is using the curbs at the bus stop. That will not be the last time we see that tonight, or this afternoon I should say, but Drago Racing will be as good as out with that crash.
And look how much the car bounces. Got to be very, very careful about how you do that. And, well, first couple of looks at the replay, and fortunately maybe not as many as we would have envisaged, but 4 drivers seemingly out of this race in the early stages. 1 GTP and 3 GTDs, although we can't say traffic had any part to play in that. Where is the traffic, though? There is the Cadillacs. Ate Kalpinen leading with Jaden Munoz. The back of the GTD field, though, just coming across the line. We're maybe a lap or 2 away from the traffic making itself known.
Yeah, I'll tell you what surprised me actually off the start was quite the gap that was left. I know they leave a bit of a gap, and you meant to, but it's absolutely huge as far as I was concerned anyway, through the start of the race. And as you say, that means the GTPs will be there in a moment. They only do 1.5 minute lap times round here. And so the time it takes them to catch the back of the GTD field is quite small anyway, but they've been given a helping hand, and within 10 minutes we're going to be deep into traffic here for the leaders.
And once we're in the traffic, there's no going back, right? It's a pretty relentless force after that, albeit with the really interesting time coming when the LMP2s and GTP start to overlap with one another, and on top of the the GTD traffic as well, because of course there's two prototype classes, one with a bit of hybrid to spool them off the corner. It doesn't mean those Dallara LMP2s are slow by any means. There is Kauppinen entering into the boot. We were just looking at the very front of the GTD field. Got to say, those Cadillacs, however Williams Esports have got them dialed up, they're flying in these early stages in the dry conditions.
They really are starting very well indeed, and there's only one of the Cadillac in the field, by the way. The thing that surprised me is just quite what unpopular choices Williams have gone for, both in GTP and GTD, with the Cadillac at the very front of the race. But down in GTD, they've gone for the pretty unpopular Corvette this race. So I don't know what they're doing, but clearly they're doing something right, because this is a big margin. And it's not only down to the battling for third. We were talking about that on the opening couple of laps, because there was some quite fierce battling. But look, well, there's none happening now, and they're still pulling away.
And I wonder if we are going to start to see more fighting through the field once this first cycle through traffic is done and dusted. You can see up through the S's already. Team Redline have made their way past Simufy and Tristan Iglesias. Maybe a relatively unimportant move in the grander scheme of things, but there's the look on board with the race leader, Ate Kauppinen, heading up to the very back of the GTD field. I see Vince Cusi jumps into our RaceSpot TV chat to say he's watching along from the French countryside. Glad you're joining us as well. Tristan Iglesias has been clipped. Rear end goes around as Porsche slides to the outside of the track, and fortunately no one else gets tangled up.
Well, great avoidance there. I think it was one of the Apex Lamborghinis just in behind him, maybe Alejandro Sanchez, but you had to do a really good bit of avoidance driving there to make sure that they didn't get caught up in what could have been a very big crash. And now you can see all of the drama we've had so far has come without traffic. Now it really begins.
And it's allowed Jaden Munoz to close right back up to the tail end of his teammate in the leading Williams Esports entry. We're jumping across a handful of cars in the prototype class as they cycle their way through and just try and make these split-second decisions. Which side of the track do I go to? When do I be aggressive and try and force the issue, knowing that one mistake now, there's 5 hours and 50 minutes that I'm not going to be able to fight towards the very end. Make sure you're there on the very final lap. That's all these teams will be telling to their drivers. And up the inside, Kauppinen passes Luca Kita. We're already 7 minutes done in this race, and your GTP leader has dispensed to the GTD field.
Absolutely, and the LMP2s at the moment keeping quite a good pace. They're only at the back of them, only 30 seconds behind the front of the race as we go side by side for fourth now as Team Redline try and make up some positions. That's Chris Lullum down the inside of Owen Carroll, who it's great to see back, by the way, in sim racing again, basically at this level anyway. And he's on the defensive right now as they dice through traffic. That's done with, but he's not quite dispatched of Chris Lullum yet.
It's going to be risky. This is going to be a send. And I tell you what, Owen Carroll recognises the point in the race where they are, but even that giving up of the position cost them some time, and they've got to now close a 3-second advantage up to Dominic Hoffman, who now in their Acura has been able to somewhat bridge the margin back up to the Williams Esports pair. First time through traffic. Let's see what happens in the LMP2 field. They're not far away from GTDs. You can see the back of the GTD class there. Tristan Iglesias after that tail spin for him. Let's try and keep the tyres cooled down and see what he can close, but Elvis Rankin leads from Jordan Caruso. I mean, what a lineup VRS Kawanda has brought to this Dallara LMP2.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Really bolstering their lineup as a whole, Kawanda, in recent days with signings of people like Jordan Caruso. Michael Johnny was announced the other day as well as a new driver for them. They're really becoming stronger as a unit, as if they weren't strong enough already. But these LMP2s will be coming through the GTDs now. I don't know if you noticed on that last lap, because the GTPs had so much traffic, the LMP2s went faster. So they gained on the overall leaders, which is just downright bizarre. But this circuit suits the LMP2s. They're high downforce, they love these kind of corners, and they're really not that much slower than GTPs at all.
I've got to give credit, by the way, to the Lamborghini of the Apex Racing team. I think the reason why Florian Lebigra made the move on Simufy in the first place was he recognized that Luca Kita has got plenty of pace today, did not want to let the breakaway happen. Now you can see, though, LMP2 field just making its way past the very tail end of the GTDs that will continue to cycle their way on through. And remember, no yellow flags in this race. Barney, the flagman, going to sit there and watch for the next 5 hours and 50 minutes to see who's going to cross the line first, to see the checkered flag. Here comes at the top of the S's a couple of drivers having to make decisions about whether they want to make the move or not. You can see Kawanda jinks to the inside, slides their way on forward. Nice and clean start so far for that LMP2 category.
Yeah, it's a good way to start, and probably the cleanest of the categories so far, if we're pitting them up against each other, if you like. But this traffic in LMP2 is really separating groups out, and it's bringing others quite close together. 3 wide on the way into the boot section around the left-hander, and somehow they're still all alive here. 3 wide again on the way down towards the boot as well. So a very congested part of the order, and this is what I mean. Traffic extends some battles, it separates some, and it brings others a lot closer together.
We listen to the rumble of the Chevy motor in the Corvette GT3R off the track. That was Sal Vitalin's, not the race-leading Apex Racing Team contender. Oh, but for a moment, heart flashed before my own eyes. I can only imagine what happened for those from the Apex Racing Team watching, and with bated breath, still waiting for the final LMP2 stragglers to make their way through the GTD field. First pass through of traffic not entirely done and dusted, but it's almost there for the GTD drivers to have a brief moment of respite.
Oh, that was the moment at the final corner as well. You've got to absolutely know the dimensions of your car by the millimetre, otherwise you're going to get found out very quickly in traffic moments like this. But it looks like this part of the track is going to be a little bit easier for it. Don't forget, these cars will be flat out up here. It's not quite so much of a corner as it is in stock cars maybe, or something a little bit with a little bit less downforce. These cars can manage it just fine. It's this section here which I find really damaging. Being stuck behind a GTD as an LMP2 through the bus stop is particularly hurtful, and then well, any of the remaining corners on the circuit, it's really annoying to be stuck behind a GTD.
Yeah, and I think that's where, it goes back to that decision making that I've referenced a couple of times already, right? Do you really want to make the issue worse this early on? Behind the red line machine. That got very, very sketchy with that's Sami Matti Trogan, hard to tell in the Williams Esports Tour Blast car that's missing its livery, with Maradnas, M Squad, Simify, and Delinte Esports all behind. Oh, and now Luca Kita sees them streak past in the side mirror as well. They're not going to go 3 wide, surely down into the heel of the boot. No, they back out of it eventually. It's going to be slightly out wide for Nathan Olsen. Here comes Lucas Perez to try and take advantage.
It's a long way around this left-hander though at turn 9. It's a strangely off-camber corner as well, but he's done well, and he'll still be there for another left-hander. Not what he wants to see particularly, but uses that downforce on the outside line to get in the inside for the final turn. He may have thought he was clear. He shoulder barged his rival into the grass, and that was a bit rude, really.
Across the line, we have officially completed 9 laps, and I do get that sense that we're in for a long race. We'll start to take a look once again at a couple of replays here and there. Let's start with the onboard with Alejandro Sanchez. What happened to Tristan Iglesias?
Yeah, this would be very interesting to find out. I'm quite interested to find out how... so there's the contact, and then he does the avoidance as well, and so does everybody else behind. But that's effectively a spin inflicted by someone else that I don't think Iglesias is going to have to accept much responsibility for that, but unfortunately he's the one who drops way down the field.
So then what happens slightly further forward? Ooh, that's a Williams Esports Academy car just trying to get to the inside, and I think a look from up above will maybe tell us a little bit more about whether, yeah, that LMP2 car is coming from another postcode.
Well, yeah, I think as a result of I don't know how to describe it really, but basically I would have thought he thought the Lamborghini was going to stay wide because they did for the teammate. Well, yes, that is true, but let's not forget that their teammate was alongside a lot earlier, and so giving space for that car was going to be a lot easier. I think the LMP2 was very much expecting the GT to stay out there, whereas that was certainly the wrong assumption to make, and in hindsight they'd probably admit that too.
Look how wide out Ate Kalpanen's pushing that machine. I mean, there is no quarter being given right now. You can just watch the body language of the car and get that indication. They're not far away from sequencing off into another run around of traffic, so just keep that in mind. As mentioned, traffic going to be quite relentless once we reach a certain point in the race. On board with Robin Glerum in the Williams Esports Academy car, tucked up behind Thibaut Brevoux. They have got Parker White just running away up in front of them in 3rd position. The margin now up to your race leaders, 3.5 odd seconds. Firas Kawanda still running 1 and 2. Early stage for this LMP2 class, but you think back over the last 2 years, Ewan, this has sometimes been the class with the best, the most exciting racing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the fact that it is one car only very much helps. and everybody's pretty used on how to drive it now. First used in this race only a couple of years ago now. It's been around for longer than I care to remember, really.
Remember? Wow.
Well, only because it's quite a long way back, and that's quite an ordeal for me these days to think. But yeah, it's a car that everyone's used to, as I say, and so that helps to keep things very close indeed, and helps to keep us good rating. I'm not so sure, or I wasn't so sure at the start of today it was going to produce the best race out of all of them, personally, just because I'm very excited to see what GTP is going to deliver with all the different manufacturers and all the different teams up there. But it could develop into a good race down here as well. The only negative in my mind is the fact that the top 6 only has 2 teams in at the moment.
Fair point, yeah, but at least we get Vieras Kawanda out on track. It's not often that we're getting them more and more in 2024 in these special events. Now, Elvis Rankin and Michele Costantini, who have a couple of the VCO Grand Slam wins under the Apex Racing banner, of course, leading for them. It's going to be fun to see how the rest of this year goes with so much top-level sim racing still left to come. Let's go back to the GTD field for a moment and just check in with a handful of the gaps here. Still Apex lead with Apex in third as well. It's Team Redline being sandwiched. Florian Lebigra that runs in second right now, and those 3 cars split by just under 2 seconds. Then you see this margin back to the virtual coach by G&G entry. Cody Deeth leads the train with Fire Sim Sport Team Redline, SimRaceShop.de by Grid and Go, and then the Williams Esports Corvette all in queue. But you can see how far wide Cody Deeth ran off track there. I'm not sure he's necessarily comfortable leading at the front and trying to push the tempo.
Well, yeah, because I think he is there in that position because there's all of these drivers queued up behind him and they're all quicker than him. I think could be the case here. I mean, I don't know for sure, and the slipstream for sure is helping a little bit. There's a long run, for example, from really the final corner all the way to the outer loop. You get a lot of slipstream in that time, even though there's a couple of braking zones and some corners in there. It does help to keep things a bit close, but even so, I don't think Cody Deeth is maybe as quick as he wants to be at this stage, and there's a lot of drivers right behind who may be faster than him looking for a move, and that is pretty unnerving when you are at the front of a group like this.
And still, traffic makes its way on forward. These GT3 drivers have to recognize, look in the rearview mirror where everyone is at any particular point in time. Is it going to be a corner where they need to maybe cover off and be a bit more aggressive? Can tell you, by the way, that Alexander Walters tried to race that Drago Hops Custom 369, which is involved in one of the opening corner incidents in that GTD class, still in pit lane alongside of 2 other GTDs and the GTP of Drago Racing. 50 saw the green, only 45 out there and running, because it seems as though the BS Chicato entry, I was looking forward to talking about that a bit more later on over the course of the day, done as well. We're on board with Sean Campbell navigating through the traffic.
Oh, just leaving just about enough space on the outside line there, one of the Falcon Audis, as they all made their way through, but it's so busy as a GTP driver, and as you were talking about earlier on, now that we're into the traffic, it doesn't really stop. Although having said that, they've still not caught the LMP2s, and I don't think they will catch them until they pass the GTDs for a 3rd time. So it may not be as busy to start with as maybe we were expecting, but there will become a point, especially when pit stops start happening. Everyone's going to be everywhere. It's going to be constant traffic. It's still a very large entry, despite the fact we've seen nearly 10% of the field already out the race.
Yep. Now, can you imagine what this race would be like if we had more than 50 drivers?
Is it capped at 50, by the way? Just
yes.
Yes. Yeah, I thought so. Because obviously we can have more. It's technically possible, but it's not sensible, let's say.
Ooh, okay, this is the question that I was just trying to look at. So what is the entry list looking like for this year's Watkins Glen 6-hour race, which is, of course, coming up in a week's or so's time? 56 cars. Okay, so you know what? We're being nice to these sim racers. We're giving them less traffic to deal with. There goes Xander Reed up the inside of Thibaut Prévost. There was no fighting there. We recognized instantly that move was going to happen and let the move happen without any further fighting. Shera Esports off the track, though, and with traffic closing on them.
Yeah, and they have to do the rather embarrassing thing of re-overtaking some GTD cars as well, which they'll now do by cutting to the inside of the Grid and Go Lamborghini. Let's see what happened to them on the way towards the heel of the boot. It's a look down the inside, rather speculative one, I would say, and they looked quite out of control quite early on in that corner there.
believe that was the HS Racing Pain car. A very interesting team name, that is for sure, but I'm here for it. Let's see if we can check in with some more of these GTD cars, by the way. As mentioned, as they run right now, we've already seen 4 retirements. They're down to 13 cars. Already Cody D, since the last time we checked in with Gaps, has lost another, second and a half. Last lap alone, he lost 3/10 to the leader. Margin now closes on, 5 seconds or so. Florian Lebigras caught up to Luca Kita. If I'm in that second pack, I'm starting to get worried.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the worry as well. The gap to the lead now for those guys is at least 7 seconds, and if you're further back in the train, then it'll be more. So it's a growing margin that is only becoming more concerning for those stuck in behind. But something else that I've started to notice in the last 20 minutes is that red lines seem very strong in race pace terms in GTD and maybe GTP as well. They've just moved up to third up there, but in GTD, just notice how their couple of Ferraris have moved up to the back of the drivers in front of them. Lebigra now putting that pressure on Luca Kita, as you can see, and Cooper Webster doing the same to Cody Deef.
I think the reason why Redline, by the way, have moved their way on forward, I wonder if Dominic Hoffman's had an issue because he's lost a bunch of time. One of the best in the prototype, let's not forget, is Dominic Hoffman, but this is one of those tracks where the limits are, they're up there. You've got to push to find them, and then the margin's so fine as well. Oh, don't tell me it's into the chicane. Oh, that car was all sorts of out of sorts.
Well
How does
done.
he not hit the wall?
Wow, that was... did you see the wiggling, by the way, afterwards? Never mind the whole bumping part. The wiggling afterwards was extraordinary. Let's have a look at this again. Oh, the opposite lock, first of all. It's still going here, but that's unbelievable car control. That is unbelievable. How he's kept that out the wall, I will never know. But, wow, what a great job for him to just survive.
They don't get much better than that, do they?
No. I've never seen a slide or a twitch go on that long, because it's almost like the car didn't really know what to do. I've never really been saved like this before. I'm not sure what to do now. And it just kept wiggling again. It was expecting contact with the wall, and Dominic Hoffman has forced the car to carry on. So he's pulling that machine rather than the other way around.
I like the way that you described it. It's like, ooh, cars, I've never been saved like this before. What's meant to happen in this situation?
Well, I mean, I've never seen it saved before, so surely it can't have seen it either. So I don't know. Hard to overstate how unbelievable that save. In case you've never driven one of these cars before, it's hard. It really is hard to overstate how unbelievable that save was.
Unbelievable indeed, and Dominic Hoffman right now needs a change of underwear, but he's B also, 20 minutes away from coming down to pit lane, and still has at least another 40-odd minutes after that, because in GTP, we'll talk more about strategy once we dive into green flag pit stops, I have no doubt, but we do tend to expect at least double stints, if not triple and quad stints in the GTP from the drivers, if not the tires. Sontek alongside a Grin and Go. It's Tumi Katala fighting with Lasse Urinen. It's going to be Katala in the slightly darker of the blue and yellow machines that's on the outside initially, gives him the inside to that final corner. Sitting behind is Jonas Wanner and just watching and marveling. Some great respectable racing. They've got GTD traffic to fight their way through as well, but at least for the time being, Urainen holds on.
And look at the speed that Dory Sport's coming up with as well. They could have used that probably in towards turn number 1 if the battle ahead of them wasn't still ongoing. I think they were particularly enthused by the idea of going 3 wide in towards turn number 1. But there he is, Jonas Wanner, looking focused and looking to pick his way through the traffic. Which way do you go here? Right or left? Middle? Oh, it's kind of none of them really for Jonas Wanner, and he decides again that overtaking at this very moment is not the best idea.
Now, for those that are unfamiliar, that Falcon Sim Racing, that teal and blue entry, that very famous colours in the world of motorsport, that car run in sim racing by Door Esports. So when Jonas Wanner got uncomfortably close to his sister car, what went through my mind? Well, what's rule number 1 of motorsports, be it virtual or real, don't hit your teammate, and that was rather close for comfort. This, though, the amount of fighting going on, they'll be almost 3 wide off the corner. Oh, Catala's going to lose out on the outside. Got a bit of a slip up as they made their way down onto the power. Great racing, and this on the edge of the top 10.
Yeah, great awareness there, by the way, from Cody Deef, who saw what was happening either side of him and let the battle continue on, and it does continue, but you're never going to get round the outside at turn 9. I say never, we did see it earlier, but Jonas Vanner isn't this time round, and he has to tuck in behind again. But look at Lasse Joran in there. He has got a second and a half, just not only because of traffic, surely a bit because of the battling as well, but it does show you just how quickly gaps can be created.
And the great thing as well, I've got to say, about being here in the sim world is that we have these onboard cameras with every single car in the field. We can bounce between them at free will. We can reposition them at free will as well. It's such a blessing to be able to do that. There's the race leader coming out of the final corner. Oh, who is that? That's the Falcon Sim Racing Audi. Luca Wunsch, not where you're meant to be parked. A chicane added onto the main straight.
Yeah, we'll see how he got there in a few moments' time, but it's not something you so often see, actually, a spin at the final corner. But that's evidently the result of what's gone on. And I'm afraid to see as well that Luca Kita is dropping down the field as well. And that's an even more unusual place to end up.
How do you get turned in the wrong direction on the entry into the fastest corner on the track? Well, the replay machine will have to tell us all, but for the time being, let's go ahead and take a look first at what happened to Luca Wunsch is around the outside. I think that's Miranda's M Squad machine first, and then bang, in comes a second car. That might have been fiercely forward.
Yeah, I think, oh, careful doing stuff like that as well. Thankfully, he didn't go back across the road in front of everybody. He waited till the track was clear, as you can see. I think he was being pinned so tightly to the inside there by the LMP2 that the Audi just couldn't take it anymore, really. Just started to twitch and oversteer a bit and tries to save it. He probably would have been able to, but unfortunately there was a lot of cars around. And as soon as someone's sliding like that, you're all in trouble. Speaking of trouble, Luca Kita is in a whole world of it here, and I'm still none the wiser as to how he's managed it.
Oh no, oh
no.
We look away from the leaders for a moment, checking out what happened to the other GTD machine, and wow, a look from up above you, and as Labigra, Kita fighting together, and then miscommunication between the two, and a Lamborghini into the wall.
It's so nearly teammates involved too, but such small contact realistically, and there was a bit of contact there as well, by the way, with that prototype going through. But let's have a look here. I mean, I'm wondering whether there's actually damage to that car picked up by the prototype contact. Has he got rear suspension damage that's made the car behave like that?
Let's ride on board. Oh, you look at the revs.
Why are the revs like that?
Okay, so this is speculation, entirely speculation right now. But okay, as soon as I think that left rear has been broken. You can see the car squats down.
It does feel weird, doesn't it? It does look weird.
Now, no intent from anybody there, just to be clear. Before someone says that was intentional, you can see that car sitting down. That car is broken.
Yeah, it is. And, well, the bit with the gearing is still beyond my comprehension, but that's fine. The spin itself is quite a miracle in the sense of so many others around him. How he wasn't cleaned up by any of them going nearly 200 miles an hour down there, I've got no idea. But that was quite remarkable and a real shame for a very strong car. At least it was strong in the first half an hour.
Well, the racing gods have struck. Unfortunate there for Luca Kita. Oh man, heartbreaking. What a strong start they were displaying for us here, and not even 30 minutes in, their race comes to an abrupt and very, very sudden end. Does mean that Florian Labigra leads, still apex in second with Alejandro Sanchez, but a very, very different complexion to the race now with that margin back to Cody Deeth, just continuing to stretch out. And realistically now, I think unless there's more trouble, it's down to the two at the front to try and give us a battle in this GTD class. Otherwise, it's Team Redline that will wrap up victory here in the GTD class once again.
Yeah, I think it's worth saying that, you know, we've got a long way to go here, and a long sort of race to survive, as we've already seen. That's going to be a pretty key challenge of today, just surviving. But that gap is fairly large. And always speak about, you know, how many tenths of a second you need to gain per lap to be there by the end. And already we're getting, for some of these drivers, nearly 10 seconds down. you're getting to some quite big margins that they're having to close in. Not just yet, but you've got to remember that this is not a 24-hour race. It's only 5.5 hours remaining, and in endurance racing terms, that's not really very much time. So if you're falling behind too far, it will be difficult to make that time up again. But I'm not willing to say it's red lines to lose just yet. It's still a long way for them to go.
Confirmation, by the way, from Apex that the suspension was indeed damaged after the initial contact with the prototype, and so, again, heartbreak, frustration, not much they could do in the situation except bounce back and come back even stronger in the future, and we know that they will indeed do that. It was interesting, of course, to see the way that different teams picked their cars for this event. The BOP from iRacing doing a decent job of getting us a Porsche, Ferrari, Corvette, Lamborghini from all of the big and major teams, and all of them, at least in qualifying, very, very close to one another. We'll see what happens in terms of long run speed as we continue to etch our way further and deeper into this race. Check back in with Ate Kauppinen, now 2.2 seconds clear of his Williams Esports teammate in the BenQ entry as Jaden Munoz sits in second spot, but they've got 5 seconds back to Team Redline after that moment from Dominic Hoffman.
Yep, and you can see they're into LMP2 traffic now as well, which is making life pretty difficult. I mentioned it earlier on. The GTPs are not that much faster than the LMP2s realistically. We're half an hour into this race, and they're only being lapped for the very first time. And as we're about to see in some of these onboard shots here, and as we watch throughout the day, it's actually pretty difficult to work your way through. It's almost like making a pass in your class, only you're maybe on fresher tyres or something. It's that sort of feeling. It doesn't have the feel when you're passing an LMP2 that you're passing another class almost.
No, but you know what always brings some excitement into our broadcast booth, Ewan?
Well, I know many things, but what's your thing?
Well, that's true. Liveries, is it orange or brown? There's so many different things that can tickle our fancy. That's a good point. However, look at that weather radar. There is not a lick of moisture to be sensed in the air, at least for the time being. We do, though. I'm looking right now into my Magic 8 Ball into the future. It's just crossing about 11:30 a.m. virtual standard time. The rain has a 100% chance at 3:15. It has a 90% chance at 2:45.
Ah, right. I didn't realise it shot up that quickly. I was doing a race last weekend where it sort of quite gradually crept up towards the end of the race, and it was kind of like, oh, when's the rain going to fall? And there's a bit of debate about it. Well, I think we're not going to have very much debate about it today. By the way, first of all, that's a very nice graphic to have. Second of all, what's the scale on that? How far away is that?
That's whatever iRacing gives us. Ewan, don't ask questions that I don't know the answer to.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I thought you just know the answer. Okay, sorry. But yeah, at least it's not. I wish the weather radar where I live looked like that, but I'm afraid I'm in the UK and it's summer, so it's raining again.
What I will say is now that I have a bit more experience of actually being at a racetrack and trying to stay out of the rain, I have a bit more of an appreciation for what a difficult job in many ways weather people have in the world of motorsports. And I think it can't be understated, especially coming off, the Canadian Grand Prix where they had the rain cells that were effectively, coming in and in very small numbers. The question was whether it would actually, overfly the track on occasion. And so these are all things that I find very, very interesting to kind of think about. But I'm more looking forward to seeing, as we get more and more of this rain on iRacing, how the teams, the drivers, adapt and build up tools and strategies to help them figure things out. Because let's be honest, Ewan, they all have pretty decent methods right now for figuring out strategies. We just want to try and mix it up.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It really does help. And, we're going to reach a stage pretty soon where we can't really remember how we used to do it without a prospect of rain before. Yeah, we're going to think, how did we go through those days? But yeah, it's very nice to have now. And as you can see, we are, I would say, quite likely to get ready. When you mentioned it last night to us, I thought, well, it might come, fair enough. But now having seen the data from this morning, yeah, it's not looking good for a fully dry race.
I'm not complaining about it, though, because I'm just imagining the utter chaos that we can unleash at the end. Now, remember, there are so many different time slots and splits of the iRacing special events that happen. 5 different times with which drivers are allowed to come and run a race, and within each of those time slots, however many teams and drivers sign up, they're of course broken up into even splits or so of 50 teams apiece. Now, I ran my Watkins Glen race now 7 years ago, Ewan. I legitimately was looking at the result yesterday and thinking how time has flown by. But I remember doing the first 4 hours of the race. It was in the old Corvette DP. We were leading.
Nice.
Oh, it was a great car. Leading, and I handed my car off to my teammate Elliot Roberts, who had not done much practice, self-admittedly. He came out of pit lane and instantly got involved in an incident with the slower class cars. Now, we still went on to win the race, but I'm just thinking back to that race and going, you know, if I knew the rain was coming at the end, I probably wouldn't have put Elliot in at the end. Sorry, Elliot, I'm totally throwing you under the bus.
Is he likely to be watching? Yeah,
maybe. It's
all
not
right.
racing, that's for sure.
Oh, okay. Well, meanwhile, we've got some LMP2 stops, by the way. But yeah, it certainly does factor into thinking. And in my mind, because the rain is coming at a sensible distance from the finish, I would put someone in sort of just before you think it's going to fall. So maybe put someone in for the on the 3-hour mark, and then maybe just leave them in, to be honest, and let them deal with the conditions. If they're comfortable with the rain and they can feel the changes as they go throughout the stint, I think that's a much better way to do it logically to me than it is to just swap halfway through. Or well, I know last weekend in a race I was covering, a lot of driver changes sort of while they were changing onto wet tyres. I was thinking, how are these people who are just getting into the car going to deal with these conditions? They were in dry conditions last time they were out on the circuit. Now all of a sudden they're coming out to sort of semi-damp, not quite wet, but good enough for wet tyres, kind of half and half conditions. It's really tricky.
Yeah, I've just realized, by the way, there is a button on the weather radar that lets us zoom in, but I think at that point it's not very useful for the overall picture of the race, so maybe that is more useful for the teams, but going to be interesting again. Like you say, the more rain that we do, the more data we'll collect and start to figure out exactly how to run these race situations. Interesting that handful of the LMP2s going a lap longer. It's 2 Williams Esports Academy entries, Glerum and Prevost in the 66 and the 22. Lasse Urinen in the Sontec racing car goes long as well, alongside a Grid and Go, who have closed back up after the squabble we were watching on a little bit earlier on. Now that does mean that 23 or so laps, 24 laps for LMP2. Where are the GTPs? There comes Kauppinen, who's not coming down to pit lane. He'll stay out there for another lap longer, but Jaden Munoz is right on his tail.
Yeah, he is, and that's been formulated a little bit through traffic as well, but there's another gap in traffic where Kauppinen will be able to gain some time, and then the cycle starts all over again. So Munoz has cleared this bit a little bit better, but he's going to have trouble with that LMP2, I think. If he doesn't get through before the bus stop, he could lose that the whole of that time all over again.
And you can see we were expecting a GTP or 2 to come down, and it is Movano, or the Cube Controls Movano, entry to be specific, that makes its way down on towards the pit lane. Relatively quiet, all things considered, although it might get a bit more busy in terms of action, because that is Sven Haase off at the bus stop, and fortunately does not seem to have hit the wall, rejoins the track, maybe a bit of damage to the fronts, but car doesn't look too bad. Yeah,
I'm not sure whether when we first looked at him, whether he was reversing out the wall or whether he just avoided it. I'm not sure. Damage is not obvious on the front, although it doesn't seem to look quite right to me. Let's have a look what happens side by side through the bus stop. It's never sensible, and that's exactly why. He certainly did hit the wall.
Yeah, now the paint scheme just hit it very well. Did a very good job of masking it. It's that black Lamborghini, isn't it? So it would have been Lasse back in the Fire Sim Sport, who will get a slowdown for that, but I tell you what, he's got the best of that situation.
He certainly does, yeah. At least he's not in the wall. Just have to lose a bit of time. But, someone had to back out there, really. I'm not a great fan of that chicane, to be honest, at Watkins Glen. I understand why it's there, and it probably is still necessary, but it is a bit annoying. And it does sort of interrupt almost any battles that you get, and that's exactly why.
And, well, Sontec Racing in the LMP2 class become the final team down on pit lane. Still waiting for the GTPs to make their way down to the box, with now Williams Esports 1 and 2 but with the two cars within sight of one another, their Cadillacs. Look how good they looked over the curb, Ewan. And we know that's the danger point. Let's be honest. I even go back to last year's IMSA Esports Global Championship race where the likes of Ian Guven came out of pit lane for the Porsche 963 that Kawanda had and instantly lost it on cold tires. It's so difficult. They clearly have focused on that in building their car.
Yeah, it seems that is the case, and doesn't mean that the drivers aren't going to have to be heads up on the way out the pit lane, but it certainly will help as we see still the top 11 in GTP yet to come in. I've got to admit, I was expecting these guys to run a little bit further than what they did further down the field in this opening stint. Not really sure why they decided to come in short of 40 minutes, because clearly it is possible to go further. And I mean, Cubic Controls Movano's first car came in first time around 8 laps ago now. I mean, that's a very early stop, seems to me.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was necessarily all according to the plan as they wrote that one up in the initial strategy book, but maybe a little bit of adjusting on the fly, maybe seeing the weather forecast shift around a bit, right, and saying, you know what, we can come in now, maybe get out of traffic and be right on schedule to pit when we think the rain is going to drop. But that's a very difficult line to kind of draw right now with how far out we are and the fact that we're not even seeing again, just a reminder if you're joining us for the first time, rain expected, but not on the radar just yet with 5 hours and 18 minutes to go. First chance of rain comes in just over 90 minutes time. That's an 11% chance of rain. 15 minutes after that, it's a 41% chance of rain. Add another 15 minutes, it's up to 86%. So that's a 30-minute window, Ewan, which is almost a full pit stop in a GTP car.
Yeah, and so where do you sort of schedule your pit stops in that respect? It's very difficult to do that. If they knew exactly the lap the rain was going to fall, they could quite nicely section their stints out to the end of that. But I think what I would do in a situation like that, especially for the prototypes, I don't think the GTDs will change their strategy according to the rain. Actually, I think they'll just go for it anyway because they do ours. But for the prototypes, I would make sure that you've got a stint sort of ending at the point where it reaches, you said, so in the 80s it gets to. Have a stint that's going to end around there, because I would hedge your bets. Of course, it could go wrong, and you could be stuck having to put dry tyres on for 2 laps and then it starts raining. But if you take that little bit of a gamble, you can make sure that the rain falls within that stint in all likelihood, and you can put the wet tyres on without sort of disadvantaging yourself too much, because that's the real that's the real thing I'd be trying to avoid if I was on one of these teams. Do not get out pit lane on new dry tyres to use them for 3 laps. It's, again, such a hard margin, because I'm now going back to Sebring and thinking about, because we had 2 different periods of rain that came in, and it was a big question in a lot of ways as to when, you did come in. We saw some drivers really pushing as well in the rain, and it bit them. Some drivers are a little bit more tentative, and not saying it paid out, but they were at least there to play when the rain lessened up and we started to see the dry line start to build up. There is no forecast yet that sees the rain stop, just to be clear. So we're not sure if we are going to see drying conditions to the end or if it's going to be torrential. iRacing did in the most recent build, which happened just a couple of weeks ago, added those 2 new GT3 cars, the Corvette and the Ford. Add a couple of adjustments that you can make on the setup, though, in pit lane. So, for example, GTD cars, as I should say in this particular race, if the rain comes and they want to switch the ARBs 3 wide up through traffic, no, we don't. Thank you very much, Xander Reed, for not forcing the issue there with Beckham Jasir. But if they want to make their car a bit more compliant in the rain, they can do so. It might just cost them some time in the pit stop. It's a great thing that iRacing has added now that the rain is finally here. Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's advantages and disadvantages for me. I mean, it obviously makes it easier as a driver, but surely as a spectator and a bit of a creator of chaos, I would call myself sometimes when I'm watching races, or I'd like to see chaos anyway sometimes. Don't you think, sometimes you should sort of be stuck with what you've started with, almost, in a sense that, you could see more changes that way. If somebody's got their wet setup a bit wrong, and they're a bit, slower in the wet, but they're faster in the dry period, I think that could create a lot of interesting dynamics, but especially in a race. I might imagine if there's going to be rain in some of the 24-hour races that we do, I mean, it's a very long race if indeed you get yourself on the wrong setup and it rains all day.
Yeah, and again, it's not like it's letting you change everything, just to be clear. It's a very small set of adjustments that you can really make, that you'd want to make anyway. But it's about just allowing you the chance to dial it in a bit more, that I'm a big fan of, because I don't do much racing anymore. I think a lot of people are aware of that, but I'm still struggling to figure out the rain. It's one thing that I'm not quite getting cooked up just yet, and maybe I need to get some lessons from some of these drivers or maybe not, when we watch them in the rain later on. We'll wait and see. There is
Here's what not to do.
Exactly. Here's your GTD leader. By the way, Ate Kalpanen has just headed down to pit lane. Jaden Munoz is not. So 30 laps on fuel for your race leader. Munoz saving a bit and going that 1 lap longer.
Yeah, absolutely, but the laps are so short round here that that's pretty common, really. It's not like the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring 24 hours that we were just at a few weeks ago, where everybody was pitting on a very strict lap schedule. That's absolutely not going to be the case here, as Kalpanen pulls to the very end of pit lane, goes up on the jacks, and they fuel and change tyres at the same time, as always. And he'll make his way back out again in 10th position, ahead of all those, you would have thought, ahead of all those who have already pitted.
And Ewan, tell us how you really feel about fuel and tyres being done at the same time, please.
Well, I can't tell you how I really, really feel.
How much trouble would we get in?
Oh, the YouTube would get taken down. No, it's not good.
No, it's well, there's pros and cons, right? If we had the tire limits on iRacing for this event, then I think it would be really interesting. But because we don't have tire limits, it means that, again, these teams are going to optimize as much as they can, and they are therefore just taking tires and fuel together in every single pit stop as off and away he comes, and he's going to emerge just behind your GTD leader, and alongside some LMP2s as well.
Yes, absolutely. They will just about sneak in ahead, and only just, by the way, ahead of Movano and Race Clutch, who made shorter pit stops, which is maybe why they came in so early, just so they could make their way up to the front of the field. But there's a legitimate way of thinking here for Movano to be in 3rd place, with Race Clutch in 4th and 5th here in a few moments' time.
And now with the pit lane getting busy once again, we'll keep an eye on this little battle, because it's an interesting one. And again, you have to imagine that those that pitted early did so with the knowledge there was something to find. The two Williams Esports BenQ cars apparently sharing a pit box. How handy is that, as they sit and they wait, just up on the jacks in the case for some, fuel being added for some others as they just wait to be released. And meanwhile, Kalpanen getting his tires up to temperature to the heel of the boot, with Cube Controls Movano in close pursuit.
Absolutely. So how quick has this in-lap been for Jaden Munoz, and does he even get ahead of his teammate? Does he at least tuck in behind him? But there's not very much gap for him to slot into between Kalpanen and Kaspers here, so that could be a bit of an issue for him when he eventually gets to leaving pit lane. In the box, Ate Kalpanen did 48.4 seconds. Munoz still about 5 seconds away from achieving that. Chris Lullum goes early.
I thought for a second there was a speeding penalty, so excuse me there for getting a little bit too excited, but wow, this is an interesting strategy call before the rain has even arrived, and it's new net race leader Lullum and Redline that hit the front in their Acura. It's not a far margin behind, let's be honest though, to those trying to chase them down. And now with tires already warmed up, Kalpanen slides his way towards the inner loop with his target in sight.
Absolutely, he'll be right up to speed here. Lullum on the exit of the pit lane, not a new driver of course, getting to grips with what's going on around him, but he is new to this set of tyres, new to this situation too. First time Williams Esports have not been leading outside of the pit stop phase, because Patrick Wolf was able to go a lap longer than everybody else. Look at the fighting. Lullum half defending on the way towards the toe of the boot.
Now, does he feel like he needs to defend? It was only a couple of seconds shorter for Lullum, so that indicates, I think, just a little bit less fuel added to the car. Will it be a slightly shorter stint? Well, he's fighting with the intensity of a lion right now, holding off Kalpanen as Paddy Wolf in that HS Racing pain machine. Last car down to pit lane at the end of the pit stop sequence for these GTPs, been really, really intense. Let's take a look at a replay. There is the Delinte Esports by TK entry, driving into the back of the Apex Racing car. That's Sal Vitalens, not Alejandro Sanchez. But now that's 2 of 3 done for the poor Corby crew.
Yep, they've not been having a particularly good race. Let's see. Well, it's a misjudgment, isn't it, really? But also, there wasn't realistically ever going to be any space on the outside there, so I'm not entirely sure what the GTD is supposed to do about that. They can't adjust through the middle of the corner to accommodate for that, and so that was a bit of a careless error, really, when there was nobody around and no need to try and make that work.
And now this is going to be, well, I think what we've been waiting for. That first into the race, traffic plays its part, sees the field break on up, and now they're unleashed to try and fight wheel to wheel. It's Lulham in the Acura, it's Kauppinen in the Cadillac, two different manufacturers up front, when I think many of these teams expected it to be dominated by the Acuras. Looking forward to seeing how they'll play on out, and let's not forget as well, they'll make their speed in slightly different ways, Ewan, as they work their way around the track and through the traffic.
Yeah, by the way, I think we should just appreciate for a moment the ridiculousness of the situation we've got going on at the moment. We are about 50 minutes into the race. The top 6 are covered by 5 seconds. It's absolutely remarkable considering all these pit stop intrigues that we've got going on at the moment. So many teams that we don't really know what they're doing. Williams Esports, the only one I would argue going for a traditional strategy, but they do look quick. Atte Kauppinen has been applying all sorts of pressure to Chris Lulham, although the red line driver seeming more settled now.
A little bit more settled now that the tires, I guess, have started to come back up to temperature. And speaking of temperatures, where do we sit in terms of track conditions? Almost 50 degrees Celsius. Can we cook our lunch on that surface? Not sanitary.
Not sure. Yeah, well, certainly not. Yeah, they always do those tests with roads. Like, can they boil an egg?
Exactly.
I mean, and the answer's always no.
Is it always no? Really?
Well, I don't know if I've ever seen it done successful. I'm not willing to claim there's not a road in the world that doesn't get warm enough to boil an egg on, but I'm also saying it's not. I've not seen it happen. It's always just quite disappointing and underwhelming when the answer is no. Actually, it's not as hot as an oven. It's just very warm for humans today. It's a different story. But anyway, the reason why I sort of gasped there is because that has shot up in the hour that we've been doing this race. Yeah,
absolutely. No, it's and again, it's why I'm so looking forward to the change that I feel the rain is going to bring to this race. A race traditionally in which temperatures are only warm. You only really have to set your car up for that, and then the cooling off at the end. This is a totally different complexion. What's that going to do for the teams and the drivers? Can't wait to figure that out, and let them figure it out, not let us figure it out. That is for sure. Out of the final corner, though, it's officially now going to be 34 laps complete with an estimated 240 to be completed in this race. As it's still red line from Williams Esports at the front of the GTP. Let's go back to GTD for a moment. Still, of course, LMP2 led by Coanda 1 and 2. Red line, extend that margin out to Alejandro Sanchez. It's up to 3 or so seconds.
Yeah, and this was always the danger with letting Redline in the lead, and I know Apex didn't have a lot of a say as to whether they were in the lead or not anymore, unfortunately, as Luca Kita was taken out of the race. But Alejandro Sanchez has to get closer and has to do it quickly, because Redline are only getting stronger as this race goes on, especially Florian Nabigra. Cooper Webster's still stuck behind Cody Deef, although I think Deef has picked up his pace a little bit compared to what we were seeing earlier on in the stint. It doesn't change the fact, though, that Cooper Webster's already 10 seconds adrift from the lead of the race, and the candidates for the win looking to be a shorter and shorter list, even after only an hour.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a shame, but still got plenty of time to go, and we know this track can bite in its own unique and vicious way. Check back in with Jaden Munoz after making the pass, and Wesley Caspers has left the two race clutch cars to now try and find their way past Cube Control's Movado as well. Jari Lehtinen gets the job done, slides his way through with authority before they rejoin this uphill left-hander, where NASCAR, of course, thunders their way around on their yearly visit to this interestingly dual-minded facility, because you've got the Watkins Glen 6-hour race that, you know, brings the endurance racing spirit, and of course that oval event in many ways, as we like to call it, when the NASCAR community comes over here, which we have, let's be honest, replicated, Ewan, in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, including this year when we had our mid-season tournament with heat racing formats and whatnot. This is a track that can do it all.
Yeah, certainly can. I enjoyed the mid-season tournament, by the way, from that. It was sort of odd, you know, in a sense of I've not really seen it before, but it does very much feel very NASCAR-esque, especially when you've got a format like that, and also the shortened layout of this circuit feels very NASCAR-esque as well. But it's remarkable, as you say, how it can change quite when all of a sudden you've added 4 corners, which realistically aren't mind-bending, difficult corners. But it's remarkable how the atmosphere of the circuit just feels to change. Now you've got 4 more turns to go around, some of them even to the left, would you believe it?
Would you believe it, indeed. Out of the uphill right-hander. Block there for Marcus Deck as he tries to take it 4 wide. I don't think the Coanda entry that's leading the LMP2 class necessarily thought that was a wise idea for its chances of coming out on top, but this is the nature of the multi-class traffic, the beast that it is. It will give, it will take, and you just hope that in the long run you take more than you end up giving to the machine. You're also going to try and close now on your race leader. Traffic has opened up as well. Not quite sure what's happened, but Lullum, 3.5 seconds clear.
Yeah, I think a bit of traffic has certainly helped him, or maybe he's just picked up his pace. Let's not forget it will be lighter this entire stint. It will be marginal, but that 9-second gap is not an insignificant one in terms of how they are fueled. That's about 20% of the pit stop, just less than 20% of the pit stop. So you can deduce from that, or I'm going to deduce, that there's just about 20% less fuel on board, which is making him a little bit lighter. Here's the penultimate corner again. I have a feeling GTDs are going to have a very rough time through there because the prototypes will need to learn very quickly that going around the outside there is not possible to facilitate for those GTDs. And
that, by the way, was the race leader going around the outside. So it's going to show, like you say, that GTD is going to have to be aware, but that's a risk that the GTPs clearly think they need to take.
You say they need to be aware, but what can they do about that? I mean, they're in the corner, they're committed, they can't just change the line. That's what I mean. I don't see what they can do. It could be a pretty rough day for them because, as far as unless you're going to break and move out the way Formula One's blue flag style, I don't see what they can do.
Are you telling me that you don't advocate for F1 style blue flags in endurance racing?
Funnily enough, I don't. Yeah.
Funny enough.
Unpopular opinion, I know. But
unpopular opinion amongst some GTP drivers, I'm sure.
Yeah. It removes the fun of being a GTP driver then. You don't drive those cars for enjoyment, you drive them because of the fastest class. At least that's my opinion anyway.
Sanchez down to pit lane. GTD seemingly coming to the end of their fuel window, although red lines Ferraris going longer than the Lamborghinis. In fact, it's 3 Ferraris out front that have stayed out in class. Is this just the nature of the way the BOP is playing out?
Very much could be, although don't forget that one of the Corvettes has stayed out too. Sotomuto for Williams staying out on the circuit with them too. But I think it is manufacturer based, and this is what's always so interesting to me in GT as well. I don't always necessarily want to see everyone coming down the pit lane on the very same lap. You want to see a bit of difference, although it's a slight problem for the rest because the Ferrari is not only leading in terms of speed but also going a lap further, which could benefit them in fuel stakes as well.
Yeah. This fuel margin, by the way, that we're going to talk more and more about as we dive our way through the race in terms of the weather. Really looking forward to seeing how that plays out because it's one of those races so far where we're seeing some dominant drivers out front. Could we see that dominance just interrupted by the arrival of the rain? And again, remember, in this GTD class, we've got these interesting strategies that are working out as well. Sotomuto in the sole surviving Corvette entry in today's race. Ewan, I know Peter Mackay is not on the broadcast. He's off gallivanting around Sweden covering some rallying. So we don't have our resident Corvette fan on the broadcast. But opinions on this brand new Corvette Z06 GT3R?
Well, first of all, I'm glad it's in iRacing. That's first thing to say. Second of all, it looks very good, I've got to say. I do really like the look. The only disappointment with it is the noise. And it just doesn't sound like a Corvette, does it? We just need to import the old engine from the previous generation Corvette, whatever that was called. I've forgotten, Z06 something. And put it in this car because it just doesn't quite sound like a Corvette for me.
You know what? It doesn't necessarily sound like a Corvette, but as we see it down onto pit lane, have you heard the Ford Mustang?
Yes, that does sound good.
Well, I don't know. I have mixed opinions on it. I think it sounds great in real life. But I was driving on iRacing. Maybe it's the way that it sounds like with the virtual helmet on and whatnot. But it sounded a lot less impressive. That's the wrong word for it. But, you know, it just sounded less throaty than I was expecting from a Ford Mustang. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I still, I don't know, I still really enjoy listening to that car, and indeed the look's growing on me as well. I didn't like the look of it to start with, but it is starting to grow on me. I've just got to get past the fact that it is so long. It's just, it's a limousine, isn't it? It's so long, and you wouldn't want to be parked perpendicular to the road in the middle with one of those, because you'd block the entire circuit anywhere in the world.
Well, yeah, no, it's the dimensions of these cars, though. Let's compare them to a Formula One car, and just remember, they're still small. They're not that big.
Yeah, well, Formula One cars need to get smaller. That's the first thing that should be said. I don't see how anyone would disagree. I mean, it's just negatively affecting everything. So yes, make them smaller.
I think the only reason why people would ever argue to not make F1 cars smaller is safety. That's the only bounds by which I can imagine, an argument being made, because every other argument, I think we're both in agreement, doesn't necessarily hold up too much weight.
Yeah, of course, but there's got to be ways for us to make the car smaller and maintain safety, at least, even if not improve it. It must be possible. They can think of everything else, aero devices and all sorts. They must be able to figure that out.
You say must, but
I don't know. I'm just presuming the intelligence of other people.
True. Yeah, no, people assume I'm intelligent as a software engineer. I have to correct that assumption quite frequently, unfortunately. As an hour officially complete, our GTD pit stops not quite done and dusted just yet, just waiting for Cooper Webster to leave the pit lane after going one lap longer than everyone else. You're watching the third of the VCO Grand Slams, the 6 hours of the Glen, powered by VCO, here on RaceSpot TV, on the VCO channels, and the iRacing Esports Network. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Ewan O'Leary. There are your two leaders. It's Redline GTP, Redline GTD on top, and then Kawanda 1 and 2 in LMP2. Ewan, it's been an interesting opening hour so far, with 50 starting and already almost 6 retirements.
Absolutely, it's been a very chaotic opening to the race. Don't forget earlier, and we've got very similar happening in the background. I was about to mention the crashes through the final corners in GTD that we saw to the start of the race. Well, I'm afraid we just had another one, and I think it involved another LMP2 as well, although they got away with much less damage.
That was Fire Simsport again. I wonder if that was just related to the earlier incident they've had, but Ewan, this we talked about at the start, the shortest endurance race of the year. And endurance races, we know they're already sprints. This one's been a sprint in a little bit more than one way.
It certainly has, and it's a bizarre bit of contradiction, really, in my mind, because I was talking earlier about survival in this race, and that is so important. You mentioned the retirements already. We're up to six of them. 4 of them didn't even complete 3 laps in this race. So you just get an idea of how attritional it was early on. So you've got that survival side of it, but also the sprint side of it. Less than 5 hours to go already. When you're thinking about that in the context of a much longer race, you start to realise, wow, this is not a very long time to go at all. It's just because we only had 6 to start with. It doesn't quite feel like that at the moment. But any gaps in the double figures that you're seeing at the moment in any of the classes, they're going to be difficult to grab back, because these guys are at such a level. They are all so quick that they can only gain a little bits of time every lap, and so you can't leave too little time remaining to close down these gaps. You've got to stay close to the leader at all times, unlike those longer endurance races that we have.
And one thing that I guess I'll kind of ask you, Ewan, is Rain's relatively new in the world of iRacing, right? But it's not necessarily new across to these drivers in their experience. So for you, you're thinking about how this race is playing out. Where do you think the mindset will lie right now? Because the weather forecast as it sits right now, again, we are 2 hours away from the first sign of rain, which leaves us with plenty more time before the first droplets really start to arrive.
Yeah, I think that's going to make this race sort of two-parted almost. People will be viewing this as the dry period of the race and the wet period of the race. And I think, judging on the weather forecast that you've been talking about so far, the likelihood is those 2 parts of the race will be split almost into even parts, in fact, with the first 3 hours dry-ish and the first 3-ish hours wet at the end of the race. And as you mentioned earlier, no realistic prospect of weather conditions drying up at any stage, or even the rain just letting off. It seems like it's going to be pretty relentless later on, so that's going to very much compartmentalise the event, but that in my mind makes this race very difficult to split up between your drivers. I was talking earlier on about what do you do? Do you leave one driver in throughout the entire wet period, or do you leave and let one other driver do the dry period at the start, or do you mix and match a lot more frequently than that? I'm not sure what they're going to go for, but they could split it, I suppose, into nice 1.5 hour stints, 4 1.5 hour stints in GTP, for example, who are going 45 minutes. That makes sense, but the rain makes it so difficult to split up the stints as you would like.
Yeah, I'm again just glad I'm not a strategist. I say that so often, but I'm glad that I just get to be told I'm wrong by the strategist rather than have to figure it out. Ooh, so Back was already trying to come down to pit lane, and the race clutch, it wasn't a P2, it was a GTP, but to be fair to you, Ewan, how can you tell the difference at speed between them? And that's now. If it wasn't already broken before, it's broken now.
Yeah, I apologise. I thought the Coanda LMP2 that was the car further behind was the one that put it in the wall. They didn't, evidently. What I noticed there, though, I can't help but notice, you mentioned Back was coming to the pit lane. He already had suspension damage. So did we see where he picked up that first bit of suspension damage for him to be crabbing in pit lane in the first place? Because I don't remember where he would have picked that up.
I think that was the damage from hitting the wall, because he looked okay initially, but maybe I'm wrong on that one.
I don't think he looked okay coming in the pit lane, to me.
Well,
he looked like he was crabbing.
He had hit the wall before he came in pit. So I think, I'm getting confused about what you're saying. I think he was okay before. I think he was just slowing down and trying to indicate to the GTP, I'm coming to pit lane, I'm going slow, go around the outside, don't try to get to my inside.
But he'd been in about 10 minutes ago. He wouldn't have needed another pit stop. He had to have been in the wall, and he had to have had damage before there was contact with race clutch, in my mind.
No, we saw him have the crash with the, what's it called? Simraceshot.de by Grid and Go machine, so I'm guessing maybe just an aftermath of that.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know, it just feels like that happened a long time ago. But anyway, I don't really know. I don't think we're quite understanding what each other are saying here, to be honest with you. But,
no, definitely
but anyway,
not. But that's
normal. Fine. It is a bit normal, yeah. Well, the bottom line is they're definitely damaged now, and they're definitely in the pit lane now. That's what we can agree on.
Very, very slow race right now, I feel, in many ways, in terms of where we find ourselves. It was pretty chaotic at the start, settled into a rhythm, and no one really forcing the issue just yet. You can see your race leader, Elvis Rankin, has pulled a 3-second margin over the teammate in the LMP2 category. Parker White doing a decent job of holding on in the best of the Williams Esports Academy cars. That's going to be shared with Leo Russell. Jordan Caruso going to be lined up with, just checking in sim right now, Michael Romanidis, and then Elvis Rankin paired up with Michele Costantini. So we've got some really interesting lineups to see how they'll shake up. I'd argue it's this lead lineup that has the most experience in the car, most experience in this sort of an event as well. I don't know, they may be the ones to watch.
Yeah, I would argue that too. Although it's very difficult to bet against someone like Jordan Caruso, for example. No, he's at a new team and whatever, and I don't often see him in prototype driving, but he is a very strong driver, there's no doubt about that. And Williams Esports Academy will also have some good drivers to come as well. I think what's very impressive actually about this LMP2 class is that, you know, big teams involved with the likes of Coanda and Williams, and then even when you get further down, you've got Door Esports, Grid and Go, Sontec, you know, lots of these teams are big teams in the world of sim racing, especially sports car sim racing anyway. And but what we're seeing is some maybe lesser known names from these bigger teams, which is a good thing. I mean, I say Caruso is well known, but he's a new team. Costantini as well, although I haven't seen him loads recently. And for Williams Esports especially, look at their few drivers right now. Parker White becoming very well known, of course, but Beckham Jasir less so, certainly building his way up in his career. Thibaut Prevost as well, who hasn't been in the top split many times, I wouldn't say. Certainly not for Williams. So it is interesting to me that these teams are choosing this race almost a little bit to develop some of those drivers maybe lower down in their pecking order and turning them into better drivers for later down the line.
I'm so glad that we have these academy programs as well that just continue to try and develop the next evolution of sim racers. Of course, you know, the younger you are, the more time you have to also go out and test setups and stuff. So there's a lot of things to be learnt, and of course, so many of our sim drivers, or not so many, a handful, now get to go out and work with real teams in their driver in the loop sims, Formula 1, Formula E, and provide that feedback and help develop that car. As you saw Cube Control's Movano come down to pit lane, that was a 27-lap stint for them. Still waiting to find out exactly how much shorter the stint is going to be for Lulham and Redline at the front of the GTP class. Now, Ate Kauppinen back within 2 seconds or so. Redline's car going to be slightly lighter. That was something we had touched on and speculated about Ewan, but remember, traffic gives and traffic takes, and right now Kauppinen trying to take all he can.
Yeah, it certainly is. And he is eating into that advantage decently so, but let's not forget, we might not be too far away from that pit stop for Chris Lulham. I think the sort of normal pit stop time, which will be what Williams use, will be just after we pass the 90-minute mark in this race. But Lulham won't make it that far. As I mentioned earlier on, at nearly 20% less fuel on board. Now, I don't know what 20% of 45 minutes is, but whatever that figure is, that's when Lulham will be in, and it won't be too many laps away. So expecting a pit stop relatively soon from Redline. I'm expecting Kauppinen to still be trailing Lulham at the time.
Yes, I think I agree with you there as well. Right on board. Just watch this car through the chicane. Look how committed it is. It climbs on the curb like it's not even there. The problem is, I'm sure every other setup on every other car will do the same until that one lap that it won't.
Well, that's true, first of all, yes. Also, don't you feel just more comfortable watching a Cadillac go over there versus an Acura? I don't know whether it's something in my head about the way that it looks or something, but to me, it just looks like the Cadillacs are never going to be thrown off by that bump, whereas the Acura, I'm sort of wincing every time they go in there. You know, are they going to come out the other side?
Yep, that's what I've been saying. I think I totally agree that the Williams Esports Cadillacs just look so much more composed and able to take the bumps. I don't know what that means around the rest of the lap, what compromises maybe they face elsewhere, maybe a bit more softer and, you know, compliant on the bumps means a little less aero efficient relative to the other cars, but they don't seem to be struggling in a straight line by any means, although that might be something that we'll find out a little bit more about when we fight wheel to wheel, whenever we get into that phase of the race, which is, let's be honest, 4 hours and 47 minutes to go. Not far away by any means, as I'm sure some of these drivers as well watching on for the action across of this weekend from the French countryside. A lot longer of a race for them, and no safety cars for us to deal with as well, so there's no long periods of waiting. Now, this is one race that I think you and I can both agree on, right? 2 drivers is more than enough.
Oh yeah. Well, not more than enough, because you do need them both, but it is enough, yes.
Oh, I could do this race by myself if I didn't get DQ'd.
Well, exactly, yeah. It's only the legality of it, but yes, 2 drivers is enough. Very interesting to me, actually, that 3 drivers is very often the way to go in things like the WEC when it is a 6-hour race, and indeed IMSA as well. It's just very interesting to me, really, that is done when, as you say, it almost feels like you're not really driving very long. To be honest, if you've got 3 drivers in a car for a 6-hour race, 2 hours of driving is kind of a bit little.
So, 100% picking up what you're putting down, but let me give you the counterpoint to that, right? Where in the sim world, we have unlimited practice. We also have unlimited racing, right? So you can go and jump into an official race and understand what the IMSA iRacing series, to give the analogy from this, right? What that's going to be like. Whereas in the WEC, you get, some practice, yes. Le Mans in particular, you get a bit more than any other round that you have, right? But you don't necessarily...
Well, then you should.
No, let's not get into that argument, because engineers are going to start pitchforking you.
And I'll start going on about Indianapolis, which I definitely don't want.
Then you're going to get the pitchforks from me. Yes, no, but
yeah.
It's one of those things where... excuse me, bodywork goes flying, distracts me from my point. It's one of those things where I just wonder if it is more related to making sure that drivers who would normally not be in the car for very long, who then are going to be racing at Le Mans, have the chance to go and get experience with the racing, with the multi-class traffic. I know it's not experience with Le Mans, but it's something at the very least.
Yeah, I do know what you mean. And to be fair, I've just thought of another thing as well. The physicality of it as well in real life is higher than in sim racing, that's for sure. But, you know, the drivers are quite fit. It shouldn't be a problem.
Exactly.
The only thing that doesn't quite make sense in my head, and why there's a bit why I'm brought it up, when we had GT Pro in the WEC, I'm slightly off topic, but I'll be quick. They used to have 2 drivers for those pro cars, whereas obviously 3 sat aside the rules in AM. 2 drivers in GT Pro didn't make sense when they're pros. The prototype drivers are also pros, but the GT drivers would only have 2 driver teams, and the prototypes would have 3 drivers for LMP1 and LMP2. It didn't really that doesn't add up to me, you know.
I'm just saying that, you know, I agree that motorsports is an athletic endeavor and drivers are athletes. At the same time, though, we should 6 hours. You should be able to do that with 2 drivers. I know what you were saying with the physicality of racing, but like that's when I would start having the argument about, is 3 drivers enough for a 24-hour race? Because I think, you know, that's when you start thinking about tiredness, safety, etc., etc. I'm all up for that sort of a discussion. I think I'm less excited about talking about some of the other things. I tell you what, though, we are officially now more than an hour into this. 6 hours of the Glen, the 3rd of our VCO Grand Slams. And, of course, the winners in GTP and in GTD, well, spots in the IMSA Esports Global Championship for them. But as LMP2 pit stops continue, let's go back in time, take a look at some of the replays of everything that we've seen over the course of the opening hour and a bit. It was 4 wide almost for the GTPs down into the 90. LMP2s had already stormed their way to the start, and single file for them for the most part as they would scramble across the line. It was to be a little bit more chaotic. Argy-bargy, well, for the sports cars, for the Grand Touring Daytona machines, as at the very back of the pack, the BS Chickato and Falcon Sim Racing cars tangled up slightly, and that split-liveried Zebra would hold on into the wall for the Falcon Sim Racing car. Then one of the Corvettes, one of only 2, into the wall, tangled up with Drago Racing's new look Ferrari, and well, Alexander Walters was also parked as the Falcon Audi tried to find its way out of the tarmac. Then the trouble spot. This bus stop chicane is known for the commitment it requires, and well, unfortunately, Arturo Melgar hard into the wall in the opening laps, retiring in the Drago Racing car. And then a little bit of a bobble in front for Tristan Iglesias, saw him slow down his momentum. A little bit of a contact from the rear, pendulumed his Porsche around, and he watched the GTD field slide their way on forward. And guess what? We kept our cameras focused at that bus stop chicane for one of the best saves you'll see in all of sim racing. Dominic Hoffman holds on to that car, and with a change of underwear required, yes, keeps himself in the race and his team on course for some success. Then the traffic. It was to be expected that there were to be some moments. LMP2 slides into the back of Salva Talons, and the Apex Racing Team car was off and into the wall. Rather, it was into the wall for the Falcon Sim Racing Audi. Contact made with the 29 LMP2 car. That was the fiercely forward entry, and then the rest of the field would cycle on forward. But just as the same time, other side of the track, it was at the front that chaos and unfortunately drama for the Apex Racing GTD that had led for 30-odd minutes. Left rear suspension broke with small contact with the prototype entry. Florian Lebigra took avoiding action in the red line GTD, took over the race lead, and has not looked back since then. A bit more contact saw the simraceshop.de by Grit and Go entry into the wall hard. Sven Haas has done his best to try and mitigate the damage since then and balance on in the swing of things since then. And well, just a couple more argy-bargy moments through the field. Delinte and the Apex machines once again getting tangled up with one another. And that penultimate corner seeming like a place that the prototypes have so much commitment, willing to go around the outside. The poor GTDs can't do much as they try and hold on in what has been an interesting opening hour of the race so far. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Ewan O'Leary. Ewan, an interesting look at the highlights to say the very least.
Yes, absolutely. 2 things that was brought to my attention while watching all of those things again. First of all, Dominic Hoffman is still the luckiest man alive, and I can't, well, not lucky, just the most skillful man alive, actually, is what I'll call him, because that was unbelievable, and it doesn't get any less unbelievable the more times I watch it. So that's the first thing. Second thing, we saw those 2 crashes off the start for GTD. Now, you may assume that they're all out the race, all of those guys who made contact. Well, not entirely true, because in the recent past, after 71 minutes in the pit box, Vasilis Balaziotis is back out on the circuit again in the Williams Esports Corvette. He's now completing his 4th lap of the race.
So his 4th lap. He is 47 laps down from the GTP leaders, but that, I mean, let's be honest, does look like a factory fresh Corvette. So they'll go out, they'll get some data, try and recover whatever they can. Again, remember, for Balaziotis and Daniel Lafuente, it's a damage limitation, I guess, from here on forward, but they'll do what they can. And great to see that endurance racing spirit, Ewan. Not often that we get to talk about it in the world of sim racing and these special events.
Not in top split, certainly, but it is alive and well with Williams Esports. So, as you say, very pleased to see that, despite the very obvious uphill task that they've got to get any kind of result. But they could get a top 10 realistically, as long as they run for the remainder. They're going to get at least 11th, because the 4 cars ahead of them, or 3 cars ahead of them, 4, are all out the race. So they can pick up 3 positions in that sense as long as they continue on. And as you mentioned, picking up dates will be pretty important for them because they're still learning that new car.
And I'm impressed, right, that they took the gamble. They went with the brand new car, the Williams Esports team, in that GTD class. We were hoping to get, a couple of Ford Mustangs, a couple of Corvettes here and there, but Ferrari, Lamborghini, seemingly at the very front of the class right now with the 5-second margin that Florian Lebigra enjoys. We were watching Owen Carroll leading the Drago Racing and Team Redline entries, 6th, 7th, and 8th positions in GTP. There is Florian Lebigra going to be sharing that entry with Gianni Vecchio. Let's see how they'll fare out with still plenty of this race left to go. In the other machine behind them, the 99, Alejandro Sanchez, currently charging, but Alex Dunn ready to jump in. Now you will notice, Ewan, that rear end, something happened to the Lamborghini. Doesn't seem to be costing them too much speed, at least for the time being.
It's saving them weight and they're going faster, is my explanation of that. Because, as you can see, we've got a lot of detail on that rear end of the Lamborghini, but not an insignificant bit of contact for that to actually happen, so that's the downside. But there you go. As you say, it doesn't seem to be affecting them too much. 4.7 seconds, the advantage held by Florian Lebigra. That is growing compared to what it was when we last looked at it, and it's an advantage that is only going Redline's way. A team now who have 2 cars indeed on the podium.
Was meant to be a look at the comparison between the lap times, but grabs the wrong Redline car. Let's pull that back up on your screen, and there you go. 1/1000th of a second between them the last time by. I mean, these are the margins that we talk about at this level of sim racing. You cannot afford to put a foot wrong. Just last weekend, we had the qualifiers for the upcoming VCO IndyCar Challenge powered by Open Wheels. And Ewan, it's still quite remarkable to me to think about how that entire weekend went down, because do you want to, I don't know if you know what the results were, do you want to guess what the margin between 20th and 21st was? Top 20 get automatically locked into the series.
Well, luckily for you, I looked over them and I've since forgotten the answer to this question, so it's like I'm playing this game for the first time, even though I've seen it before. I mean, is there any other answer to go for other than 1/1000th of a second?
No, it wasn't quite that close, but
okay.
It was 10 laps at Mid-Ohio. Drivers had to do 10 consecutive clean laps of running, and the fastest, basically the entire run is then taken, and that is your time. So the margin between 20th and 21st over 10 laps at Mid-Ohio, which is about 25 or something miles, 0.06 of a second.
What was the gap from 1st to 20th? Was it a bit bigger than that, I'm guessing?
It was a slight bit bigger. It was a quarter of a second basically on the average lap time. So it would have been, 2 seconds over 10 laps, which is still not much at Mid-Ohio.
That's good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. By the way, whoever's, I'm hesitant to say this because I'm wary that you might have had the idea and I might be about to compliment you. But, okay. Okay. Well, whoever's got the idea, by the way, of doing sort of a shortish run like that as a qualifying format, I think is a very good idea. The 1 lap dash gets a bit ridiculous sometimes in terms of how you can actually qualify. A 10 lap run has more bearing in my mind on how quickly you actually are.
Exactly. Unfortunately, I cannot take credit for this. This is a long and true and tested system of pre-qualifying that many endurance leagues have used for many a year. We'll get back to that in a moment, because Dominic Kaufman, excuse me, sir, I know you're running in, what's that, 5th position in the GTP class, but you can't just lean on the LMP2 leader like that without it potentially causing a little bit of drama and risk. Oh, that was a bit too close for comfort.
Well, there's another example of just how close these two classes are in terms of speed. The Coanda car more than holding its own. Hoffman having to get his elbows out to get through on it. And in the end, you've kind of got to wait for a bit of a straight there. And eventually, the red line car just following them gets through. Ola Steinbretten, that is, just in behind. But yeah, as I say, it's a real task to get through on these LMP2s.
This is the super slow-mo. Look how deep into the corner he went. He almost ran into the back of Owen Carroll. And, I mean, the onboard from Elvis Rankin will tell us more. I'm pretty sure he has to open up the steering there.
Yeah, I think he did. And he didn't exactly give much space to... he didn't receive much space, shall I say, in the Coanda car. Let's have a look here. He's on the outside line, turns in normally, just gets edged out slightly. Although, having said that, they do like to run quite wide through that corner anyway. So maybe that's what Hoffman was sort of banking on, thinking, well, everyone goes out there normally, so you might as well go out there now while you're alongside me.
Yeah, I guess it looks a little less bad from the onboard shot, but again, you got to remember, those LMP2s are quick machines, and like, I didn't even quite catch it until you had pointed it out in the moment, Ewan, but they were faster in the moments of traffic than the GTPs on occasion.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Just to explain that, as the leaders were coming through the GTDs for the first time, in a remarkably quick time, by the way, way less than 10 minutes, and we already had traffic, the LMP2s were still running single file on their own, and they were quicker than some of the GTPs while they were on their own doing that. So that to me is quite a remarkable statistic. Obviously that's not consistent. They're not exactly catching the GTPs at any stage consistently, but even over one lap for one class to be quicker than the other, even when there's been no real problems for those GTPs getting through traffic, it's a real showing of just how quick they are.
I think maybe the only way to kind of like sum up, right, what small impacts the multi-class interaction can have is Elvis Rankin lost 4/10 on his teammate Jordan Caruso last time by, so race lead shrinks slightly in the LMP2s as it continues to grow in GTD. Apex Racing's 99, maybe with the lack of the rear bumper slightly compromising the aero profile of the car. It's now 5+ seconds, that red line lead, as they try and make it back-to-back wins in this GTD category. We'll see how it goes for them. Third VRS Coanda car just being passed by Jonas Wanner, as that is now up into 5th position. You mentioned it quite rightly, but you know, at one point, top 6 was dominated by just 2 teams in this P2 class.
Yeah, absolutely, and that remained I think it remained for every single lap from qualifying, because they qualified like that, but not quite stayed like that since to this point anyway. So we've now got Door Esports in there in 5th position. It's not like they've just snuck into 6th either. They're right in there now, 5th position, but I think it's going to be so difficult for any other team other than those main 2 to win. Even for them to be in 5th place here is quite impressive, really.
I think it's one of those races as well where we talk about qualifying being important. It's important because if you lose time and track position at the start, very difficult to fight your way back. Lucas Muller alongside of Jonas Wanner on the bottom of your screen. Now Lucas not behind the wheel. He's not sharing the car with Jonas either. He's in one of the other door entries. Jonas sharing his car with Nicholas Laubisch. Going to be very, very interesting to see how this race all goes on. Lucas recognizes he's on the broadcast. And he's got some track maps behind him, Ewan, trying to figure out what it is. Nordschleife, of course. Is that Interlagos as well?
That's what I'm going to go with, Interlagos, yeah. That's my guess. Although it's not very visible from here, and it's even smaller on our screen there. By the way, I might be wrong on this, but I think Lucas Muller is a huge Zach Sweeney fan. Did you know that?
Why? Sorry, Zach.
That's possibly the worst question you could have asked for Zach's mental health. But
where is this association comes from? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. I'll have to. I might have got that wrong. I might be thinking of somebody else, but I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he is. Yeah.
I mean, Zach Sweeney's a lovely chap. Great commentator. But doesn't know any track, so
Well, yeah, he would have been finished as soon as that camera came up. We're trying to squint and see what track maps are up on the high part of Lucas Muller's wall. Zach Sweeney be asking what Interlagos is.
Yeah, no, not quite sure exactly what track Zach Sweeney does and does not know, but we like to play games as commentators sometimes where we'll take a very obscure picture, and when we say obscure picture, it will be like of a curb, not of the corner, but like of a specific curb in a corner, and we'll post it in our little chat and go, what track is this? And Cam Rogers quite good at it. He is, isn't he?
He's very good. Yeah, he's very good at it. I'm pretty good, but sometimes it gets very obscure sometimes. Not only with the circuit, but also with the picture that's used. I think is quite scandalous sometimes.
Scandalous.
Yeah, I mean, how are you supposed to? Some of the pictures I've received and then been asked what track this is just it's unfair, quite frankly. Yeah, I'd use the word scandalous. Yes.
Wow. Oh, wow. It's a scandal on RaceSpot TV, apparently. Who'd have thunk it? Look at that weather, though.
Any scandals?
Ooh, yes. No, let's not go down that road. Sim racing and scandals, it's never happened before. No. You saw the weather as clean as you'd like. Nothing on the forecast. Ewan, unfortunately, we'll say goodbye to you in, about 30 minutes' time. I think the rain about 2 hours away, and I'm starting to see the forecast. We're starting to see the other side of what is going to happen. There is an end to the rain that is predicted.
Oh, there is. Okay. So that sort of changes my thinking somewhat. Just as a question, by the way, and I apologise if I'm asking you another question that you don't know the answer to, but in terms of these drivers themselves, when they're in the sim, how far in the future can they see? Can they see further than us? Can they just see an inaccurate prediction?
No. We have the same power as the drivers,
okay.
Which is to say, we could be being led astray right now. It's very, very possible, but we have faith. We are persevering, and what I am trying to do is, while I'm talking to you as well, Ewan, I'm also looking in the sim, trying to type into this graphic to update the various states of what is going to happen right now. So just give me a second, and we'll have we'll have a graphic on your screen. Longer. No, it's okay. We've got to make people think that I'm intelligent, right? So something's coming out of my mouth in terms of words. I don't know if it makes any sense, but at least I'm speaking. That's what a commentator does.
We do just speak until someone tells us to stop, I suppose. The race leader is coming, by the way, as we get those a look at those graphics. That's quite a severe drop-off, if you like, in terms of chance of rain.
But look at the time scale. Now, I can update the time scale. Would you like to know what the chance of rain is 30 minutes before that?
Oh, 3.5 hours away, you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
Let me go. 1 second. We're looking in sim.
So I thought you were just going to tell me.
Hold. No. I've got to go and type. I've got to update. Wait for it to update. There, it's updated. Bam.
Wow, that's a sharp drop. Although I suppose it's very sharply on the upwards as well, isn't it? When we get to the rain, as you can see from that graphic, also. So, that's quite puzzling to me, really, because. It's, by the way, you might know this better than me. Is that common for Watkins, Glen? Sharp, almost flash showers, as opposed to just because, as I mentioned, I did a race last weekend at Le Mans, and it was very gradual, with the chance of rain creeping up throughout the day.
At some point, Ewan, Weatherman Arjuna is going to make an appearance. I've got my green screen set up. We're going to do it. We're going to dive into the weather radar. But I have been educated by those more intelligent than me that there may be a weak disturbance attached to a stationary front that's likely to envelop much of upstate New York with isolated thunderstorm activity. So, with dew points potentially rising and unstable atmosphere, you're going to have to watch out for potentially the cold front or the low pressure system to make its way up and the rain to follow in its wake.
Did you just turn on an AI voice of yourself?
Oh, how good was that, Ewan? Come on.
That was very good. That was proper weatherman-esque.
You see, I may not be as attractive as Lewis McLeod wants his meteorologist to be, but I can speak.
Yeah, well, yeah, it is somewhat about looks, unfortunately. so we're finished.
See, but, you joke, but Lewis, my poor ego. Lewis actually said on broadcast I wasn't attractive.
Wow, that's mean.
No, I mean, he's
We're
not wrong.
Yeah, but we're supposed to at least lie to each other.
Are we? I thought that's what friends do. We just hate each other.
Well, yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, I said should, not do.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But yeah, anyway. I'm looking forward to the weather earlier. When was the first time I saw you do that? I swear that it feels like a long time ago the first time I saw you do that, but iRacing Rain hasn't been out for that long.
Well, okay, so we did it technically for the iRacing Daytona 24 a couple of years ago, where we got Kevin Ellis Jr. to stand in front of a couple of monitors and pretend to be a weatherman. But yeah, Sebring. That's the only time we've done it so far where Weatherman Arjuna made an appearance. Now, I don't have an outfit. That's the only problem. What does a weatherman actually wear?
You got a suit.
Is that what a weatherman... I don't watch news if you
in
can't
England.
tell. Okay. Do I need to wear a suit today?
Can you imagine just putting a suit on 7:20 in the morning? Just sit in front of your computer screen. That'd be odd.
It's toasty, I tell you that one as well.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. That's maybe. Yeah, but I mean, I've seen you wear suits in hotter climates.
Oh yeah, that's true. And the worst decision was we went to one of the hottest places in the world, and I'm standing there in a black shirt with a jacket on top, and wondering why I'm so warm.
Oh, not nice.
Yeah, and I was the only guy to wear a jacket that entire trip because no one else wanted to dress up with me.
No, I kind of wish I hadn't, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you should have. You should have dressed up.
No,
You should have had some confidence. You are a professional commentator. We should dress the part, apparently.
I was unfortunately in the wrong continent to change my decision by the time I'd realised, so that was a problem. But yeah, there you go. In the future, I will.
Team Jacket, are you on it?
I'll match your what's the word for that? Your smartness, I suppose. Don't know.
I'm not very smart. I'm not very well dressed, so I don't think there's many things you should really be copying from me there. Matt Farrow takes over from Jaden Munoz. Moreno Sarica's taken over from Ate Kalpinen, and they both come back out onto track. Chris Lullum, let's not forget, still on a slightly different strategy. And Ewan, to come back to the race for just a moment. Remember, Redline had gone, 10 seconds shorter in stint number 1. They've gone 10 seconds shorter, a little bit less than that this time around. But again, 10 seconds shorter in stint number 2. There is a strategy battle going on right now.
There certainly is. And it's unclear to me, very unclear, which and where this is going to leave them at the end of the race. Because if Redline are just about making it to the 45-minute per stint mark, then they might be okay, but I feel like they're not quite. Roughly, the amount of seconds they're stationary for is the amount of minutes that they go on a stint, very roughly. Just a little bit less in terms of minutes. So that's a very rough guide you can use, but it does mean, as far as I'm concerned, Redline may have a splash to make later, but are they thinking about rain, which will throw this off? Because in my mind, you're not thinking about, your strategy as a whole 6 hours at the moment, in my opinion. You're thinking about it right up until the rain, because there's no point thinking about fuel. If you're thinking about fuel too much right now, rain will come at the wrong time and throw your entire fuel strategy off anyway, so you might as well not worry about it.
Yeah, but again, no rain to worry about just yet. The drivers have access to the very same radar that we do, and 4 hours and 20-odd minutes left to go. Nary a drop to be seen in the sky just yet. 1.5 seconds that margin now in the LMP2 lead. So Jordan Caruso, who I would suspect with driver changes underway in GTP, probably going to see driver changes in LMP2 next time down to the lane as well. Going to see Caruso out, Romanidis in, Rankin out, Costantini jump in as well, with these two basically on top of one another.
Yeah, they are running away together as things stand, and Coanda very much dominating in LMP2 for the moment. Gap's only growing now to those behind. But Williams have sort of got together too for third and fourth, but they've got quite some catching to do already, which is going to be difficult to achieve in what is a relatively short race. But as I said earlier, this is a lot about survival. I'm not willing to count out anything until the race is complete, as Patrick Wolff now makes a pit stop. He's almost doing 50-minute stints.
He seems to be trying to just go as long as possible, with maybe something planned out for when the rain does arrive. We don't necessarily have an indication on how heavy the rain is going to be yet, Ewan. That's maybe the thing which is going to be most interesting, right? Because Sebring was torrential, right? Like, Sebring was in some ways probably red flag conditions in a lot of ways, whereas upstate New York, not quite sure what we're going to be in for, but if it's a light sprinkling of rain maybe just at the top of the track, we might see some puddling. One thing that I noticed when I did some driving is that there was a lot of pooling on the inside of curbs that made it very, very treacherous to go anywhere near the curbs, not even talking about riding the curbs, just going anywhere near them. I've no idea what we're in for here.
No, exactly. But if I'm basing it off cricket and areas of the world, then I'm going to bet that this is going to be less heavy than Sebring, put it that way, in terms of rain, because it's a very it seems like a very tropical part of the world, to be honest.
Have you been enjoying the cricket?
When it's been on. Well, ask me that by tomorrow morning, because we might be knocked out. So
that's why I was asking, yes.
Let's see about that. Rain very much preventing us from finding out who would have gone through otherwise. So that's pretty annoying. But anyway.
Hey, we can talk about cricket, Ewan. It's happening in the US, and the US has won a game.
Yeah, multiple games.
Multiple games. Yeah, no, but they've won a very big game. That's probably what I should have said.
Well, yeah, sorry, yeah. As Redline get down the inside here for 7th place. That's not Nicholas Bowe. That's the wrong team entirely. Who is that?
Ole Steinbraten gets past Andrea Barilaro. Yes, indeed. Ole Steinbraten not in a GTD today.
Okay. Yeah, that's first of all, that's throwing me off. Second of all, I don't know why I said Nicholas Bowe, because he doesn't even drive for them. So anyway, yes. But yeah, I'm interested to see how heavy the rain's going to be as well, to be honest. I mean, that's something that we can't really predict for, but also I kind of think in another way, does it really matter? You sort of just got to, the conditions will be the same for everyone. You just kind of got to deal with them when they come.
Yeah. Deal with them best, though. That's what you've got to do. A reminder as well, if you're watching on the VCO esports channel, welcome along to this third VCO Grand Slam. We have a very special partnership with Hoisingveld today. Just comment rest pedal in our Twitch chat. That needs to be on the VCO esports Twitch chat, and you can be entered in for a giveaway of the Hoisingveld Sprint 2 pedal set with their brand new Sprint rest pedal, along with the base plate to hook it all up to your rig. Because let's be honest, Ewan, we're racing around in there's 11 cars available in this 6 hours of the Glen across of GTP, LMP2 and GTD. None of them have a foot clutch. Instead, all of them have got hand clutches, and so Hoisingveld have quite smartly recognized that sim racers only need 2 pedals, because a lot of us have hand clutches as well. I love this new rest plate. Yeah,
and indeed, as you say, there's sort of a space for both in a sense, but there's a very much a case of, as you say, not needing it for 6 hours around here, especially. So absolutely, it's good to get involved with, and maybe some of these drivers could do with that as well. To be honest, sort of makes me wonder what these drivers actually do use pedal-wise. We always see their wheels and how many screens they've got. No, don't see pedal cam very often.
Do you want more pedal cam?
Well, how difficult or feasible is it for these guys to get multiple angles?
Not that hard.
No? Okay.
Yeah.
Just seems like a bit of a nightmare for me, but there you go. That's
well, to be fair, you're not the most tech, you know.
No,
yeah,
absolutely not. Hopeless, some would say. Anyway, less of that. But yes. Someone else can figure it out. That'd be good, yeah. Because something we don't often see. When you're actually in the sim, you get to see throttle and pedal inputs, throttle and brake inputs. Sorry, and it's very obvious. But we don't get to see it from the broadcast side at all. So it'd be good to see.
Yeah, we get the sensation in the cameras that we do have, right, of the driver sitting up in the rig just when they stand on the pedal. But outside of that, don't really get the sense for how intense and physical that braking action can be with the amount of intensity. We've got some new progression in pedals as well, and all sorts of new technologies. I can't wait to see all sorts of things that I'm sure the team at Hoisingveld are cooking up as well. I end up on their shop more often than I should for someone that does not sim race. I already have one of their handbrakes. I've already got their pedals. I'm trying to talk myself into buying a shifter, or they've got this wonderful LED neon sign, which I've got no use for, but I want. I don't know why, Ewan, but I want it. I'm just a child with stuff like that, though.
Yeah, you are a collector of these things. I've learned.
I'm a child. You can say it.
Well, I'm not willing to comment on your level of childness, but yeah, you do collect these things very frequently. If anyone's seen your background before, you do like to collect stuff.
I like to collect IndyCar spare parts. That's what I like
Yes.
to collect. I also, my most recent trip to Indy not only got me a front wing end plate from Scott Dixon's Dallara IR18, it's got me a pair of Scott McLaughlin race use gloves.
How do you keep getting these things? Where do you go to get these things?
The Indy Memorabilia Show, Ewan. I talk about it every chance I can. I probably shouldn't, because next year I'm going to go and everyone's going to have already sold everything off before the time I can even get there. But yeah, it's amazing. You've got all sorts of really old, I say old in the best way possible, because it's like going into the history books, like genuinely. I bought a coffee table book of like the Indy split. That was really cool. A friend of mine bought a book from a driver that's no longer in print, so it's
oh, nice.
There's old programs. I love my racing suits. I have my Kevin Magnussen race suit that I bought there. But yeah, they've got all sorts of stuff. So if anyone ever, it's Thursday, Friday, and Saturday of the Indy 500 week. It's in Plainfield, so it's about 30 minutes southwest of the city itself. Highly recommend it. $10 to get in, and you just get lost. Anyway, that's a distraction for another day, because we should also not talk about the fact that that shop, is building up a spare parts department for me to go and enter an IndyCar of crashed parts.
Only for you to crash it again.
Oh, and then do we replace it with more crash parts? Yes.
Just it's a constant cycle of damage, but making some use. Can that be counted as recycling? I don't know.
Ooh, well, carbon fiber shards are nothing to joke about. That is what I will say.
Well, in what sense? What do you mean?
Oh, okay. Have you ever been around a crashed race car, Ewan?
No. Not. Well, it depends how close you mean, but.
Okay. Well, close enough to see what carbon fiber shards are. So one of the first things that I bought was Devlin DeFrancesco's rear wing from Texas in 2022, which was, as many people will remember, a huge and humongous crash. Now, I saw it from afar and I was like, that's so cool. Then you get closer and you start to see all the carbon fiber is made up of layers, right? They're just basically glued together, right? And so when it crashes, that starts to come apart. And carbon fiber shards, there's a reason why marshals have got the gloves as Shera Esports fire up the inside of Coanda's LMP2 car and just about make it stick.
That was very close, by the way, to speaking of carbon fibre shards, there would have been a few there if both of them hadn't been a bit more heads up, but they just about make it out this side. Yeah, the closest I've ever been to a crash car had only really been in the gravel, to be honest, and it wasn't that crash because it was pushed past me on its wheels, so it's that's the closest. I mean, I was close enough to reach out and touch it. It was close, but it wasn't very crashed. Is my point.
Yes. I'm just trying to think. What is the most crashed race car I've been near? And honestly, I think the damaged wing that I have is the closest. I've seen some big crashes in person. I saw Colton Herta upside down at Turn 1 and 2 at Indy in practice in 2022. All of the big crashes at Indy this year were right in front of me in Turns 1 and 2. I didn't get to see the pass for the win, which was over at Turn 3, but all the crashes were right by me. You know what? You know what's the scariest thing that I think I've seen in motorsports, Ewan, was when last year that tire went flying.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah, that was a very scarily close to disaster. To be honest, it's a miracle nobody was hurt by that. To be honest, that was very scary.
Yeah, no, man. I had a friend who was watching on TV that thought that me and the people I was with were sat basically right where that was going to go, and so he was very scared for our well-being. Fortunately, only a car was hurt rather than anything else, and the tethers have been improved. Safety ever, a constant focus. But yeah, again, Indy Memorabilia Show. Go back to the point at hand. Go and find some interesting things to go and buy. You won't find a hoisting foot clutch there, but rather rest pedal instead of the clutch. But I'm sure you'll find something else that you can put near your Sebring. On board with Jonas Vanno once again as we head towards the end of the second hour of racing in Ewan. First hour full of plenty of moments that we can show on replays. This last hour, for the most part, let's be honest, been a little bit more just about the strategy.
It has, but have we just maybe got one there? Because I think Sven Haas is still driving it. Yeah, he is. That car was seemingly getting back up to speed again and has gotten its rear ender is not there anymore, and he's pulling off to the side of the road and returning to the pit lane. So maybe for the first time in quite a while, actually, we've got someone in the wall.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what has happened here, to be honest. We'll grab a look at the replay when we can, maybe take a look. But Haas are not the only team. Oh, oof. Okay, so that's what happened to Drago. So something totally unrelated then has befallen to Sven Haas. Not the first incident in that simraceshop.de by Grid and Go machine, by the way.
This is a very long way back for that Cadillac to be coming from, and it was completely out of control as well. So I think the blame very much has to go. Was it Ethan Lamp in the Delta Sport? There's the Sven Haas spin. So was he already... that's a very minor bit of contact for his rear bumpers come off, is it?
Watch the left rear here. There's going to be a little bit of air, a bit of net code, I think, between them. But instantly, much like we saw with Apex, that car rotates around, that suspension is done. Nothing I think Haas could have done.
Not really, and we've seen that time and time again. Prototype drivers have got to remember this when they're going around the outside of GT cars. If you're pinching too hard, the GTs can't quite sustain that level of, the amount of grip that you have, and they're going to spin around or at the very least hit you, neither of which is a good thing. So they've got to remember that, and of course the fact they can't really change the line quite like a prototype can through the middle of the corner. It's something that has been forgotten about a little bit during this race.
Yeah, and it's why we talk about in the booth so often, right, about experience in traffic, because you want to know how each class responds to what the traffic around them is going to do. And so, like you say, GT cars, they have aero performance, yes, but they're not going to switch on a line like those prototypes can. I mean, look at how the GTP is slinking back and forth on the run to the inner loop. Unfortunate there, and it now means that 50 took the green. We are down to what looks as though maybe just 37 or 38 left out there and running. GTD class, the one that's been impacted the most through all of this. But as pit stops continue to cycle on out, I've seen Daniel Morad, who races, of course, in the IMSA WeatherTech and IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge classes with Mercedes in the real world. He's jumped into the LMP2 class with Miranda's M Squad, and he's back out on track in that 27 machine after their stint has come to an end. LMP2 probably not far away from heading back down to pit lane, just shy of the 2 hours complete mark.
Yeah, for a third time would it be for them into the pit lane? I think so. So that puts their stints at just under 40 minutes a time. That's very much what the consensus we got from early on. Actually, because of the formation lap and everything, it was not long past 35 minutes they came in first time round, but surely they won't be too far away again now as we come to the end of the first couple of hours. And there you have it, Coanda leading the field onto pit lane with Elvis Rankin. Will that be the end of his driving stint, at least to be in with here? But as you can see, yes, just less than 40 minutes in a stint for these cars. I can imagine the fast corners and the amount of time they're spending on throttle is contributing towards that.
Yeah, I love this class as well, because even though the GTPs are even faster, even more intense, it's a spec class. The drivers have got to figure out this chassis by themselves, and I really enjoy seeing how they deal with the challenge that they are given. The rest of the LMP2 runners head in behind them, with the exception, it would seem, of the pair of Williams Esports Academy drivers, Beckham Jasir and Kamil Grabowski, that stay out there for a couple more laps, and we'll see when they sequence their way down onto the lane. GTPs still, it's Redline that lead. Race Clutch now in second, in front of the Williams Esports Chill Blast Cadillac. But again, this is all on strategy, Ewan, as we inch our way closer and closer to the rain.
It certainly is on strategy, but I'm just a bit fearful in a sense for Williams that they've not been able to pass the Race Clutch car recently. I would have thought getting through here would be pretty important, but then again, it's not going to be easy for them. 7 laps on a stint already, 7 laps before Williams came in was the pit stop last time around for race clutch, and they did a shorter pit stop as well, so they're really not too far away at all from another stop here. I'd say maybe 10 minutes away from a stop at race clutch. That means they'll be a lot lighter on fuel than Moreno Sorica will be, where he's about 20 minutes away from another pit stop, maybe longer, no, about 20 minutes, and so that's probably contributing to this a little bit. The weight of the car is probably contributing to what we're seeing between these two at the moment. But let's see as we go a side-by-side battle in LMP2, just interrupted slightly by these guys in GTP, and Dory Sports head on through again.
Yeah, they make it work. I've got to say, they're doing exactly what they need to in traffic now. First sequence maybe a bit more intense and less room being given, but it's working out quite nicely. Jonas Vanner on the inside, now being pinched by Xander Reed, the American on the outside. Look at that momentum carried forward and position passed, and as much as the fight back's going to be on, this is a great battle to watch. And the real-world names, by the way, continue to trickle on in. Daniel Morad jumped into the Miranda's M Squad machine in this LMP2 class. Well, Agustin Canapino has just jumped into the Williams Esports Tool Blast car, taking over from Sami Matti Trogan. What a pairing they've got in that entry, and now pit stop's going to continue to sequence on through. Here comes Kamil Grabowski.
Yeah, so Williams went a bit longer than Coanda there in that stint. So how does that set them up for later on in the race? Peckham Jasir is still out there, for example. So if they can just make it these 40 minutes towards the 4 hours to go mark, they would be in a really good place. But as I mentioned earlier on, being ahead, I think, is important really throughout the most amount of time that you can when the rain is on its way, because we know when it comes, everyone will be into the pit lane at the same time, and sort of the strategy is almost wiped to zero, but the gaps remain the same as Jasir comes into the pit lane right now. So that's why I think Redline are in an extremely strong position in the lead of the race, even though their strategy would come back to them in terms of Williams. If this race were to run clean without any weather, the race would come back to Williams as far as I'm concerned. But if the rain hits and Redline have a 17-second head start, that's just going to be the gap. The strategy is going to get set to zero at that point.
Quite interesting, by the way, that Rankin and Caruso stay in the car, which indicates to me they're basically going to just try and split this race in half. They'll do about 3 hours. They'll hand over to the teammate. Another 3-hour stint for them. Behind, a couple more non-driver changes for other teams. Seems as though Pablo Arujo might have taken over in the Team PGZ LMP2 entry. But this all as we get towards the top of another hour, and that means we're not far away from GTD pit stops as well. Alex Dunn has come in the 99 Apex Racing machine. So Alejandro Sanchez out. We'll see the 99 back out onto track in a couple of moments' time. Right now, just 4 cars left out on track, yet to come down onto pit lane on the lead lap.
Yeah, so we are starting to see that fragment a little bit more now, but it's not huge differences, to be honest. Only a minute and a half lap around here, meaning that it's very easy to go 1 lap longer, or maybe make up some time if you've gone 1 shorter and so on. Just keeps the strategy pretty interesting. Wonder whether in GTD we're still sort of getting to the bottom of whether this is car related or not, but I think the evidence is quite clear in my mind. The top 3 Ferraris, then the Corvette as well, those are the manufacturers who are able to stretch this longer.
And BOP across of the GTD class impacting all of the cars. iRacing doing their work to make sure that for this special event, the conditions that we have as well, the cars are as finely balanced as possible. Of course, teams and the drivers always make sure they find their preferred option, but often it's just trying to find and maximizing what they can do. Ewan, it's been a fun couple of hours with you. It's blown on through, if I'm being honest, and unfortunately, as LMP2 pit stops continue to sequence through, gridandgo.com now in, we're about to say goodbye to you, but 4 hours to go. Rain probably only around 90 minutes away. How are you feeling that this next part of the race is going to end up shaking up?
Well, I think it's all about setting yourself towards the rain. It very much feels like this is part 1 of the race. The rain will be part 2, and it's about getting to that rain first. That's why I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, Redline in really strong positions in both GTP and GTD. Chris Lulham's shorter pit stops throughout the first two in GTP have given him 20 seconds over the Williams Cadillac chasers, who are not really able to get any close to him because he's on lower fuel than them throughout most of the race. If the rain hits at any point during the main part of the stint, he'll have a 20-second advantage with the strategy set to 0, and that will be what he's got to hold on to throughout the rain. That's not without its perils, of course, but it is a stronger position to be in than chasing as Williams Esports are.
And I think you've got the likes of Race Clutch, who are very much putting as well right on cue just
Huge.
Before we were about to say goodbye to Ewan. It's trouble. Marcus Deck, Kamil Grabowski and Jonas Rutten come to blows, and the Williams Esports BenQ car loses a second and a half. Fortunately doesn't lose any body parts.
Well, it looks like it now, but there certainly was contact. That much is clear. When we were seeing those four get together, it was a really big bit of miscommunication, as they didn't know where the Audi was going, didn't know what the LMP2 was going to do about it, and the GTPs just seemed to pile into it all the same. It was a pretty bizarre incident.
Well, on that, we say goodbye to Ewan O'Leary. Thanks for keeping us company in the first 2 hours of the broadcast. Don't forget to stay connected to him across the social media as well. But it's time to welcome into the broadcast booth Joey Tebben. Joey, great to have you back on an iRacing special event, and well, welcome to the chaos.
Welcome to the chaos indeed. Just as I tune in, just as I show my face and unmute my microphone, four people decide to run into each other and take each other out. So let's take a look here at how it all kicked off. It was one of the Falcon Audis tripping over one of the Williams Esports LMP2s. So easy to happen, so common here at Watkins Glen. The bus stop with 3 different levels of multi-class traffic always leads to trouble like this, and it's kind of funny how it took this long with a little bit of calm for it to finally happen again. Just misjudging the exit was that LMP2, and then a couple other innocent bystanders just piling in. Nowhere to go. You can't react that fast.
Let's jump on board with Kamil Grabowski and ride from his perspective into the chicane. Remember, it's so high commitment, trying to get that sense. You can see maybe the Audi gets a little bit sideways as well in the rear end. Marcus Deck in that Race Clutch car barrels into the back as well and into the outside tyre bundle. That's another couple of probable retirees in this race. I say probable retirees. We have seen some endurance racing spirit. Not long ago, we saw Aaron Vasquez in that Drago Racing Ferrari tangled up with the Delta Sport Cadillac number 2. 10 minutes of repairs later, they're back onto track. Same thing can be said for simraceshop.de by Grid & Go. New driver for the Grid & Go team, Simone Miramarceno, leaving Altus Esports onto track in his first special event for his new team after 12 minutes of damage repair.
And even if it was 12 minutes of damage repair, it was still a fairly delicate touch to the wall with the rear end of that Lamborghini. So it's not race-ending damage. It's not even engine damage for that matter. It's probably a little bit of bodywork, maybe a little bit of suspension. Get that banged out. Get the Lamborghini crew members over there to hit it with a couple of hammers, and then it's probably fine. You're not going to be contending for the win. Probably not even going to be contending for the podium, but who knows? There is rain coming. It's the first time we've ever had a 6 hours of the Glen with rain involved. Always the possibility for more crashes, more drama, more chaos. So you might be fighting for a top 10 or even a top 5. Who knows? You got to keep going.
Still waiting to find out when that rain is going to first drop, because our radar is yet to pick up anything in terms of moisture. And Joey, you became an expert at looking at radar in the month of May, trying to figure out what was going to happen in the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500. What do you think these drivers are going through right now? Because it does seem as though it is guaranteed we're going to get rain at some point, but by the end of the race, the droplets from the sky will vanish. The question will be, will there still be moisture on the surface come the checkered flag?
Well, that's what everybody came into this race thinking. Everybody, from broadcasters, drivers, team members, they were thinking it's going to rain, obviously. That's the plan. We're going to have a wet Glen somewhere in the last 2 hours or so, but you can never know that for sure. The radar can change. It's not a set thing where somebody has put in there that it is absolutely going to rain with 90 minutes to go or whatever. It could change very quickly. So we can only really wait and see, and the only way you can prepare for that is you can kind of have an assumption of a window when it's going to rain. You might be able to think, if it rains with 90 minutes to go, this is how we change our strategy. If it rains with 60 minutes to go, this is how we change our strategy. But I think until now, it's been dry. It's been a totally normal race. I think everybody's been running as if it's going to be dry for the whole 6 hours. And then when that rain comes, you hope you're prepared. You hope you have a strategy going. But if it doesn't come, you might just have to run the race as normal, and you have to be prepared for a dry 6 hours.
And I've talked to some teams about some of the tools that they've used in the past. I'd be curious to see what types of tools they're using in the future as we continue to see the evolution from teams and figuring out strategies. There is just a reminder, in 4 hours time or so, we are being told 0% chance of rain. Now, does that mean that it stops raining a little bit earlier, that there is the potential for dry tires at the end? That is the part that we'll have to wait and see. And, you know, Joey, this is a 6-hour race, right? Most teams are doing this with just 2 drivers. It's a short race at the end of the day as well. Talk to me about what you think about what Virus Kawanda seemingly are doing in their LMP2 field, where they're just splitting the race in half. One driver is doing 3 hours, the other driver will do the next 3 hours.
I mean, it's definitely still an endurance stint to drive 3 hours straight on your own, but it's not unprecedented. You think about Daytona, especially, when we've literally got 24 hours to split up, usually between only about 3 or 4 drivers. You always hear about people doing the Titanic stints or a quadruple stint, or I think Sean Campbell did a quintuple stint or something earlier this year. So it's a lot of driving. It's a lot to do, but Elvis Rankin especially, he's got so much experience in this car, in this style of racing, that he's definitely prepared for it. He's definitely ready for it, and he's going to be kept awake by the fact that this is such a short track. You're going to be dealing with a lot more traffic than you would at a place like Le Mans. So there's not really any time to get sleepy. There's not any time to get bored. You're constantly being stimulated. You're constantly doing things. So maybe 3 hours will fly by quickly.
I find like this is a track as well where the laps do tick away quite quickly because they're intense, right?
Yeah, and they're only 90 seconds long. So break up 3 hours by 90-second laps. I don't know how to do that math, but it's 2:30.
Come on, do it.
Is that 60 laps?
I have no idea.
No, that can't be right.
Never trust the commentators.
3 hours, you'd be doing way more than that.
I could probably bike around Watkins Glen at that pace. That seems more realistic. I think we're on for around 237 laps right now, if you're curious.
As the whole race, or in 3 hours?
As a whole race.
Okay,
So divide that by 2.
Just divide that by 2. So like 120 laps or so.
Yeah.
Per driver.
Well, okay.
That's child's play. That's easy.
Now I feel a little less confident about biking that many laps in 3 hours, now that we've heard.
Especially here, up through the S's.
100 feet? Yeah, no thank you.
Have you been to Watkins Glen yet?
No. Have you?
Yes, I was lucky. The one time I got to go here last summer,
Nice.
we had a golf cart, so I didn't have to walk up the S's or any of that stuff, because it is very, very steep, and the whole Finger Lakes region, it's just like, it's valleys. It's all been carved by water like 10,000 years ago, so you're like standing in the grandstands at Watkins Glen, or you're standing on pit lane, and then suddenly you look across, and there's just the biggest canyon you've ever seen.
Which
definitely have an e-bike ready.
Which I do feel like I get that feeling when I'm riding around on iRacing, that sense of scale and elevation. There was one red line car to pit lane. That was Steinbratton in the 21, so he comes in from 6th or 7th. Meanwhile, still leading is Chris Lullen, but you can see behind, I think that's Peter Zuber that has just come out of pit lane and might have some fresh tires and might be feeling pretty hungry and pretty optimistic about his pace right now. Will Lullen peel off to the right? Yes, he will. Keeps as close to the inside as possible and down to pit lane with 2 hours and 8 minutes officially complete.
And 25 laps on that stint. That might seem a little bit short. I think on fuel, you can go about 30, 31 laps on a full tank, but these tires at a place like Watkins Glen, so many high-speed corners, so many places where the rubber is just being scraped off the bottom of the tire, you can't really take these things to a full 30 or 31 lap stint because it just gets that much slower at the end of the stint that you're losing as much time as you would gain by maybe cutting out a pit stop by the end of the race. So that's why you're seeing drivers come in a little bit early, and that might actually be helpful. If the rain does come, you saw a 100% chance. I'm kind of sold by that. I don't have much doubt anymore. If you're doing shorter stints, that's maybe one less pit stop you're going to have to make, and one less pit stop you're going to have to add when inevitably you'll probably have to come in for rain tires in a place that's not really conducive to what you thought your strategy was going to be.
I think it is worth pointing out, though, that we're not far away from when the rain is expected to start. Again, remember, at this point, it's probably like an hour and a half at most from when the first droplets could be expected. And to still be seeing absolutely nothing on the radar, comparing this back to Sebring and what we were a lot more frequent cloud and storm activity was being represented. It's going to be interesting. Could this be light rain? Because, Joey, I've been quite clear on this, that the thing that makes the rain interesting isn't whether it's raining or not, right? Because if it was a steady, constant amount of rain, it would be like if it was dry. All the drivers would just figure out the best line, and we'd be doing that. It's the changeable and changing conditions, though, of the rain that's going to make it so fun. And so, you know, if someone's sitting here thinking, right, I'm ready for heavy rain, but it's only dry rain, well, better get to grips with what you've got pretty quickly. Otherwise, the rest of the field's going to be driving rings around you and gaining seconds a lap.
And it's really tough in a car like this where the Cadillac and the Acura and the BMW, for that matter, they all have so much downforce. They all have so much... There's always so much heat in the tires usually that if it's just a little bit of rain, they're usually pretty stuck to the track. There's a crossover point that's a little bit later than some of the other classes when you need to switch to wet tires. So you definitely need at least quite a bit of rain. We need to be seeing droplets. We need to be seeing the whole track soaked, because if it's just a little bit wet, if you're thinking maybe intermediate conditions, F1 style, these guys might actually be fine on slicks, but need a little bit more rain to keep things exciting. And I think it will be exciting if it is just full wet, if the track gets drenched, because that's always exciting. You can never truly predict where the water's going to be, how the line's going to change lap after lap. It might seem like it's the same for every driver, and it is a little bit more so now that they've had a couple special events to prepare already, but I'm here for rain in any capacity.
I just want to see more chaos.
Yes, please.
Ultimately, that's what we want. We are probably not going to be favored by the teams for saying that so frequently, but it is the truth, whether they want to believe it or not. And if you're just joining us as we near the halfway mark of this third VCO Grand Slam, well, let's turn back the clock and go take a look at some of the highlights of, well, the race that we've seen so far. All started with an intense four-wide run down to the 90 in your GTP class. LMP2s had already gotten underway. They would be single file across the timing beam, very important for them in what was a clean start for the prototypes. Less clean, though, unfortunately, for the sports cars. We had a monster field of GTDs that was ready to do action, 17 strong as they got underway. But before they got to the line, 2 would be involved in major incidents. Into the wall hard for Falcon Sim Racing, and into the wall hard as well for the Williams Esports Corvette and the Drago Racing Ferrari. You could see the damage. And while the spirit of endurance racing has seen some of those return out onto track, it was to set the tone for what the GTD class would see after that. The bus stop was known to be one of the main problem spots over the course of the race, and well, that was to be found out in hard fashion. New livery for Drago Racing, unfortunately Arturo Melgar into the wall hard, and after Redline bobbled over the curbs in GTD, Tristan Iglesias slowed down a little bit, got a shove from behind, and around went the pendulum of a Porsche, and dropping to the tail end of the field. Day would just go from bad to worse for them after that. What a save, though, from Dominic Hoffman, contender for save of the year before we even get halfway through 2024. Change of underwear ordered, though, into the car as well, the next time down on pit lane. And as the traffic started to play itself out, the trouble started to emerge. First, it was the 97, Salva Talons getting tangled up with the Williams Esports Academy, and then the second surviving Falcon Sim Racing Audi, as around the outside, it was a bold move from Miranda's M squad. Nowhere to go for Fiercely Forward in close pursuit as well, and big junk into the wall. And while we'd been waiting for drama at the front of the field to deliver and to build, GTD unfortunately saw, well, broken suspension and hard into the wall for Luca Kita. A small touch with a prototype car, nothing to be done except to scramble for the hills in avoiding action for those trying to make their way on forward. It would give Redline and Lebigra the lead, a lead they've never looked back from since then, all as the trouble would continue. First for Sven Haase into the wall in the simraceshop.de by Grid and Go machine. Not the first bit of incidents that car would get involved in. Delinte and Apex would then get mixed up in what would to be a trouble spot down through the penultimate corner, where downforce cars would try and show just how much speed that they really had to grip around the corner. And well, a big send from Delta Sport and Ethan Lampe into the side hard of Aaron Vasquez. Not the first incident to happen at that time. It's been a quieter second hour, all things considered, though. We did see Ollie Steinbratton have a bit of a moment. We saw the big chaos just at the end of hour 2. Falcon Sim Racing back out on track and then getting tangled up once again. But as pit stops have started to roll on since then, it's been an interesting middle part of the race. Our Junior Kankipati alongside of Joey Tebben as we work your way through this middle part of the race. And Joey, looking through those replays, reminded of just how intense the first hour really was.
Yeah, I liked the epic music that made me feel like I was about to be like sucked out of my corporeal form and taken up to Valhalla. That made me feel very epic. That made me feel very good. And here we go. It's time. Williams Esports Chill Blast, Moreno Sarica, 26 laps on this stint. Just a little bit longer than we saw the previous pit stop from Team Redline just a couple of laps ago, but still pretty equal stuff. 25, 26 laps. That's the expected stint lengths for these prototypes. But maybe we'll see at the end of the race if it comes necessary. You can go a couple of extra laps longer than that if you need to stretch the fuel. It just comes at the expense of the tires. So keep that in your mind, keep that in your brain box when we've got all those different strategies converging in the last hour or so.
My brain box is being overloaded with words like corporeal and all of these things that Joey brings to the broadcast booth. Not just puns, fortunately, because otherwise we'd have to drive him out of the booth. There goes Lolland back to the net race lead as he sequences out of the 90. Still waiting. Watch as Sarica gets the fuel now added to that car, and it's going to be a while longer before the Cadillac gets released and back out onto track, probably a little bit closer to the race clutch machine than he would have wanted to be. Where is the second race clutch car? There comes Peter Zuber towards the line. Moreno Sarica is already up to speed because Balas Remenick in the leading race clutch car is now 5 seconds behind Lolland, albeit still having yet to come down pit lane. So GTP class, Joey, still has to cycle its way around.
Yeah, this is the stage of the race, especially in these middle 2 hours where you're not entirely sure of who's going to end up winning out. The teams are usually sure. They've got their Excel spreadsheets and they've got their plans. They've got the entirety of the 6 hours laid out. But right now, we're not even halfway through the race. The big weather hasn't even come yet. You'd probably think that Redline and that number 20 are in the best position right now. They're going to end up back in the lead, but who knows? Who knows what could happen in 3.5 hours? So they're comfortable right now. Chris Lulham's just going to continue driving as he is, act like they're the overall race leaders, and give it a couple hours. That could start to shake up, and flaws might start to reveal themselves in that strategy. Other strategies may come to fruition. Time is closed on track. That's endurance racing. It's a long story. It's not a sprint race.
It's not a sprint race, that is for sure. As much as we like to sometimes say it is, you've got to be there at the end first in order to finish first. Joey, as the only American on the broadcast, technically I guess I can count, but I am not actually an American. Got to ask your opinion. Ford Mustang or Corvette Z06 GT3R? Which one?
Well, I haven't actually gotten to see the Mustang like in person ever. I've seen the Corvette, but I haven't seen the Mustang, so I guess by default I have to go with the Corvette, but I've not had my Mustang experience yet, so I don't have a fully educated experience.
Okay, when you do get educated, I'm going to be looking forward to hearing from you as to which one you prefer, because I think this new Corvette, I think it looks amazing. It's got a purpose to it, but it's also split opinions, I think, in many ways, because, you know, there was the old school Corvette, which felt like a very American car, right? Let's put a bigger engine as possible in. We'll make it good to drive, don't get me wrong, but we're not going to the extent of making it a mini Ferrari, which I guess some people have claimed now. Whereas the Ford Mustang, that's just, let's put the American motor in it and that classic American shape. They both are very, very cool to me. I've got to say, the Williams Esports livery looks quite nice on this Corvette.
It does, and don't tell the fine people at General Motors that I said this, but it really just looks like a Ferrari with the Williams Esports livery on it. It's basically exactly the same, so if you've got a livery that looks good on a Ferrari, you're switching over to the Corvette. I'm sure the old livery designers are very thankful, because there's probably not much editing you have to do to make it look the same.
And speaking of livery designers, by the way, as into pit lane comes the Mahler Racing team, probably not far away from seeing those front three drivers as well. Still, Lolland, though, probably going to want to make the move on Nicholas Boy in the BMW M Team BS Plus competition entry. He's taken over from Owen Carroll, of course, who did the opening 2 stints. Has to wait behind into the bus stop chicane. New liveries on display for Drago Racing, of course, the Polish sim racing team that's traditionally been a little bit more pink than red. But I got a message from Juan at iLiveries and from team manager and team owner as well, talking about this new look for the team. What's the opinion here, Joey? How do we feel about the I don't know quite what's on the front. I'm not sure if it's a dinosaur or a Godzilla, but there's some sort of animal that's being unleashed from this car.
Well, it used to be covered in scales. The Drago livery's always had scales, so I guess I'm glad for them that they found some kind of cream or lotion that could treat their livery eczema and got rid of the scales, and they got some smooth skin now. But it's an upgrade. I guess it's symbolic. You know, as Drago Racing have kind of elevated themselves this year, they've won a lot of big events. They've really put themselves on the scene more than any other year. I guess it was about time they elevated themselves from their more fun livery. Now they're in their professional, big boy, artsy, matte, whatever, corporate, good livery now.
But, you know, are they going to update their team shirts now is the most important question.
Do you have a Drago Racing shirt?
Oh, I've got many. Joey, they sent me a care package. I have 3 shirts, a jumper, a flag, a tote bag, which I wasn't allowed to bring into Guaranteed Rate Stadium because of interesting policies at baseball stadiums in America. But, they got me kitted out. I've got a cushion as well.
Well, Drago Racing, if you're listening, should I give out my address and zip code live on the broadcast?
And your social, please.
Yes, please. Drago Racing, if you're interested, I will do that. So put it in the YouTube chat. I will dox myself to get free merch.
Definitely do not give us your social security number here on RaceSpot TV. That is definitely...
It's 9 digits. That's easy enough to guess. People are probably doing that anyway.
Yeah, don't do it. Be careful. We don't encourage self-doxing at any time. Back over to GT3.
Want my blood type too?
Just to make sure we have the full and complete profile. Two real-world drivers on track right now. Alex Dunn took over from Alejandro Sanchez. They reattached the rear cover onto the back end of the Lamborghini Huracan for the Apex crew as well. Cooper Webster will jink to the inside. 14 red line. Pinch from Alex Dunn gives him the position for the time being. But these are 2 drivers very experienced in open-wheel cars in the real world, racing in tin tops in the virtual world.
And Cooper Webster, not to be confused with Cooper Webb, no relation, 2 totally different guys, but if you believe in the synergy of motorsports in the world, Cooper Webb had a pretty good year in Monster Energy Supercross, 2nd in the championship, so Cooper Webster, add an extra syllable, maybe it can only get that little bit better. Nothing happening into the bus stop that time, though. Cooper getting that little bit closer in the draft and just kind of making himself known in the rearview mirror of Alex Dunn's Lamborghini, but likely not going to be able to make a move at this point in the track to save as much fuel as you can in those braking zones. And once we get back to the front stretch, maybe back into turn 1, back into the bus stop next time around, there will be a more high percentage opportunity to go for that move. But for now, it's hanging back, it's saving a little bit of fuel, and doing everything you can without actually making the overtake on track.
If it is a red line 1 and 2, by the way, it really does go to show what a strong year that they have had in these iRacing special events. They've always been strong. There's no question about that. I just want to be clear. They've had races where they've swept all 3 classes in these VCO Grand Slams, the iRacing IMSA special events. That slight internet dropout from Cooper Webster may give them a few nervy moments, yes, given especially how Daytona went for them, where one of their 2 cars did drop out when they were running 1 and 2. But Daytona 24, 1st and 3rd in the GT3 class. Bathurst 12 Hours, only GT3, 1, 2, and 3, swept the podium. Then at Sebring, it was P2 for Gianni Vecchio and Gustavo Ariel in the GTD class. And then most recently at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, Diogo Pinto, Chris Lawler, Max Verstappen, and Florian Lebigra 1st, and Gianni Vecchio, Gustavo Ariel, Sam Koiter, and Ole Steinbraten 3rd. 4 of the biggest special events, and you count the podiums across of those races as well. They've had 8 podiums in those 4 races. What a year they've had so far. Cooper Webster closes once more, forced to the outside by Alex Dunn.
And that was a perfect opportunity to think about a move. He got a great exit out of turn 1. There was a prototype that came through that set Alex Dunn off apex a little bit, scuppered his run up the front stretch, but through the bus stop, that's kind of a last lap move if you're side by side through there. You don't really want to be doing that with 3.5 hours left to go, because there's a very, very high likelihood of ending up in the wall and ending up wrecking you both. So again, very smart driving from Cooper Webster. He knows there's a long way to go. If he gets a high percentage opportunity, if the door's actually open, he'll go for it. If not, he knows how to keep the pressure on and also simultaneously save fuel a little bit and save tires. It's the mark of a driver who ends up driving for red line. You got to be pretty good at that kind of thing.
And the partnership with Oracle Red Bull Sim Racing as well has seen Cooper Webster and Sebastian Job bolster the ranks of Team Redline. Just a reminder as well, with news to come on the 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship soon. Yes, I know we said that at Sebring, but I promise it's coming soon. Who is already qualified? Well, our champions from last year, VRS Kawanda and Team Redline in GTP and GTD respectively, they have earned themselves qualification for this year's championship. So have our winners from Daytona 24 and Sebring 12-hour broadcasted VCO Grand Slam splits as well. So Williams Esports 2 additional GTP wins so far. Team Redline and Drago Racing sharing the wins in GTD. Just to keep in mind though, even if Williams Esports were to win all 4 of the GTP VCO Grand Slams, they would not have 4 invites into the IMSA Esports Global Championship. They would still only have the 2. That is the maximum that which a team can earn from these VCO Grand Slams. You can learn more about your chance to qualify in the future. Cooper Webster has made the move. He's fought his way forward to second. Now let's see what Alex Dunn wants to do as he sits behind, and I think we'll think about saving some fuel.
And that was exactly the high percentage move that I was talking about. Didn't even really have to think about it. He blew by him before turn 1 even came. Dunn just got a little bit held up by a prototype coming through out of the final corner, and Webster finally said, I've got the run, I'm going to be clear into the braking zone, and he was very, very easily by. Dunn knew he couldn't even fight it, so he just slogged back in line. And now, as much as I mentioned Cooper Webb saving fuel and tires in second in this line, now that's exactly what Alex Dunn has to do, because he doesn't really have the pace to stay ahead in this battle, at least in the short term right now. So he's got to do as much as he can to stay in the draft, stay as close as possible, and use Cooper Webster for as much as he can, because if he loses him, he's just on his own again. It's much harder to save fuel when you're on your own than when you're stuck behind a very fast Ferrari on some of the longest straights on the track.
Cooper Webster, of course, did win a handful of races this year in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. Bolstered his confidence a little bit after winning some races in the Formula 4 Championship over the course of the winter. And continuing to go from strength to strength. He's got such a high caliber team to stack himself against at the end of the day, and as he almost brushes up against the wall, just a reminder that he's sharing that entry with Sam Koiter in the number 70. In that 69 machine, it's Florian Lebigra that's done all the laps so far. Gianni Vecchio that will take on over probably in around 34 minutes time and take us towards the checkered flag of this race. Paul Smith, who's going to jump into the broadcast booth next, was just diving into the weather, keeping an eye on what's going on, and we have been saying that radar does not show any rain just yet. The radar window is about 30 minutes or so either side, I guess, is what we're going to see more likely. So only around 30 minutes before will we start to see the moisture, Joey, present itself on our radar.
I hope so, because I don't like that. I don't like looking at a gray square. I want green. I want, dare I say, a little bit of yellow, maybe even red. If we want to get really crazy, let's get some pinks and purples in there. I don't like the gray square. I want the rain. Just make it happen.
Well, I can tell you that we're not far away from basically the forecast guaranteeing us overcast conditions for the rest of the race, so that's probably a decent start.
It's looking gray. I see a lot of gray in the sky. There's still a little bit of blue, but you see back there, just in the background of that corner, there's a lot of gray in the sky. It looks kind of blue, but I think that is actually just dark gray. As we see the track from the great elevation, those very flat fans are lucky. They're not going to be affected by the rain. It's gonna fall on either side of them, but the track not quite so lucky. Those are those clouds over in the I think that's over in the east. I think those are getting blown away, and those gray clouds behind the camera right now are slowly getting blown over the track.
Definitely looks as though we are going to get the rain. Again, the question is more when than if, and looking forward to seeing how it all plays on out as you continue to watch coverage here of the 6 Hours of the Glen, powered by VCO. Nicholas Boy in pit lane for the BMW M Team BS Plus competition. 32 laps for him. Should mean that Dominic Hoffman, who's rounding Simufy and Gabby Montoro's number 33 Porsche 911 right now, would not be shocked if Hoffman departs onto pit lane this time by.
Yeah, he's currently on lap 32 of the stint. So remember what I said about being able to go 30, 31, 32 laps on fuel. This is the limit of that tank in that Drago Racing number 3 in the Acura. And there he goes. Those tires are going to be suffering. He definitely lost quite a bit of time on that final lap. You see his final lap If you're looking at timing.racespot.tv, 131.7 was Hoffman's last lap, 130.7 for Chris Lullum, 130.4 for Moreno Sirica. That's how much time you lose, a full second per lap. Even if you are able to extend a stint that long and maybe cut out a pit stop, pit stops aren't that long necessarily around Watkins Glen, and being a second slower per lap in a 6-hour race, that adds up very, very quickly.
And I think the other thing about pit stops here, right, is it's a short pit lane, which is part of what you're saying. It's also a high speed limit. It's not one of those tracks with a really slow speed limit, and that factors in as well. Hoffman out, Kimichev in for the Drago number 3, as we watch on board with Williams Esports Chubla Sotomuto directly behind the Hungarian David Toth in the Drago Racing Ferrari. They've got another car behind them that is not for position. Just to keep that one in mind, that is Aaron Vasquez, who is a good 5 or so laps down from the rest of the cars in his class. There's another update, though, in terms of our forecast. 1 hour update, 12% chance of rain in 60 minutes, 100% chance in about 2 hours' time, and 3 hours from now, 30 minutes to go. No moisture to be expected.
I don't like that, Arjuna. I don't want the race to get wet without me in this spoof. Somebody call the people who control the weather. Get that stuff sped up. Get that here.
You got 90 minutes to do your rain dance.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna be doing my best. I don't want Paul Smith to be getting the rain without me.
So I think the real question is, though, Joey, do we want it to start drying up at the end of this race? Do we want there to be the question about whether do teams decide that it's worth gambling and going back into pit lane and switching back onto some dry compound tires?
Yes.
As in, we want it, or we're going to get it?
Yes, that's exactly what we want. Those are the changeable conditions that we're always looking for. Those are every time you think about the best wet races in history, you're not thinking about the races that were just wet all the way through. You're thinking about the races where it started dry, it got a little bit wet, it dried out again, it got a little bit wet again. Canada 2011 F1, first one that comes into my mind. All changeable conditions that led to a fantastic race and an unpredictable result. That's what we want. But at the same time, I say that, maybe we want something slightly different, because maybe that would be predictable if that's what happened. Maybe teams have been preparing for it to get wet and then dry off at the end. So maybe we need something different to shake it up even more. We need to be unpredictably predictable. Or predictably unpredictable? I don't know how that works.
Here comes the move. Matt Farrow pulls alongside, and in the Williams Esports BenQ car, it's not made easy. Ole Steinbraten gives him the upstate New York fade, forces him to slot back into line, and look how much momentum was lost off the corner. A couple car lengths at the very least, and now trying to gather back up that speed. Plenty of drivers still fighting, though, as we have these perfect conditions for racing. Here comes Kawanda in, though. 2 hours and 30 minutes done and dusted for Elvis Rankin, for Jordan Caruso. Is it time for their teammates to take over?
I'm not sure. I think they might go for one more, but it's entirely possible they just tell the other teammates to do the majority of the race, and these guys do get to have a little bit of rest. But this is their little bit of rest right now. They get to sit in the box for a couple of seconds, maybe stretch their hands out a little bit, take a drink of water, because they've been going at it for 2.5 hours straight now, and I'm not seeing a driver change just yet. Rankin's still in the car, Caruso's still in the car. I think they're going to go one more stint. It'll be about 24 laps with lap times of about 100 seconds, so probably about 45 more minutes or so, and then they'll get out, get the other two teammates in to bring that car to the end.
Excuse me, Mr. Crew members. You're meant to work harder.
Slow stop.
I tell you what, more fuel went into that car.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, they might be two of the same team cars and two identical pieces of machinery, but there could be two very, very different strategies. They were in different positions in the race. Rankin able to lead a little bit more and maybe able to save a little bit more fuel in traffic. Caruso maybe pushing a little bit harder to keep in touch with his teammates, so a little bit slower stop. Lost, I'm looking at the time right now, lost a full second already, and that gap was a good couple of seconds anyway.
We'll see how it shakes up when the driver change happens, probably next time, like Joey was mentioning. Here is a look at the conditions.
Those units.
No, these are the correct units for racing.
This is Watkins, Glen.
Doesn't matter. We're racing.
Nobody knows what those letters mean.
No one knows what a Fahrenheit is.
Kilometers per hour wind.
It's okay.
How does that even? Air doesn't have kilometers.
Let's get into this argument. Okay, 0 and 100. That makes sense for boiling and freezing, whereas, what's it, 32 and what's the other one?
212?
How am I meant to remember that?
I'm pretty sure it's 200. If I've forgotten that, that's kind of embarrassing. Let's see. Boiling point in Fahrenheit.
There you go. Come on, you've got to go and search. You can't even
Yes,
remember.
It is 212. Okay, it is 212.
You can't
I just
even
I
feel
doubted
confident
myself.
in yourself, Joey. You
I
see?
doubted myself.
Okay, here is where I will be on your side for one thing and one thing only, Joey.
Yes.
Fuel economy. Liters per lap is much more useful on a road course. Miles per gallon, very underrated on an oval.
I think that's true. Although, what's a liter?
I
I don't know how many liters are in a gallon.
don't care about all I care about is 1 liter is 1,000 milliliters.
Yeah. Also, 55 degrees Celsius is 131 degrees Fahrenheit. So there's your track temp. It's very, very hot. Those tires are getting melted and scraped. So that's why you only saw one single team decide to extend the fuel tank the entire length of the stint. Everybody else is coming in 6 or 7 laps early because 131 degrees Fahrenheit, 81 degrees off the boiling point of water is not... it's still boiling the rubber under those tires.
And unfortunately, we're not quite at the temperature where we could boil an egg on the track, because I believe 60 Celsius is where you need to be to boil an egg, or to do something.
140 Fahrenheit?
Yeah, something like that.
I don't know.
So
I feel like you could probably, like, if you left it there long enough, it might cook. Because you can, like, I feel like you can sous vide, like, a pork for, like...
slow cook your egg is what you're suggesting.
At 120 degrees for, like, 10 hours. I feel like that's the thing you could do. But I could be wrong. No, actually, I am totally wrong. That's in, like, the danger zone. It's, like, 40 degrees to 140 degrees, and if you leave meat and, like, cheese at that temperature for a long period of time, bacteria grows exponentially. So,
Okay.
yeah, make sure it's over 140 degrees Fahrenheit.
Don't listen to Joey on math. Don't listen to Joey on food either. Got it.
If the
Check
FDA
and
is
check.
listening, send me an envelope. I'm promoting your food safety guidelines. I expect to be thanked.
I mean, can you imagine a team FDA car in sim racing just with, you know how in a lot of there are some cars which have been sponsored by medical brands and they have to put all the legal disclosures on the side of the car?
I'd be here for that. I always love those. All the extra words.
Exactly. Imagine an FDA car, which is just all of the extra legalese that you don't really need to read.
And imagine if it was an FDA car with FDA drivers. We get the Ferrari Driver Academy involved.
Look at that. Oh. You did actually read my mind.
The
That
phone's
was,
ringing.
It's kind of what I was thinking about as well. And by the way, it's probably not a bad time for us to mention that if you do want to be a part of Team Ferrari, well, there's a chance for you to do so. Ferrari Esports Series sign-ups are officially open right now, and well, you can compete for a chance to be part of the official Scuderia Ferrari Esports team. They have Isaac Gillison, Gergo Baldi, Nicholas Longuet, and Graham Carroll, who is their newest member, driving in their Watkins Glen 6-hour race. They're not in this top split, unfortunately, but head to esportseries.ferrari.com. The final round of the hot lap qualifiers is going to open up, and it's your final chance, therefore, to get involved. Great to have Ferrari bring their esports series, which was ran for a couple of years now, Joey, over to the iRacing platform in 2024.
Good to have them home. Good to have them finally returning here. And yeah, I don't know if you're listening out there right now, get your practice in. Maybe start practicing your Italian as well. That's going to be pretty important, not just on track. So download Duolingo, which sounds like it's in Italian anyway, and get your work done. Or just Google Translate. That's always good too.
Don't rely on Twitter Translate. That's what we've learned. Do not do that. Now, back to GTD. 19 seconds the race lead for Florian Lebigra. It does seem as though he's got the measure of his Team Redline teammate. Of course, probably running pretty identical cars in terms of balance and speed expected from them. You can just see the way the traffic cycled out. More often than not, Webster losing out and Lebigra making those gains as we near the halfway mark of this race. We're down to 17 GTD saw the start of this race. There's only 11 of them left running. It goes to show, this is the type of race, Joey, where we expected these GTDs to be at their most vulnerable.
Yeah, and it's not a race of attrition in the way that Daytona or Sebring or Le Mans are, where it's 24 hours long. Obviously, there's going to be cars that fall out. It's just a race of higher danger pretty much, because it is a shorter lap than we normally see in an endurance race like this. There's 3 classes of cars still trying to navigate that same shorter distance, and there's potentially one of the most difficult corners in the world when you're just driving by yourself on a single lap. It's even more dangerous when you've got 3 different classes with 3 different closing speeds right here into the bus stop. There's already a giant curb that makes it a little bit difficult, that unsettles the car when you're entering. When you're side by side and you have to judge the distance between you and another car side by side, you have to adjust your speed, you have to adjust your impacts with the curbs, you have to make sure not to get on the grass. The bus stop is just the mistake generator and the crash generator of this entire track.
And we ride on board with the Williams Diesel Shield Blast car as it navigates its way through. A little bit of understeer, pushed out wide. Lost a bit of ground to David Toth in the Drago Racing machine. That's up 11 positions from where it started, down in 16th after failing to impress in qualifying. It stayed out of trouble, though. Maybe the most important thing as traffic goes around the outside. One of the many Acuras in the field. That's the Movano Cube Controls machine that makes its way on forward, but that is the margin further back as this GTD class very much decimated by the troubles. Only 7, as mentioned earlier, are left on the leading lap. Next time we go racing, though, Joey, in terms of these endurance special events, it's all about the GT3s, the 24 Hours of Spa coming up next in the month of July.
Oh boy. I mean, that's always an interesting race because it is, as you say, all GT3. It's a single class endurance race. You don't have those very often. So it's much different conversation. There's still the danger of attrition. There's still the expendableness of the driver. There's still the exhaustion of having to race for 24 hours. Even if you're not taking all the laps yourself, you're splitting up with other drivers, you're still exhausted and you're still probably awake for as much of it as humanly possible. It's a little bit calmer during the race. You're kind of riding in a train a lot of the time. It comes a lot more down to strategy. But yeah, very, very different. But it shows endurance racing, it's not just one thing. There's many, many different flavors of it, some of which are more immediately exciting than others. Some, are long-term strategy burners, and both are very popular.
The most different endurance special event that we have this year, though, if we're being honest, is going to be, of course, the Bathurst 1000. Now, I'm excluding the Martinsville MX 500 because I don't know if that's necessarily going to count as an enduro, but, supercars down under, racing on the mountain, it's difficult. It's one of the ones on RaceSpot that we often cover the Australian time split of that, just to see some of the drivers that live and breathe the track and the car as well. Sometimes we cover the European splits and see some new faces, and either side, whether it's those more familiar or those new to the car, see a lot of just trying to stay on track and be there at the end. Finishing is a story in and of itself, and I've never actually finished a Bathurst 1000. Fortunately, have finished a Bathurst 12-hour race. GT3 cars, would you believe it, just a little bit easier to handle than a V8 supercar. GTP lead. Seen some questions about this leading gap. It's 10.5 seconds right now between Lulham and Moreno Surica. It's Acura versus Cadillac at the front of the field.
I think that is probably the legitimate gap to the race lead. That's probably what it's going to be like as we look into the end of the race for about 3 more hours. This is probably the battle for the win, but Moreno Surica's closed it down just a little bit. I think that was about 14 seconds before the last stop, and now only 10 seconds. That's 4 seconds taken off already. There's still 3 hours left to go. You keep doing that over the course of a couple more stints, and suddenly there's actually a battle for the lead again if traffic goes your way. So that's endurance racing. You got to keep going at it. You got to take away little bits for as long as you can, and it all pays off in the end. It's not short-term rewards. It's long-term pushing and long-term searching for results. It might take an hour to close down a gap like that, or 2 hours to close down a gap like that, but you keep pushing, you get there eventually.
Race clutches number 19 next into pit lane. We are very, very all over the place in terms of when each of these teams is expected down to the pit lane. And again, just a reminder, it's just gone past around 1:30 p.m. virtual standard time. Rain indicated to arrive at around 2:30, which means that, Joey, give it 20 more minutes. We're expecting to start seeing the rain on that radar.
Okay, so 20 more minutes until the rain is on the radar, and then 30 more minutes before it shows up, potentially?
I think that's the earliest. That would be the optimistic expectation.
Okay, everybody, set your alarms. Set your alarms and get ready. I'm very excited. I'm also interested, Arjuna, if we look behind the grandstands that are on the front stretch, can we see the virtual Race Spot TV compound over by turn 1? Because if you look, it's behind the grandstands. There's like an asphalt.
Okay, wait, let me break up my yellow pen.
Come on, keep spinning, helicopter.
It's spinning too slowly. I'm pulling down the tower. Here we go. Is it over here?
It should be over there. I don't think it's in this scan.
Okay, so the TV compound may be slightly elsewhere on the original scan. No, you know where our TV compound is here?
Is it in the sky?
Yes.
Oh, is it in the blimp?
Yeah, you read my mind.
There we go.
Our beautiful iRacing.com blimp.
I didn't think we were allowed to tell people that after risk of being shot down.
No, we have secured all necessary permissions from the FAA to be
we have the
above
Watkins
the track.
Glen Dome.
Yes, no, we have a TFR around the track just for us.
There we go. That's good.
It's why our drone cameras are allowed to fly around as well.
Wonderful.
We half joke about all of this, but if you're bored after this race is over, definitely don't do it now. But go onto YouTube, search Downey Live, great YouTube channel. If you ever wonder about some of these flyovers and the coordination that it does to do this, he got invited to be on the practice runs for the flyover in the Bahrain Grand Prix. And so, they talk about all the timings and all those things they have to hit. Now, that was a commercial airliner that flew over the track there. Definitely not as cool as when, you have like an F-16 or something fly by with full afterburners blowing your eardrums aside. But, again, go watch that video, get an appreciation for all the things like a TV compound that happened without anyone knowing, because, Joey, you started working a bit in motorsports broadcasting. I'm guessing you've learned a lot more about what happens behind the scenes.
Yes, there's many people involved. I think, as everybody knows, you're watching the pictures on the screen, but with every picture and every bit of audio you hear, there's multiple people that lead to all that stuff getting to your screen. There's multiple people behind them that lead to it getting to their screen. It's an impossible number to count, because then you end up going down to like the people who work for the company that operates the satellites that transmit the pictures. There's thousands of people. Even this broadcast, it might seem like it's about 3 people involved, but there were the people who built this ATVO graphics shell and structure and code, and I don't know, the guy who wrote what programming language is ATVO in.
Oh, we want to go that down to the weeds. Oh, so then,
Yes.
then we're thanking Microsoft themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Gates and Mr. Allen.
Oh, yes. No. And that's a good point, though, right? It goes across of everything. And that goes with the teams as well. We've talked a bit about strategy tools that they have behind the scenes and maybe are using, but these are all those little things that they'll keep in mind. There's a little bit of maybe technical issues for Cooper Webster. He's still on track, but keep an eye on that and hope that nothing bad happens to him. So many people behind the scenes for each of these teams as well, so even if they don't get their recognition in the spotlight because they're not driving the cars, they know that they have made it all happen. In the case of Williams Esports, for example, they have their own team stream, so do Team Redline, so there's the people that make that happen as well. Plenty of people to make all of that happen. And it's a busy weekend in sports as well for our team at RaceSpot. We're hoping with the wonderful guys over at Porsche with some of their onboard live streams of this weekend's coverage from Le Mans. But not just that. There's golf. There's cycling. There's the football, the real football. If you're watching Euro 2024, you basically could have 6 TVs filled with sports, and you still wouldn't have the 6 hours of the Glen up on your screen, which wouldn't blame you.
And we're only 1 month away from the Olympics.
Good point. Yeah.
It's all coming down. It's all happening.
Now, what are you most looking forward to in the Olympics?
Good question. I mean, I always like the racing events, so I like cycling, I like rowing, I like track and field, canoe slalom, but I also really like the air pistol events that happen indoors, because those are some of the... You talk about track and field, those are the most athletic people in the world. The air pistol guys are athletic in a different way, so you'll see like a 50-year-old guy from Pakistan who's the best air pistol shooter in the world, and he's just got like the steadiest hand. So, I don't know, I'll be watching everything. I'll be around.
See, I like that, because that's, for me, what I always used to do, how I used to watch the Olympics. It's changed a little bit since I've come to the US, mainly because of the way the TV rights work. I don't know about you, Joey, but I like to watch my sports live.
Yeah, that's what it makes it difficult, because the Olympics are always in a different place. They're in Tokyo and 24 hours off, or they're in Paris and it's 6 hours off. I think Paris is a little bit easier, because if you hold an event at like 7:30, it's at 1:30 in the US. It's pretty reasonable. But yeah, I'm not working the Olympics, so I'll be a fan and a viewer like everybody else.
Nice. And I know it's been an issue in the past where they've like not shown stuff live so they could show it in the peak time for the US.
Yeah.
Hopefully we don't get that, because I don't see why you can't show it live initially and then show it in the peak time as well.
Well, I think it's all live, like on Peacock or whatever.
Ah, okay. I've got to go onto my streaming.
Yes, and also, I know there's a deal now with AMC where every day the live midday coverage is being shown in IMAX theaters.
What?
So when the opening ceremony happens, I think it's July 26th. It's on like a Thursday. I will be going to the IMAX theater and I'll be watching the opening ceremony with my AMC stub subscription. That's
a great idea, because the Olympics is being broadcast in 8K, isn't it?
I don't know, but probably.
I want to say that it is. It's hard enough to find most sports broadcasts in 4K nowadays, but that, to be honest, opening ceremony at IMAX, that sounds like an experience. Pit stops, by the way, had just seen Redline make their way in. Lallem has gone back out. He has done every single lap of this race so far and is not done. 3 hours or so completing this race. Here comes Moreno Sorica down to pit lane. Will he elect to stay behind the wheel as well?
Well, it's a very short stint for Sorica. Only 22 laps, or 23 laps now that as he crosses the line. That's 8 laps shorter than a full fuel tank. So I wonder if Williams Esports Chill Blast have seen maybe the predicted weather, and they've started to cut these stints a little bit shorter to bring down that gap to Lallem in the short term, and then once the rain comes, it starts to even out. Look at that, Arjuna.
It's there.
It's barely visible, but there's a little bit of blue down on the bottom left there. I think that's what Williams Esports Chill Blast have seen, and they're cutting these stints shorter to hopefully even things out once the rain comes.
Oh, I can't wait to see how that's going to develop. This, though, for Moreno Sorica, is it going to be a 40-second stop? It's a bit shorter. Ends up being 38.7 as off and away. Departs into some clean air. Relative has got some LMP2 traffic to maybe cycle on through, but oh, this is fascinating. This is a great portion of the race. As much as we are off topic, as endurance racing commentary often will be, it's that point where things are really starting to become known. And the period of rain, Joey, we're still waiting to find out how intense it's going to be, but we've kind of got a time box on it now. At most, there's going to be 2 hours of rain. I think it's more realistic, though, to say at most we'll get 60 minutes of rain. And how heavy is it going to be? Well, we'll find out.
Well, we've heard from Good Morning Britain weatherman Paul Smith that the rain at the bottom, it's coming in such a way that it might start to hit different parts of the track first. We always talk about, oh, big wiggle from the LMP2 in the background, slight distraction, but we always talk about Spa with how big that is, that it might be raining in one part of the track and dry in another. Watkins Glen is a little bit smaller, but especially with the toe of the boot, it is quite wide, it is quite a large piece of land, so it could be raining down there and still be dry in turn 1, depending on how the rain blows in.
Now, this is not going to be maybe as difficult to judge as it would have been at like the Nordschleife if we had rain in the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour powered by Extreme Sim Racing, not far removed from that coming to a close, of course, but I'm just looking at that radar. I'm keeping an eye on it on my screen, and you can see more and more of it poking itself in from that bottom left. You're seeing the first signs of green. Now, when we were at Sebring, Joey, we saw a lot of yellow, quite a bit of red as well. That was the torrential amounts of rain. Right now, this is still going to be changeable, yes. I don't know if it's going to be intense enough that we won't get a drying line at the very end of the race.
Well, look at what's coming in now. There's a little bit of green. There's a little bit of a shade there. I think give it another 30 seconds or so, and we'll start to see it be even brighter. I'm still, with the way the timing looked, it's very likely that it's going to dry out before the end of the race, but I hope it'll at least be heavy for a little bit of a moment. We want to see people switch to wets. We want to see some changeable running and some full wet running, at least for a couple of moments. I'm hopeful. I'm going to be continuing to stare at the radar. I'm going to be thinking about every possibility in my head. And I hope it comes soon, because it's too intense. It's too tense to keep waiting. I want the rain now.
We've only got 3 hours left to go, right? That's the other thing. It's still partly cloudy. We haven't seen the cloud cover make itself known just yet. That's probably the next thing just to keep an eye out for, as some lap traffic for Chris Lullum, of course, still with Matt Farrow in the lead, having yet to come down pit lane. Joey did remark on the fact that Moreno Surica came in a bit earlier than maybe we had expected, just trying to... I wonder if it was trying to cover off Drago Racing. Maybe they thought they'd get out in front of Vlad Kimichev. Now they're going to have to make the move. Hybrid spools up alongside, up through the S's, and the move gets made.
Oh, but it's not done yet. It's going to be side by side coming into the bus stop, and that is not where you want to be if you're trying to close down a gap to the leader. Surica does now get ahead of Kimichev. He is going to be clear into the bus stop, so saved himself a little bit of pain there, but still definitely lost a little bit of time running up through the S's there, and now you see that gap between Lullum and Surica. It was as low as about 14 seconds before the pit cycle, and even with a shorter pit stop by about 2 seconds, Surica's lost 6 more seconds up to a red line and Chris Lullum. It's now a 20-second gap that's separating these two protagonists.
Let's see when Matt Farrow comes in, given that if the rain is 45 or so minutes away, that's right around a pit stop for him. They're trying to time, of course, wanting to come in at the right point in time to shed the dry tires and move to the wets in as clean and efficient a way as possible. Nicholas Laubish has jumped into the Door Esports number 16, taking over from Jonas Vanner, who has disappeared from his camera to hopefully go and stretch his legs for just a little bit.
Jonas Vanish?
Oh, nice.
Something like that? There's not much good stuff you can do there. I like these. Jonas Vanner's got a very clean setup. He doesn't have much back there. I think he's got a couple of shirts to change into. Maybe it's hot in Germany today. He's getting a little bit sweaty. But the old Laubish estate back there. I think there's an extra sim racing wheel in the background. He has the elliptical. So maybe when he gets out of the car, he's a fitness machine. He'll work out a little bit more, get a little bit more blood flowing.
And is that
I like this.
another...
Yeah?
Well, is that another rig, or is that just a desk with a TV/monitor at it where he does like work and stuff? Because it wouldn't be the first time that I've seen 2 sim rigs in a single shot for a sim racer.
Is that his bed? And he's just got a giant TV in front of his bed?
But does he have his elliptical in the same room as his bed as well?
Probably.
And his sim rig? That's a lot of things happening in one room.
That's typical male bedroom.
Is it?
There's lots of things going on.
You see, I can't relate anymore because I literally, I have a 2-bedroom apartment because one of my bedrooms is used as my sim racing office, aka the room that I spend 18 hours a day in.
You're elevated above most of us, Arjuna, because you have more than one room in your apartment.
Yeah, it's what happens when you live in it, like legitimately. Like when I say live in it, I do too much sim racing to not spend all my time in here, and so I was like, if I'm going to sleep in here as well, I'm going to be miserable very, very quickly. Other benefit is it's a tax write-off.
Yeah, if I could have more than one room, if I could not have a studio apartment, I would go for that. But such is the reality of Stamford, Connecticut, unfortunately.
Oh yes, no, Stamford rental market.
No sim racing room for this guy.
It's not too dissimilar from the Bay Area market in many ways. On board with Sammy Matty Trogan in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. We're so used to seeing Sammy Matty, the former iRacing Rallycross World Champion, who now races in the real world and a variety of GT3 machinery for Walking Horse Motorsport, in a GT3 car on iRacing, but paired up with Agustin Canapino in this Williams Esports Chill Blast machine, and hunting down Sontec Racing with Jesse Hilario behind the wheel right now as they head through this middle sector. Split by 0.7 of a second are these 2 teams right now. Sontec, Lassie Urin, and the other driver, has been involved in a fair share of fighting so far. We're still on course for maybe a decent top 5 finish.
Big fan of the rear-facing camera. Always a fan of watching the chase. It's like riding on board with the boat and the shark is coming. And you can visibly see the gap come down when it does. Through the final sector, not much is changing there, but through the final corner, there's the massive run. That's what we wanted to see from Sami Matti-Trogan. Didn't come through the high-speed first half of the final sector, but then through the final corner, brings down almost half a second, I think, in a matter of an instant. Through turn one, little bit worse of an exit, loses a little bit of time, but I think the tires and just the momentum from Sami Matti-Trogan in this number 14 are so much greater that it's only a matter of time until this move is finally made. I don't think it's going to come in the bus stop. Still a little bit too far back to make that happen, but it'll clear the Drago Racing Ferrari. They'll be 3 wide into the bus stop for a moment as the red line Acura comes through. So never mind in terms of Sami Matti-Trogan making this move. He's going to have to wait a while longer.
Man, I get nervous. I get very nervous sometimes watching some of these traffic interactions, just because you never know, right? It's that uncertainty about whether everyone's recognized where everyone is. You have the F3 relative box on iRacing that does help you a little bit more to get the sense for where your competition is, where you need to keep your eyes, peeled towards, but it's still easy to misread that occasionally and to make the misjudgments. I wonder, by the way, as we check back in with Chris Lullum, who's in the shot right now, that gap to Williams Esports BenQ, now down to 5 seconds. Are they trying up front to cut out some sort of a pit stop from this phase of a race? Now, of course, they'll have to pit for wet tires, but are they just thinking that if we extend this stint right now, we'll come back in when everyone else has already pitted, probably, burned up their wet tires a little bit? Maybe we struggle initially in that transition, but it will come to us later on.
Well, that hurts my head enough to think about, so I can only imagine that it's much more difficult for the actual people controlling the strategy over at Williams Esports, because they've got 2 different strategies going on with their 2 leading cars. The 12 is on a 23-lap stint right now, probably going to be coming in at some point in the next 8 laps, whether it's a full stint or whether it's a slightly shorter stint. And then you think about the 11, they did the slightly shorter stint. They pitted a lap ago, or a lap earlier than Williams Esports BenQ can possibly do. They pitted after a 22-lap stint. So 2 different strategies, 2 different approaches. One team trying to take a stop a little bit earlier to maybe close down a gap with a little bit less fuel in the pit stop before the rain comes. And maybe one team stretching it out as long as possible to maybe hold on to the lead if the rain comes a little bit early. They've kind of spread their strategies in both ways, and hoping that maybe one of them actually sticks and one of them leads to them actually leading redline once the rain comes.
And we are officially now 3 hours done, 3 to go in this 6 hours of the Glen, the 3rd of the VCO Grand Slams for 2024. So glad you join us here on the VCO Esports channels, on RaceBot TV, and of course on the iRacing Esports Network. If you're watching on VCO's Twitch, don't forget to pop into the Twitch chat if you want to be entered into a chance to win the Hoisingveld rest pedal, whatever we're calling it. Put the comment rest pedal into the VCO Esports chat, and one lucky winner will be selected, not just to win that rest pedal, but the Hoisingveld Sprint 2 pedal set with the base plate as well. Race leader into pit lane, and finally Florian Labigra out, Gianni Vecchio jumps on in.
Number 69, always nice to see this car in the field. And yeah, it's time to sit. It's time to stretch your hands, get your gloves on, Johnny, because you're going to be in that car for a very, very long while after this. Cooper Webster probably going to be doing the same thing very soon. Lap 33 of the stint here, just going 1 lap longer than his red line counterpart, hopping the curb there. Oh, and there was something going on in the background there. I didn't see what it was. It may have just been some kind of graphical glitch, but there was a body panel flying off that Cadillac in the back.
Well,
so I got scared.
Okay, I want to take another look at it. It looks okay. No. Because that's the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, and I saw it as well. Fortunately, just a momentary glitch for us. Nothing too major to worry about. Just, again, how much commitment that Cadillac is throwing in through the chicane. And one thing that Ewan mentioned that I think I've been talking about as well is the Cadillac looks so settled through the bus stop compared to the Acuras, Joey. It's quite remarkable.
I mean, it does. We've waited, I think, a while for the Cadillac to actually be a desirable car, but it finally is. It's gone such a way that it's not all Acuras in the field. It's still majority Acuras. It's still very, very popular for how kind of easy it is to drive, with how fast it is, even with the, well, not how easy it is to drive. It's just easy to be fast compared to the Cadillac. It does get a little bit dangerous at the end of the stints, a little bit tougher to drive just in terms of raw driving, but when you've got a faster car in general, you're kind of going to go with that. But Cadillac, consistent, and maybe more consistency will be rewarded with survival at the end of the race, and that could be the winning combo.
And again, just a reminder, the rain is not far away. We've gone 3 hours, and with attrition playing its part, 50 took the green. We're down to 38 left out there and running as Sam Coytek jumps in to replace Cooper Webster in the red line number 70. Let's take in the sights and sounds of Watkins Glen International for a couple of laps. Let's jump on board with Chris Lullum as he hunts down Matt Farrow in the race-leading Williams Esports BenQ car. And let's see what this track, what this race has to offer as Lullum goes on the hunt. And unleashing that engine in the Acura is Team Redline. Only 1.6 seconds back from Matt Farrow now. You can see that Williams Esports BenQ car. And suddenly, we cut back to the TV camera angles, and Joey, it's looking a lot darker in the sky.
It is. It was only a couple of minutes. That's how fast the weather changes. Oh yeah, look at that. I told you the clouds were blowing over. Those aren't just those regular old clouds anymore. Those are dark gray. Those are soaked with water. They are getting ready to drop their very special gift onto the track. That's a very disgusting way to phrase that. But there is a very beautiful weather forecast. 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, all have a percentage of rain. That gives me a lot of hope for a long period of wetness, Arjuna. And tell us all about it. Tell us when the wetness is coming and how long and hard it's going to be.
Have to unmute myself. Broke out my jacket because apparently Lewis didn't think I was good looking enough, so maybe this jacket will help. But you look at it here, right? Got this blue and then the slight bits of green. You've got the hole as well. This is not heavy rain. The scale below kind of illustrates, right? This was the danger zone, the yellow to red, the brownish area that we saw at Sebring. We are at the very lightest you know, edges of what we could get. And there's these big holes. This is Watkins Glen here, not zoomed in. If we was to zoom in, the track itself is probably a couple of pixels. Joey, 2 hours and 51 minutes left to go. The weather, oh, the rain is coming. It's not going to be heavy rain, but I think they're all going to need to switch onto wet tires. Probably going to want to switch back onto dries at the end.
Yeah, even if it's not heavy rain, it is still rain, and if it falls for long enough, it'll soak into the track. You'll have a full film of water over the track, and you'll have to switch to wet tires. So we can only wait and see for how long it's going to be. I don't like those big dry holes. I don't want to see any dry for the next hour and a half or so. I want it to start coming, and everybody's going to have to start being very, very careful, because not only does it change the track surface with the rain, it'll change the curbs as well. You can see right here that Chris Lullum, in the number 20, out of turn 1, riding the curb, up through the S's, riding the curb, bus stop on the curbs. Every corner in this track, you're on the curbs. But remember Joseph Newgarden at Road America in IndyCar last week, running the curb at Road America into the kinks, supposedly in the dry? There was still rain on that curb, and that'll instantly turn your day into a massive crash. So you got to be careful with the slipperiness, not just on the track, but adjusting your line entirely and avoiding those curbs a little bit more.
And I even think that's when we get the drying transition. I think when we have the rain itself, there's going to be all of this puddling, right? Because there is elevation, but when I was doing some practice laps a couple of nights ago, just trying to get a sense for the Corvette and the Ford Mustang GT3s, try them out by myself, I really just felt like the puddles so large, they were collecting on the inside of various curbs that you had to run very different lines. Chris Lullum, you can see how slow Matt Farrow is. He gets absolutely blown past at the very exit of the boot section. Chris Lullum back to the race lead. He's done a pit stop extra over Williams Esports Ben Q, let's not forget.
And Matt Farrow's last lap was a 131.3, almost a full second slower than Chris Lullum was. Those tires are struggling. They've been struggling for a good 3 or 4 or 5 laps right now. So he's going to be extending this for as long as possible, which is probably the smart thing to do. If you're already on a strategy that's scuppered you a little bit, if you're a little bit slower, you don't want to ditch it early. You just want to commit to it and go as far as possible to at least gain something from it. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Probably 1 or 2 or 3 more laps until he's going to be forced down by virtue of fuel, until he'll finally have to give up.
I can't quite believe my timing screen, but Elvis Rankin is staying in the number 8. Jordan Caruso is doing the sensible thing and jumping out of that car and handing over to Michael Romanidis. Michael Gianni, brand new member to the VRS Coanda crew, is going to take over from Xander Reed in the 118. But young Elvis Rankin out on track and in the net race lead of the LMP2 class. Very, very interesting call there, Joey. It seems like Michele Costantini is just going to jump in the final 2 hours of the race.
Yeah, that's an interesting call, but it's always a possibility when you're trying to organize as many drivers as possible. Look at that coming through the toe of the boot. Matt Farrow, I told you those tires were worn and those tires were struggling. You absolutely saw it there. He was wiggling through the entirety of that corner. Again, big oversteer as he's riding behind the Williams Esports number 12 in LMP2. And again, up over the top of the boot, the last corner of the boot, a little bit of oversteer. Through the second to last corner, there's probably not going to be much in terms of oversteer. It's a pretty high-speed, flat-out corner. And through the final corners, you're going to think about pitting here? Yes, he is. Those tires have been bad enough. He was struggling enough, and he's pretty much to the end of the fuel tank anyway. It was a valiant effort. It might help him in the long term, but Matt Farrow is finally forced to pit, and if the rain comes in about 45 minutes and he's still in the lead on this alternate strategy, it might pay off.
I'm going to give you a counter argument here, and you can agree or disagree with me. I think that I can see why they tried it, but the fact that Lullum made the pass, I think, shows that maybe it was not the best idea, because if we think the rain is at most now 20 minutes away, they can't put on wet tires right now, can they? They're going to have to put dry tires on and come back in with the rest of everyone else and do the same amount of time to change tires. So basically what I'm saying is, I'm not sure about it.
Yeah, it's not really worked out in the way they wanted, but their hope is that even if it looks like the rain is going to come in 20 minutes, they're going to be hoping that at least it's light enough that they can stay out for long enough Redline and the other Williams eSports car, the number 11, they're both going to have to think when they make their next pit stop. Do we put on wets or do we stay on dries? And while they're having that discussion, you can just go back to Jaden Munoz in the number 12. He'll be pushing. He'll be pulling off an undercut on fresher tires than anybody right now, cutting through the field. And he'll just be able to keep driving until it'll be very, very likely that he'll have to put wet tires on. So there's still a possibility of the strategy working out. It's a lower percentage than we thought maybe 10 minutes ago, but there's a world of possibilities. We don't know which one's going to end up winning out until the rain actually starts falling.
Hey, and putting on this jacket doesn't actually make me smart, right? I could be just totally off when it comes to my understanding of strategy, says Michael Romanidis, straight into a fight alongside Pablo Arujo, who is yet to make his way down to pit lane once more. The 114 Team PGZ machine holds on for the time being with the race clutch machine just tucked in behind and sitting relatively patient for now as well, which will be exactly what they want. That's Peter Zuber, who's probably not far away from... Oh, he's 19 laps into his stint, actually, so he's probably just trying to save some fuel now and hope that he pits right around when the rain arrives, although he might come out just a little bit short on that, because if the rain's 20, 30 minutes away, he's probably going to have to pit in 15 or so minutes.
Indeed, indeed, and Michael Romanidis, a driver who, oh dear, there's even more green, and it's darker green. I don't know, maybe we'll see a little bit of yellow as the radar continues on. I'm not entirely sure, but Michael Romanidis, you know, just kind of sitting there for 3 hours and then finally getting in the car and being immediately dropped into a battle, I feel like that's a very Michael Romanidis thing to do. He's always driving something. He's always... For however many times we saw him competing in racing prodigy events and who knows how many different pieces of machinery, who knows how many different sims, he is always pushing for opportunities. He's always fighting. He's always competitive. I think that's what he would want. He would want to be just dropped into this race, warm yourself up. You got a couple of corners to do it, and then instantly start getting into a wheel-to-wheel battle.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned the Prodigy Racing League. Michael Romanidis was out at the Atlanta Motorsports Park in the about a month ago at this point now, actually, for Prodigy Week Part 2, driving a Radical SR1. The thing that he said, one of the things that he was most nervous about in traveling, he lives in Greece, he plays the piano, he's a full-time sim racer, but one of the things he was most nervous about was the food and what was it going to end up being like in rural Georgia, just about an hour's and a half drive north of Atlanta, and so he was hoping the American burgers didn't let him down. Didn't get the chance to chat with him about whether the burgers didn't let him down, but I think in the...
Well, I was just going to ask you about that because there were so many cultures coming together, and it's very rare that we have that with, like, sim racers from 20 different countries coming together in America. I'm curious about all these guys' eating habits because they're all different characters. They all spend a lot of time, I'm sure, in their sim rigs practicing. They probably don't focus about food too much, so I'm curious how they took the American food landscape in Atlanta.
Well, so that was the fun.
Did you guys
part.
ever have like a dinner together? Did they ever cater anything?
No, everything was done together. Whereas the first Prodigy week, we went out and actually went to restaurants, and so there was one day where Dino Filippa, I'm never going to forget this story, he wanted to try potatoes, but in the American style, right? Okay? So, the first time...
Like mashed potatoes?
No, I think he wanted, like, hash browns. Okay, I can't remember the exact way it was going, but... so it started with... they gave him a baked potato, then he got a mashed potato, and then eventually we got him fried potatoes. So, you know, he had potato 3 different ways to finally get it the way that he was initially wanting to order it.
There you go.
But we solved that issue for part 2, where we had the Johnny Mac band perform on the opening night, and there was some great food there. I didn't get the chance to chat to Michael about whether he enjoyed the food or not. So
we have good Greek food in the U.S. If you wanted a gyro or souvlaki.
Well, in Atlanta, you know, there's plenty of good stuff that he could have tried as well. I don't know if he got to end up meeting up with his Coanda Esports teammate Zach Campbell, but there's some decent Atlanta barbecue places and whatnot.
Yeah, it's a good place to be for food. And I'm sure, especially in Atlanta, you name any of those countries, you got drivers from Italy, Germany. There's probably somewhere you can get something at least somewhat accurate.
Yeah, the only problem was then the Airbnbs that we were in were like up in the Blue Ridge Mountains themselves, so we had to go up. There were bears apparently. Totally didn't get scared the first night I was there, all by myself, and there's no street lights or anything. And as someone who's grown up in cities, that was an interesting experience. I'll be totally honest. 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. Still waiting for this rain to arrive, but the more that it gets closer, there's a splash of yellow that's emerging, but maybe more dangerously or worryingly for those that are hoping for chaos, look at the size of that empty cell that's starting to build.
No, don't look at that. Ignore it. Deny reality. We don't believe in science here. I reject your reality and substitute my own. I want rain. I want the golden yellows to start popping out. I don't like that. I like what I see in the sky. I like those dark grays. It's still looking good. It's not looking as dark anymore. I feel like there's a little bit more sun poking out through the clouds, but it's getting to be about that time. It's getting tense.
Let's jump on board with Jaden Munoz in the Williams Esports BenQ machine, who was sharing a webcam with us earlier, is no longer doing so. So thumbs down on that one, Jaden. We'll get you to turn that back on for a future broadcast with us so we can spy behind the scenes. But it's Gustavo Ariel in that Team Redline number 21. Another one of the Prodigy Week Part 1 drivers who's in the field. You can see the struggle of the Acura, the relative to the Cadillac, to get the speed and the power down out of turn 1. And as they climb up and see that slingshot being built from the traffic in front, which way does Ariel go? Is he going to be forced to the outside? No, he'll get the chance to cover the inside. 2 LMP2s in front, and the Redline machine will hold on for the time being.
Oof, just barely clearing the last of the LMP2s before the bus stop came up there. Very, very close with the apex. Not entirely sure which one that is, but it was one of them. Yeah, it never stops being scary. Even when you're on your own, just sending a car through the bus stop, there's always the possibility of getting the curb slightly wrong or just entering slightly late. It's sort of a different way of attacking the bus stop from before, because it's a new scan of Watkins Glen as of, I believe, almost over a year ago now, so you've got to ride that curb a little bit differently. You can take a little bit less of it and keep the car a little bit more settled. You can go closer to the wall on the inside and get all 4 wheels off the ground and resettle it for the second part of the corner. It's a corner that seemingly only has one line, but it also has about 15 different approaches, and there's one of those approaches that ends up with you losing the rear and being unable to save it and ending up in the safer barrier at 150 miles per hour. So it sounds simple.
Sounds simple indeed, and as we watch Jaden Munoz just put that pressure on to Gustavo Ariel. Ariel is already 21 laps into the stint. Remember, Jaden Munoz only about 5 laps into the run, so there's a big discrepancy, both in terms of tire life, but maybe more importantly for what we're seeing, weight. The fuel loads of the car. I know in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship they talk about virtual energy budget as well, because the fuel load combines with the energy that you're using as well, but not the case for us here. We talk just about the amount of fuel that's actually added into each of the cars, and look at the run. Look how much better Jaden Munoz was. Just can't take that speed anywhere. Chocks up behind and has to try and set up a move somewhere else.
That's part of the frustration of Watkins Glen. There are many, many places to make a move around this track, but when you're in high-level prototypes, it gets a little bit more difficult. The toe of the boot, very popular overtaking spot when you're in a shorter or a smaller and slower open wheel car, like in Formula 4 machinery. It's very easy to make a move through there. It's very easy to make a move right here into the heel of the boot when you're in a smaller car, but when you're in a prototype, it's more difficult. Munoz still thinks about trying to make it happen, but he does not have a nose to the inside, and once again, I think he's going to be waiting until turn 1. Gets around that Corvette from Williams Esports. It's flat out through the second to last corner. If he can nail the exit out of the final corner, he'll have a shot into turn 1, but it's hard to do with the dirty air. You can see it's a little bit of understeer.
You can see the lap time comparisons between your leader and Jaden Munoz. Just interesting to compare traffic, how it's impacting the both of them. It's give and take, remember, but you always hope to be a bit more on the take side than the give. At least for the time being, Lullum has extended his margin to Moreno Sorica to now 14.7 seconds. Here he comes once again. Slingshot up the top of the S's now with no one in front. Ariel going to be forced to look to the inside and cover off that move. The Brazilian jinks back to the outside on the run to the braking zone. And Jaden Munoz, unfortunately, as much as the Texan wanted to try and step his way into that move, doesn't want to take the risk with still 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. Let's not forget, that's the length of a regular IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship race.
And how fun is it now that they might not be directly on track, but in GTP and in LMP2, we've got two of the great American battles of sim racing going on. In GTP, you've got Jaden Munoz and Sean Campbell out on track right now. In LMP2, you've got Beckham Jasir and Parker White. We always talk about those four drivers as who's the best American in sim racing. Who Jaden Munoz says, don't talk about any of them anymore, I'm going for it. Doesn't make it happen, though. A little bit of contact with Gustavo Ariel. He's getting frustrated. He's getting desperate, and that was a send that almost ended with Jaden Munoz spinning himself out in the toe of the boot, or the heel of the boot, rather.
Interesting place to try and make the pass as late as he was, but again, these two cars are making their speed in very, very different ways. Ariel is probably 5 laps at most, I would say, away from a pit stop. Munoz, someone needs to tell him and remind him of that fact that don't need to force the issue just yet. If you do, it could end up being a little bit worse. Look how squirrely he is on the outside of turn 1. Might have lost a bit of momentum, but here it comes. Hybrids pulls it back up there behind one of the Lamborghinis of the Apex Racing team. Ariel's going to fly his way on past. Don't think Munoz will be close enough to look alongside this time around.
He's going to be close enough to spook him at least a little bit this time. Just make sure that the purple of that nose is visible in Gustavo Ariel's rearview mirror. And now they'll try and keep fighting that on in the boot. But again, a short run back to pit lane for Moreno Sirica. 21 laps on that stint for the Williams Esports Chill Blast number 11. It's so strange that strategy is so different from what their teammates are doing, but that's what you got to do. This is insanity. 3 wide around the red line Ferrari. Munoz trying to make the pass in the grass. He's looked for every possible opportunity to make this move, and unfortunately none of them have actually worked, and Gustavo Ariel is closing the door that gave him the opportunity the last time around.
We've had some highlights queued up for about the last 15 minutes, but we've been waiting for this battle to really brew, and wow, there was a chance there for Munoz to come back onto track and to force the issue even more. Ariel had to give him space and recognition, but that was after the initial rejoin. Oh, nothing's changed just yet, but this battle, without a shadow of a doubt, will cost both of them time. Can Ate Kalpanen, who's jumping back into that Williams Esports Chill Blast car, come out in front of the both of them? The answer to that one is yes!
Yeah, they've been losing far too much time battling like that. Side by side for just a couple of corners already loses you maybe 1 or 2 seconds, and these guys have essentially been in the octagon together. They've been throwing punches. They've been slowing each other down for the entirety of the lap, basically. And Jaden Munoz, if he wasn't already frustrated the first time he tried to go for a move, he's going to be absolutely red hot behind the wheel right now, and he's not going to be able to make it happen into the bus stop. That was another late dive trying to scare Gustavo Ariel offline, but Gustavo Ariel, one of the most experienced drivers in the field, is not going to be spooked by a late lunge into the bus stop. He knows that Jaden's not actually going to go for that. He knows that it's not going to work. He holds his line, keeps it going, and continues to be kind of the cooler head in this car argument, and that's been working very well for him.
All right, it's time to talk weather. I was hoping to talk highlights before weather, but Joey, here it comes.
Looking like a fried egg over there.
Okay, I tell you what, it's only proper that if we're going to do a weather report, we should do it correctly, right? So here we go. Let me click all the buttons. Get all the buttons in the right place. Ladies and gentlemen, your weather report with 2 hours and 30 minutes left to go. The heavy rain is starting to arise. It's following behind this low pressure front, which is why we see this open hole where there is no rain, but the hope is with the wind as it stands right now, we'll see that yellow part, the really intense part of the swell, make its way to the track, deposit that moisture on the surface. And while Joey, the prediction is still, and the forecast is that there will be dry conditions in the final 30 minutes to maybe 60 minutes of the race. That's only in the sky. It's not on the track. What do we have left to look for? This is your weather report with 2 hours and 30 minutes left.
Might even have the vortex going on track. It's a hot track temp. There's a lot of cars going around. Hopefully that's not blowing the rain away. Hopefully it does actually fall and hit the racing surface and stay down there. Jaden Munoz is inventing new corners at Watkins Glen, basically. I think he clipped the Armco on the inside of the bus stop there. A little bit of smoke coming up as he just desperately tries to look for a way by. He was unable to do it on the previous lap. Even during the weather report, there was a little bit of traffic, and he was unable to make it through then. He's got to be careful here not to use up his opportunities, because he might be on 16 lap fresher tires than Gustavo Ariel right now, but if he continues to fight like this, if he continues to push 100%, that tire life is going to totally even out. Even if Ariel falls off the cliff in front, even if that Cadillac is a little bit better on tire life in this stage of the stint, he's expending those tires so much more quickly that it might just even out. And if Jaden doesn't make this move quick, he might be stuck back here.
This is such an interesting race. I'm loving it. And I think the thing that's keeping us on the edge of our toes more than anything, again, is the unpredictability of the rain. It's the fact that we didn't know how heavy it was going to be, didn't know when it was going to arrive, didn't know whether it was going to stay with us for any meaningful period of time. And so as we head off into those final 2 hours, you best believe all drivers on the edge of their seats, whether they are done with their driving and watching their teammates scurry around this racetrack and try and stay out of trouble, or the ones being tasked to navigate their way through what is coming. Chris Lullum coming his way down onto pit lane. Is this a little bit earlier than you would have wanted?
About 25 laps into the stint. I feel like that's about equal from what they've been doing. So Team Redline's strategy from the beginning of the race still going as planned, but the real question is going to be, do they have a full pit stop gap now over Williams Esports Chill Blast? It was about a 59-second gap or so when Lullum brought it down pit lane. The run down pit lane is about a minute 18, depending on what driver, what team you're talking about. So it's going to be close. And Chris Lullum finally gets a rest. He finally gets out of the car. Diogo Pinto just got behind the wheel. And it's going to be a race off pit lane. I think he might actually get out ahead of Atte Kauppinen.
I would not be shocked, although Atte Kauppinen only a 32.8 second pit stop. That was a short stop in recognition of the rain that is on the horizon and the extra pit stop to come as well. Now, just a confirmation in case you were wondering, Atte Kauppinen, Diogo Pinto, both on the dry compound of tires. Atte Kauppinen has just taken over the race lead once again as he climbs his way there up in the front of your shot through the S's. But it's going to be wet tires without a shadow of a doubt the next time they are down on pit lane. Now, Joey, with the way the radar is showing everything, the LMP2 cars are about 12 laps into their run. I think they're about halfway through the stint effectively. They're going to be timed out quite nicely, I think, with this rain. It couldn't have fallen more perfectly for them. Maybe a bit more uncomfortable, though, for the GTDs.
A little bit more uncomfortable for the GTDs, but this battle in GTP, I think that blend right there is actually going to be very important, because I think with even with that shorter stop and the fact that Atte Kauppinen and that Williams Esports Chill Blast team aren't going to be able to go long enough on this stint to, I think, they're not going to be able to go as long on this stint as Pinto and Redline are going to be able to go, but they do have track position in the short term, and if this rain falls, I'd say probably in the next 20 laps or so, they're going to have enough fuel to make it to the end of the stint and switch to wets and even the strategy out. But they have to hope that that rain comes out, because if it doesn't come in the next 20 laps or so, and they're forced to pit early, they're going to lose all this time they gained and this position they gained from that shorter stop. Again, it's a risk. It's relying on the rain. It's relying on a little bit of unpredictability. Right now, they're in a good position at Williams Esports, but they need the rain to fall to make sure this position actually stays.
They need a little bit of luck in the end of the day. Racing is all about that, and I think this is going to be one of those things where you can't make your own luck. Like sometimes, you know, there's quotes about the more I practice, the luckier I seem to get. In golf, for example, which very accurate quote, I think, for anything in life. The more you do it, the more you'll get, quote-unquote, lucky, just because you get more skilled and better at recognizing things even subconsciously. However, things like rain, if the rain system decides, for example, to say, oh, I'm going to predict on the radar, let's say, and again, just a reminder of it's very, very close to the track right now. It's not quite here, but let's say that yellow bit suddenly decides to become very light blue. That's something that you can't make your own luck about, Joey.
You cannot. You've got to be thinking on your feet, and that's why we've been so happy to see this rain this year and add it to all these special events, because these special events were always exciting. Endurance racing and sim racing at the top level is always unpredictable. It's always exciting in its own way, but sometimes there's times when you'd have drivers who have driven thousands and thousands of laps at Spa in a GT3 car, and it just gets to a point of how exciting can that possibly be? Who can do something different? How much can that change? Now we have a total unpredictability, something that can always be thrown down onto the track to totally throw things off, and it makes things so much more exciting. Jaden Munoz again thought about making a move to the inside out of the final corner. That was almost a NASCAR-style move off into the asphalt on the outside. Now he's got a great run. Now he might have a look to the inside, but Gustavo Ariel, you said the upstate New York fade a little bit earlier. That was the Brazilian samba there. He was all over the track trying to figure out where to go into turn one.
And the body language from Munoz, it's hard to tell sometimes, but the aggression that we're seeing, he's definitely wanting to get the move done. There's no one in his ear, for example, saying you can afford to sit behind and wait. He thinks that the benefit for him is to try and make his way forward. Now, that Drago Ferrari could present an opportunity, although very expertly navigated by Ariel. Saw him open up the corner initially and able to hold on for the time being. Meanwhile, as we continue to focus on this action for third and fourth position in GTP, back out onto track, albeit a good almost 100 laps down from the rest of their class. It's the BS Plus Chakato entry, Oscari Rene behind the wheel. And well, the reason why I wanted to give a quick shout out to this car, you see the split livery. On one side, the traditional BS competition car that we've seen now for 4+ years in the world of sim racing. On the other side, it's Chakato Racing, Italian motorsports team that's partnered up with BS Competition. This exact livery is racing this weekend at Vallelunga. Phil Dinez, the driver behind the wheel as well, so even more special to have a true hybrid racer piloting the hybrid car. And well, hopefully things go better this weekend for it than it did in the virtual world.
Let's go. I always love the sim to real connections, sim to real pipeline. That's always good stuff. Jaden Munoz to the outside of Ariel, and look at that on the camera, Arjuna. In turn one, there were raindrops falling on the outside of the track there.
There was no question about that. We saw it clear as you'd like. The rain has now arrived, and when does that start to indicate to people to come down? Remember Team Redline, that 20 car in second place in GTP, came in 3 laps ago, Joey.
Yes, it did. Those gaps are closing down, and there you go. That black square is now overlapped with the blue, with the green. Rain is falling in the carousel. Rain is falling in the first corner of the boot. Rain is falling in the toe of the boot. It's still early days. It's still just a couple of droplets, but you can see them on board. You can see them flowing over the windshield, and that's going to give even more pressure on Jaden Munoz to make this move. He's going to try and make the move around the outside in the toe of the boot. That's almost physically impossible, and it doesn't work out for him, but he needs to get this position before it starts getting wet, because if he and Ariel both have to pit simultaneously and put on those wets, there is no advantage anymore for Munoz. Ariel's probably a little bit faster at this point of the race in equal machinery, if anything, so he's even more desperate to get by before they make that switch over.
You know, I think Gustavo Ariel and Redline have timed this rain to perfection. If they think it's going to just continue to build in intensity from here, Ariel is about at the end of his run, maybe has a handful of laps left to go. Would he be the first to come in and put the wet compound tires on? Can inform you that Falcon Sim Racing in GTD, Luca Vunches off the lead lap by 8 laps. He's not a factor, but he has just come out of pit lane and on the wet compound tires. Here we go, up through the S's. We're on the 140th lap of the race. The rain has finally arrived with 2 hours and 23 minutes to go. Windshield wipers working hard as Gustavo Ariel continues to cover off the inside, hold on to third position, and frustrate the Williams Esports BenQ driver of Jaden Munoz.
Unfortunately, just like at Daytona, the straight line speed of the Acura is such a big bonus, and part of the reason why so many of these teams have gone with that Acura. Munoz, even with the full effect of the draft, not really able to do anything, but down through the heel of the boot, again trying to make it work around the outside, but you start to see a little bit of rooster tailing now, Arjuna. That water is starting to be sucked up by the downforce of the bottom of these cars, and it's starting to be thrown up. That's going to make things very, very difficult for these guys, and it's not just a two-way battle anymore. Look who's on the scene now, Vlad Kimichev in the Drago Racing number 3. It's a 3-way battle for third with 2 cars on very fresh tires and Gustavo Ariel on absolutely destroyed tires.
And you've got to factor in as well, the strategy is shaken around so much that now we're all going to effectively be reset when they're down on in the pit lane neck. There's no question for me that we're going to come in 4 tires at some point. Gustavo Ariel's the first. Will it be the wets? Let's find out.
It's got to be the wets. There's no way you can go for the dries here, even though it is probably going to be faster to be on the dries right now. It's still early enough in this phase of rain falling, the track's dry enough, the downforce in these cars is effective enough, the tires are hot enough that the water's not going to be affecting these guys too much. But you still got to put on the wets if you're coming in now. You don't want to have to come in again in about 10 laps and lose that much more time. That's just how the strategy has gone. That's how the schedule has gone for Redline. And once Ariel drops off the jacks, I would not be surprised to see wets on that car. The number 89 for BS Competition are in as well. I think it's wet time.
We'll get confirmation as soon as he leaves the box. You can see LMP2 fights as well. But as it's a busy time on pit lane, there's no question about the fact that people have been trying to time it, just waiting for the timing screen to update and to give us the indications. Now, we wondered if there was going to be a bit of the storm that missed the track. The answer to that, a resounding no. And in fact, we may see the heaviest of the rain arrive. Gustavo Ariel confirmed is on the wet tires, as often away from pit lane. He'll be the first to try and take advantage, and this is crucial. He'll have the chance now to try and make an undercut in some ways on the front three still out on track.
These are going to be important lap time comparisons. You're going to have to wait for about 3 minutes, but as Gustavo comes out of the pits, that's actually the race leader coming around to lap him, Atte Kauppinen. We actually don't even have to think about lap time comparisons now. We're going to be able to see the speed difference visually and visibly on track as Gustavo Ariel's going to try and get his lap back. Through the bus stop, Atte still looking pretty comfortable, not looking like it's too much of a worry. He's actually pulling away from Ariel a little bit. But the water continues to fall, the track continues to get wetter and wetter, and you're going to see Ariel close that gap down. It's just going to be a question of how long does it take, how much more of a gap can Kauppinen pull over the next couple of laps, and how much longer can he afford to stay on these dry tires in the rain before he's forced to pit. He's going to try and build up as much of a gap as he can before he has to do that.
I think the answer to that one is I don't know if you can really afford to wait too much longer, because let's go back over to the replay. This has just happened for Antiohola, and you can see the chicane. You don't want to touch the curb. We've already talked about that. Just look at how slippery it is. Don't think he really has a chance to save that car either. Not the only driver struggling. We saw Scherer come into pit lane.
Those are both pretty straightforward incidents, though, so I do wonder if both of those might not even be wet related. They might just be a little bit of cars getting unsettled, but Atte Kauppinen does say it is getting wet enough. The transfer period has finally come, so he's in. Diogo Pinto's in behind. I imagine Vlad Kimichev's going to be in simultaneously. It may not have been wet enough a lap ago, but that rain falls quick. That track gets wet quick, and it is finally time for that transition period. I don't think anybody else is going to bother pulling the risk of staying out any longer. They've got to come down.
No, you can hear it as well in that final corner, struggling to hear the engines in many ways. There comes Vlad Kimichev following in, so Sven Noller should be in next. So, Jaden Munoz, look how wide he's going. Remember, you don't want to be on the racing line necessarily when you have these wetter conditions. The racing line has been worn down by the fact that the drivers are running over it lap after lap after lap, and that wears away some of the bumps and cracks in the surface that would actually help move the water away. It helps puddle a little bit more on the regular racing surface. And so now as Diogo Pinto, only tires seemingly for him, 24.6 seconds and not much fuel, leaves just in front of Atte Kauppinen, but in front of some traffic. We got a race for the lead on our hands.
And remember, Kauppinen had that shorter stop the previous time around about 5 laps ago, so it evened out. It changed off. He had to put about 7 extra seconds of fuel in the car to even things out, and that lost him the 4-second lead or so. So advantage Redline once again. See Munoz cycling into third, about 22 seconds behind these guys. I think they've actually lost time in the grand scheme of it all with Williams Esports BenQ. And unfortunately, Gustavo Ariel and Redline absolutely didn't go their way. They're about to cycle into 5th place, 43 seconds, basically an entire pit stop off their fellow Redline car in the number 20.
There they are across the line. That's the way it goes. In terms of LMP2, by the way, Michele Costantini finally is in with 2 hours and 20-odd minutes to go. He's got a 10-second lead over Michael Romanidis. Romanidis has got a bit more pressure from behind as Beckham Jasir. You called out, one of the American contingent really flying the flag here, and alongside Parker White in one of the Williams Esports Academy cars, he's on the hunt. And only a couple of seconds off the case as well in the fight for second and third, the final 2 steps on the podium. GTD, well, no surprise, I think, to many to say that Gianni Vecchio, Sam Coit, it's still Redline 1 and 2. Alejandro Sanchez has lost a bit of time. I think the strategy didn't go entirely according to their plan. And they're only 2 seconds in front of virtualcoach.gg by Grid and Go.
It's been a little bit of a red line domination festival in GTD, as it often is, but we'll be looking forward to this battle for third. We'll be looking forward to seeing if Jarno can continue to bring that gap down. Last lap didn't entirely go his way. It was about a second slower than Sanchez, but we'll continue to track that battle for third. Johnny Vecchio getting very, very slidey coming out of the heel of the boot there, so it might be a comfortable 14-second lead for the number 69 over their teammates in the number 70, but again, up through the toe of the boot, sliding again. I think that tells you that it's definitely wet out there. It's definitely time to be on the wet tires, but it might be a little bit early still, and those wet tires are still struggling for grip. They're getting very, very hot, and that leads to a little bit more sliding than you'd see in full wet conditions when they're getting totally water-soaked and totally cooled down with every corner.
I apologize for cutting you off, but is Diogo Pinto on the dry tire? That's what my timing screen is telling me.
I don't think so.
Now,
can we get a close-up of like?
No. The answer to that one is a no.
It's not an Indy car, and we can't look at the open wheel, sadly.
No, it's. I'm not set up for that one either, and we run the risk of causing more issues, I think, if we do that as well. But my timing screen, no word of a lie, on the dry tire for Pinto, on the dry tire for Owen Carroll as well. Try and get word in an update if we can, but I'll see if I can throw that up on the left side of the screen as well. Confirmation, it shows that the dry tire for us.
Interesting.
I don't lie.
I know, I'm thinking about it because I heard this from drivers before the race, before the weekend began, that this transition to dry tires is actually a lot later than you'd expect. And as I mentioned, because of the downforce, because of the heat still left in the tires, and because of the stableness of the car in the early stages of the stint, you can still survive in the wet on those dry tires for longer than you'd expect, but this is far later than I'd expect to be able to survive. And with every other car in the field on wet tires, I don't know. I don't know how the data and statistics would be wrong, but I think we're going to get an answer here in the bus stop to see if Diogo's still got this car under control. He's very delicate. He's very, very tentative, but I think all the time lost is just because he's stuck in traffic right now. I don't think he's... I think he would be spinning right now, and he would be about 20 seconds a lap slower if he was on dries right now.
Yeah, well, Max Verstappen, there was a clip on social media where he was joking around with his teammates saying that he was on the dry tires. Luke Crane didn't want to believe him. I'm not quite sure what to believe, if I'm honest, but we'll go with what we see on screen, which is Diogo Pinto still, former iRacing Porsche Esports Super Cup champion, holding off Ate Kalpinen, Jaden Munoz, and then Dominic Hoffman, Gustavo Ariel, the rest of the top five as they sit right now. Beckham Jasir has got past Michael Romanidis. Someone said that he's cooking. Yes, indeed he is. And I think that Beckham Jasir as well might just have a car that's set up a little bit better in the conditions that we have right now.
Beckham Jasir, he's a sneaky guy. He's always around. He's always fast, and he could be in the conversation here. I think he sees that the Coanda drivers, all of them have finally gotten in for their race-ending stints. You've got Michele Costantini, you've got Michael Johnny, and you've got Michael Romanidis. He says that there's too many Michaels here. How about a Beckham takes this over and ends up winning this thing? He could be the spoiler.
And what a pass it was as well for him. I can tell you down into turn one to make the move for P2. As you see them run off track as well. Sometimes we wonder if that's safe, but arbiter of track limits Paul Smith will be next in the commentary booth to have his own take on that one. I have no doubt about that. As our time together, Joey, comes to an end, are you happy that you've got to see the rain?
Yes, I'm satisfied.
What more do you want to see in the next 13 and a bit minutes then? What can we give you?
Well, I definitely want to see a little bit more chaos. I want to continue to see this battle go on. I want to continue to see the charge of Beckham Jasir, because on that last lap, you know how many seconds he was faster than Michele Costantini? He made up 2 seconds on that lap. And obviously some of that comes down to traffic. It's hard to do a true lap time comparison in a multi-class race like this, but still, if you're making up 2.5 seconds almost in a lap, that's not just getting lucky with traffic. That is being very, very fast and being able to push very, very hard on these new wet tires.
Such a busy day in the world of motorsport and across the sport as well. It's a shame that I think this race is not getting more attention, because we head to Petit Le Mans for the next of our VCO Grand Slams. Weather will be fully in play for that one as well, but it's a long way away. Sebring was crazy. This is its own unique kettle of fish. Costantini's on the racing line, and as someone around the outside, that might have been a GTP, to be honest, that was struggling with the hybrid spool up. I just wonder if in these conditions, the LMP2s might be as fast, if not faster, than the GTPs.
I think they definitely are. We hear about that a lot. We were expecting to see that, I think, at Daytona earlier in the year, but it's finally come into effect here. In the rain, the LMP2s do start to get a little bit faster than the GTPs. In the heavy rain, it's especially noticeable, not so much in the light rain like this, but they're equal enough that it gets frustrating. And if you're trying to lap an LMP2 car, it is not going to be as easy as it was in the dry, because the high downforce of the Dallara LMP2 is exactly what you need in the wet conditions. They've got more downforce in these GTPs, so through the corners, there's going to be a lot more frustration than we saw in the dry.
This traffic is also probably quite interesting. I know we've had a fair share of retirements. 50 started. We've talked about the fact that we're left with just 39 running right now, but still a busy track around what is not the longest of facilities either. And so as the battle for first in both of the prototype classes rages on, you've got to give the plaudits and the kudos to Team Redline for establishing that lead in the dry stages of this race. And as we round our way past one of their Ferraris, it's just a reminder as well that it's only going to probably move up from here. There was Gianni Vecchia that we passed, Sam Coitert running in line. And one more look at the weather radar to just remind you that we've got at least 30 more minutes of this.
The red is coming. Johnny looks a little bit more under control now. I think the rain has finally fallen enough to cool those wet tires down and start to get him feeling a little bit better. But as we ride on board here through the heel of the boot, you'll notice that the line's changed a little bit. You used to see drivers going all the way out there, using every bit of asphalt that was offered, that little bit of runoff out there. Not anymore. Johnny is staying on the track, not even thinking about that curb. Up over the last corner of the boot, not running out into the curb on the outside. Through the penultimate corner, making sure not to clip that grass, and definitely making sure not to clip that curb on the outside there. And then through the final corner, there's a curb on the inside. You're going to want to avoid that. And out of the final corner, you can clip that one a little bit. You're in a straight line pretty much, but even then, you saw him get a little bit wiggly and a little bit squirrely just from getting close to the wall and some of that built-up water over there.
There is no margin for error, and that puts it mildly here. You mentioned Joseph Newgarden, right? The humongous crash at Road America. Imagine the margin for error these drivers have through the bus stop now. If it was slim in the dry, well, it's that margin, the level of acceptable risk, maybe a better way of describing it, has reduced even further. Rain only to get more intense. Rain only to get heavier from here, let's not forget. Let's see what's going to happen. Elvis Rankin says, do you want an interview? Joey, is there any answer to that question that isn't yes, absolutely, right now?
Yeah, why not?
Send him the message. Let's see if we can get him to have a chat with us about how things have gone. We've had our first issue in the rain, and it's guess where? At the bus stop chicane.
Trouble for the Movano GTP. Shockingly, looks like no damage on that car, so they may have gotten away with a little bit of luck there. Marcus Hamilton behind the wheel of the number 737. Or actually, no, that's Loic Marchand in the second car. So let's see. Oh, late entry in the first curb, and then the second curb covered in water. It's a little bit looped around. It's just two different coefficients of friction that if you get one tire on the very, very wet curb, one tire on the slightly less wet and slightly grippier track, it'll loop you around. The number 26, little clip of the grass there for Patrick Wolf in the HS Racing car. That's what loops him around, so you got to make sure to keep all four wheels on the track. We talk about that enough in the dry, but especially in the wet. Grass is slippery, curbs are slippery, the asphalt's slippery too, but the tires are at least designed to take advantage of that slippery. Atte Kauppinen now, though, in the draft of Diogo Pinto. It's going to be too early to make that move, but this Williams Esports number 11, Arjuna, it's got a fin to guide it through the water like a shark, so that's why it's so fast right now.
This is crazy. I'm just utterly in awe of what these drivers are doing right now. Not just the speeds, but it's the ability to stay out of trouble. Yes, they're losing some time to those behind, you know, in terms of staying out of the traffic and avoiding running into trouble, but it's the judgment, it's the changing of conditions that we talked about being so difficult, and looking forward to tracking over the next hour or so exactly how we're going to see the shift of conditions and how it's going to play on out. By the way, I'm looking at my timing screen right now, Joey. It's only GTP where there's like any cars within like 2 seconds of one another right now. LMP2 and GTD, as close as some of the fighting has been over the course of the race, it's stretched out with this rain.
Yeah, we've gotten very, very lucky that the battle for the overall lead is the most exciting one, but I still have hope in LMP2. Beckham Jasir still making up time. It might take him a couple more laps to bring that down to Costantini to a point where we're actually seeing a wheel-to-wheel battle, but I think it might be coming. And this is going to be very, very exciting. Out of the final corner, Kalpanen's still a little bit too far back to make anything happen, but some of these guys have been very exciting on the timing screens as well, Arjuna. Our leaders are doing 144s, 143s. Owen Carroll in the BS BMW did a 142 on the last lap. Sean Campbell in that race clutch red Acura, 141.6. He's the fastest driver on track right now. We know how much he loves the wet. We know how many laps of practice he's gotten here. We might see the prime of Sean Campbell in this race here as the race continues to fall.
And I tell you what, he still has a good chance, I would say, right now of a solid, if not podium, maybe a chance for the win if things are to go wrong at the very front. They'll continue just to fight. You can see how thick the spray is, but your leader's going to get chocked up behind. The Scherer GTP machine down on the entry to the boot. Covers the inside, does George Karakoulis, and allows the faster cars to sweep around the outside with their momentum and blast their way on through. Confirmation from pit lane has come through, by the way. Chris Lullum, we are definitely on the wet tires.
Okay, I mean, there was reasonable doubt to think that maybe something absolutely insane happened, but yeah, it's now late enough in the stint that if you were on dry tires right now, you would not be in Watkins Glen anymore. You would probably be on your way to Syracuse. So yeah, they're on wets right now, and Diogo's done a good job of navigating that traffic, keeping control of the lead, actually pulling a full second over Atta now. It's going to give him a little bit of breathing room. He can maybe calm down a little bit through the final sector, take a little bit of a breath, try and get back under control, because Atta is without a doubt faster right now, but just like we saw with Gustavo Ariel and Jaden Munoz in that battle in the dry, it's one thing to be faster, it's another thing to be a very effective defensive driver, and these red line guys have been very good at that.
5 minutes to go to the top of the hour, and now it's getting down to the business end of things. I think most teams have done their driver changes. And so going back to that pace thing, right? Pinto and Kalpanen, we've been watching them lose a lot of time with traffic. This lap is the first lap in quite a while where they have a little bit less of that in front of them. Let's see if it is just maybe traffic related, or is there something else that's playing its part? Could there be some setup tweaks that some of these teams have been able to dial in that have helped them out? Oh, more issues at the bus stop. That's Manuel Troncoso, who's got to watch the rejoin.
That is not the ideal place to rejoin, especially in the wet when you're so locked into that one line through the bus stop. If you're on the racing line, there's very little a car can do to kind of adjust their line to avoid you, but Manuel honestly kind of having a dry crash through the bus stop, just clipping the curb, unsettling the car, but unlike in the dry, in the wet, if you unsettle the car that little bit, you're not going to be gripping up on landing. If you're already sliding, you are going to continue to slide. Wet tires are not designed to go horizontally, and he went directly into the wall.
Well, just as that all comes to settle back in, we check back in with your leaders where Diogo Pinto is about to come back towards the line and get us another updated lap time and a bit more of a representative, I guess, now sense of what the changes are looking like in this leading grouping, where still the pressure being built. I'll take Kalpanen out wide, can afford to do that. Remember, these drivers do have an incident limit, an off-track limit, which at some point we'll see them be forced down pit lane for a drive-through penalty, but with all of that spray in front of them, I don't think that's at the forefront of their mind. 44.3 last time by, so even with a little less traffic, Sean Campbell, who's just gotten past Owen Carroll further behind, is a good 2 seconds quicker. Let's see what he does this time by.
This guy is a wet master, and also, you just saw before we saw Sean, there's some trouble in GTP. There is a lapped GTP car of Justin Adaconis in the Delta Sport number 2. That's going to be much more difficult for Diogo Pinto to get by than regular old multi-class traffic. So you'll continue to see that gap come down over the next couple of laps if Adaconis doesn't get out of the way. But it's fantastic to see this from Sean. He loves the wet so much. He's done some just league races in this car in the full wet just to get a little bit of extra experience. He's always having fun, and I think he was very much looking forward to the fact that the rain was finally going to come on this weekend and he can finally show off a little bit of his skills. He's only 28 seconds off the lead. If he can continue this pace up, if the rain continues to fall for another hour, Race Clutch Red, you mentioned maybe in contention for a podium. Probably a little bit too late to be in contention for a win, but who knows? Anything's possible in the rain.
Yeah, I don't think it's unlikely, right? At the end of the day, we should have that provision on what we're saying here, but it's not unheard of. And given that this rain may only get heavier from here, I definitely don't want to count out the possibility of Race Clutch coming out on top. Before we let you go, Joey, how about this? Let's do one more RaceSpot TV weather report where I'll break out the radar, break out my green screen, and look at this heavy rain that is now about to be upon us. It might be towards the bottom of the track, though, which isn't going to mean all of the track gets the heavy rain. Lighter rain to come after that, and then we have to find out exactly how it's all going to dry up. I know you're not going to necessarily be watching eagle-eyed, Joey, all the way to the very end, but you might be cheering on the likes of Sean Campbell as now around the outside of Gustavo Ariel tries to find his way forward to 5th.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, Arjuna, I did not look at your face for a single second there because Sean has been hounding Ariel through the final sector. He was a second faster on the previous lap, and this is not going to be a Jaden Munoz situation, I think, where he's unable to get by. Sean does get to the inside of Gustavo. Gustavo blocks it off, though. When you're a second faster a lap, I think it is almost a foregone conclusion that you're going to be able to make that move. And Gustavo may have been able to hold off Jaden Munoz in the dry, but Sean is flying right now, a second and a half faster on that last lap. If he gets by Ariel, he's only 5 seconds behind the Drago number 3. He's only 9 seconds behind Williams Esports Ben Q after that. He's got to get by Ariel now, but that charge is not over by any sense of the word.
And still very, very close for your race lead as well. Joey, thank you for joining us for another of these iRacing special events. Always fun with you in the broadcast booth and some of the puns that you bring to the table. Although fortunately for me and for the audience, the pun book was not delved into too much today with the rain on the horizon. And now about to hit 4 hours complete in this third VCO Grand Slam of the year, with the winners in GTP and GTD going to the IMSA Esports Global Championship. What's going to happen on our run to the checkered flag? We'll stick around with 2 hours officially left on the clock, and we say goodbye to Joey Tebbin and instead welcome in the man with the flat hat, Mr. Paul Smith himself. Paul, how are you doing? Great to have you here. iRacing special event with rain. You must have been waiting for this for quite a long time. And he's forgotten to unmute himself.
You want me to do my Paul Smith impression?
Do you know what? It's always a good idea if you press the unmute button on your broadcast there. But yes, some would say, to answer your question, some would say I've been waiting since 2015 when I started commentating on iRacing. So it's been a while, shall we say, as there's all sorts of carnage going on at the chicane at the bus stop there, and that's just causing issues for your leaders.
I think they've swapped around, although I would not be shocked if there's a slowdown here for Arte Kalpanen to serve. Still somehow holding on to the position. They've bled a little bit more time to those behind that are closing in the margin, but, you know, I've raced in my fair share of special events, not for the last handful of years to be fair. I'm looking at all of this, Paul, and going, wow, things have changed since the last time I was behind the wheel.
Yeah, I think the last hours, I can tell you we have got a mechanical mitball warning flag for the Shearer esports team. So the yellow car is on pit road, not had good time out there. But yeah, it's a lot different from when I was in, the only time I was in a top split race in a special event at the Nürburgring 24 Hours back in 2017, would you believe, Arjuna? That's how long ago it is since I've been capable of wheeling a car in top split.
Let's go ahead, though, and have a chat with one of the drivers who is a little bit more capable than, well, Paul or myself, that's for sure, but definitely very capable behind the wheel of both a virtual and a real race car. Elvis Rankin joins us now. Elvis, how's it going leading in the VRS Coanda machine alongside Michele Costantini? The two of you, of course, former teammates of the Apex Racing team, realigning once again. 6 seconds the gap to Beckham Jasir. Are there any nerves right now?
Yeah, for sure. There's obviously a little bit of nerves because of the rain. It adds like the big X factor. But I'm very confident in Michele. He's been doing really good in the rain all week. This is kind of the where he felt most comfortable more than in the dry. So, you know, he decided to sit me at the short end of the stick to have to do 3 hours and 30 minutes in the dry so he could get this. So I definitely have good confidence in him, and it's nice to race with him again. It's been a while, but it's a nice kind of refreshing pairing.
Talk to me a bit about this LMP2 class as well, because I know you like it. You've been racing it for quite a while right now. What makes it so exciting across of, you know, having 17 cars all with the same Dallara LMP2, you know, P217 chassis? What makes it so good?
You know, I would say that, like, just from having to do some of the LMDH stuff, like in the Daytona 24 Hours or the Sebring 12 Hours, this is like the LMP2, like, I would say that just to drive it, it's a really, really nice car to drive, especially in the rain. It's a lot nicer than the LMDH. And I would just say that, like, the kind of multi-class, like, it's just there's the same chassis, everyone has the same car. It's more about finding the right setup, which is nice that we don't have to worry about the BOP or anything like that versus like the GTP or the GTD. So I'd say that that's kind of like the upside for us, which I enjoy the class the most. This is just there's no BOP and it's just a flat-out sprint.
And talk to us a bit as well about, you know, lining up with Coanda. I know it's been interesting for you over the last 18 months in terms of sim racing. Last year with ESL and whatnot. How's it been like linking up with Josh Rogers, Mitchell DeYoung, Dane Warren, and the rest of the team at Coanda, and now getting back to work on the iRacing special events?
Yeah, I honestly, it's kind of what I needed. It was a nice, like, refreshing kind of move to just get to do things a different way with some different people, and it just kind of brought some fun back to it. And doing this kind of events, stuff like this, it brings kind of the fun back to it for me. So I really enjoy it. It was for me like what I needed to do, and I'm finding it very refreshing and really enjoying it.
Elvis, it's Paul here. I've got one question for you, which is, looking at this race with these conditions right now, why do you think it is that the LMP2 is able to pretty much be on pace with those GTP cars?
That's a good question. I would say that what I would think about it is that it's just down to the power, I would say. Like, the LMP2 has a little bit less power, so I think that it's just a little bit easier to drive, and then kind of, I don't know, it's a really tough one to say, but it's just easier to drive. That's the main thing to it, I would say. That's why the LMP2 is a bit quicker. And it's just, yeah, that's kind of what I would guess. I mean, I didn't really do much driving in the rain, maybe a little bit here and there, but like, yeah, I don't really have too much experience, to be honest, because both at Sebring and here I didn't do too much in the rain.
Elvis, thanks for coming to chat with us. We'll let you go and stress about how the rest of this race is going to go. Hopefully we're chatting with you once again in an hour and 54 minutes time.
Sounds good.
Elvis Rankin joins us for a quick chat there. Always great to catch up with him. All as well, Michele Costantini now holding off Beckham Jasir, that margin growing up to 7.5 seconds once again. Let's go back over to your race lead, though, because after the move was made, Ate Kauppinen has been able to open the gap to Diogo Pinto. You can see there on your screen, it's up to 3 full seconds.
Yeah, this drive right now from Kauppinen has been absolutely brilliant from him, and he's really got the grips of these conditions, whereas Diogo Pinto, who is, in my opinion, one of the best sim racers in the world right now, he's not seeming to be quite as comfortable in these conditions. I can tell you that officially in the sim, the track is moderately wet, and it looks like with the radar we are just going to miss that red band. So I think a lot of the drivers will be relieved at hearing that.
Yeah, I don't blame them as well, given that we have seen, you know, fair share of minor slips. It hasn't been too bad. They've been, you know, very much keeping close attention with the pace that they've been running, being very, very careful in a couple of regards not to push the issue too much and go beyond the bounds. But as that rain just continues to arrive, you get the sense that the trouble's by no means done. And there's a cut over to the Simufy Esports Porsche, or rather Dallara P217. Their Porsches also had struggles today. It gets itself out of the grasp, but it's going to go no further than that.
Oh, that's not ideal at all. So Lucas Moreira just getting caught out by those conditions, and it is so difficult. I mean, I've done a little bit of official racing with the wet weather. If you get it wrong and you're on that racing line for whatever reason, and you touch your brakes, it's so easy in cars that don't have any ABS on them. It's so easy to just lock up a wheel, and before you know it, you're going straight on. So real issues for drivers out there, and it's real issues there for Redline as well. Pinto, he had caught up the gap a bit that lap, but now real issues going through the bus stop.
Yeah, definitely pushing. There is no question of these drivers driving at 8 tenths, 9 tenths within themselves. No, they've got to push all the way to the limit and then sometimes beyond. They're 3 wide with 3 different classes almost getting involved down in towards the chicane. That's Gustavo Ariel that makes the move on Dominic Hoffman with Sean Campbell directly behind them. These drivers 25 seconds off the lead as we jump on board with the race clutch machine. The lap times of the leaders have come down now to the 142s. At one point they were 44s and 45s and they were losing time to this grouping of cars. Not the case any longer.
Oh, what lap did Sean Campbell come in? 16 laps he's on a stint right now, is Sean. It's almost like, because he's been struggling to get past here, it's almost like really he could do with just pitting. You'd say, oh, pit early, but it's not that easy in a race this long when you've been planning your stints, and more movement going on down here with race clutch past the Drago car. So yeah, that Drago racing car dropping back Dominic Hoffman, he's not having a fun time of it.
I wonder if that machine more conditioned for the dry running than the wet running, and maybe they thought that the rain that we would get would be a bit more fleeting in its nature. I can tell you that the forecast says in about 90 minutes time we're down to a 0% chance of rain. Got to get there first, and there's a long way to go. And how much more time could Dominic Hoffman end up losing if things continue as they are? They're working past the LMP2 traffic. That's Team PGZ and Kalen Chin. That's being passed right now, sweeping their way up through the S's. And you can see, that was a great camera shot actually, the pooling, the puddling just by the curbs, Paul. I was doing some driving earlier in the week. I mentioned a couple of times today. Every time I touch one of those pools, it's like the steering just gets yanked in a specific direction and you lose control of the car.
Yeah, that's aquaplaning 101 right there, and it's a river that runs down the S's there, is what these drivers have to contend with. So yeah, you've got to really be careful to stay off of those puddles and keep yourself just... It's all about just keeping it clean. But when you're up at the front, you've got to keep it clean, but also push on every lap. You've got no choice but to keep pushing. And when you catch lap traffic, can also dictate what happens for you here in this race as well. If you're those GT3s, though, there's nothing worse. You're just trying to run your race, and then suddenly you've got a GTP or an LMP2, the similar pace right now, coming up to you, and that downforce really does help them, especially around the outside of these corners.
And Elvis mentioned it as well, right? The fact that the LMP2s are quicker, it's that hybrid spool up, and part of the thing to think about there is the fact that the way it works on iRacing, slightly different actually to the implementation in the real world, where in the real world the hybrid motor is combined with the power output of the internal combustion engine to reach the maximum power. That means when there's no hybrid, you still have the same amount of power, just being generated slightly differently. Here on iRacing, it's 2 different outputs effectively, and so the power of the hybrid is added on top of the power of the internal combustion engine, maybe making it a bit easier for those rear tires to slip and to slide around. But, you know, that's where the in-car adjustments on these cars really have to come into play. You look on board, look at that steering wheel, all the different knobs, all the different options they can control. That includes not traction control in the same sense, but they have things like slip control and things like that. And so adjusting those is important. In the GTDs as well, Paul, in the most recent build, iRacing has enabled the ability for drivers to also change certain setup parameters when they come down to pit lane.
Yeah, and that we've not touched on that, have we, at all, really? That with this rain coming in, have teams been practicing with that ability to say, right, I just want a little bit more rear wing angle on, give me a bit more downforce through the corners, and be able to push on and keep that pace up. That's the question mark as to how the teams have approached this and how they've practiced and got themselves prepared for this one, because all these teams in this top split here, they're all spending hour upon hour upon hour, accumulating hundreds of hours across the team, if not thousands of hours across the team, to get themselves prepared. I'm looking at my time on my in-sim screen here, Arjuna. There is 7 cars with mechanical meatball warning flags right now.
Only 7?
Yeah.
Honestly, surprised it's maybe not a bit more. Nathan Lewis has just brought the Marla Racing Team GTP down to pit lane. Attrition was so high at the start. I'm quite actually impressed at the fact that we have so many people left. It's a short race. We often see tempers flare and often see attrition end up being quite high. We're about 15 minutes into this penultimate hour, though, of racing action. Let's go back in time, take a look at some of the replays of the action that you've missed if you're joining us for the very first time. And while it's raining now, well, it was all sunshine at the very start as we got underway with Williams Esports Chill Blast leading the BenQ car down to turn 1, 4 wide behind in the GTPs, but all as the LMP2s had already stormed themselves to the green flag. It meant they were single file on the run down to the 90 and got through caution free. Something that could not be said for the GTDs. They filed their way to the penultimate corner, already up to racing speed, and BS Chikato would get tangled up with the Falcon Sim Racing Audi. And then into the final corner, chaos was not done and dusted. One of 2 Williams Esports Corvettes gets tangled up with a Drago Ferrari. A second Drago Ferrari got collected as a result. And instantly, right off the bat, 3 GTD retirees and that BS Chikato car dropping back as a result as well. After that, drivers settled into the rhythm and started to push. Bit too hard. In the case of Arturo Melgar, slid himself into the wall. That was to be the race done and dusted instantly for that Drago Racing entry. Saw more trouble at the bus stop, but this time with the Concertina. Redline lost the rear end slightly. Iglesias in the Simufy Porsche checked up. He had contact from behind from Apex. The pendulum sent him around. But then the save of the century, potentially, if not the save of the year for sure. Dominic Hoffman just avoids running the Drago Racing number 3 into the wall hard, and that car still finds itself in with a chance of race victory running up inside of the top 6. Traffic maybe a little less chaotic than some would have expected, although the Apex 97 and Salva Talons would have wanted it to be a little less dramatic. Same could be said for their sister car, leading, and one small bit of contact for Luca Kita saw the left rear suspension break in a moment and hard into the wall at one of the fastest parts of the track. Drivers went scurrying around and able to get through safely, but instantly the hopes of the victory quenched for the 98. More trouble to build up, though, at what has been the trouble spot. Slightly misjudging the closing speed was a Williams Esports Academy car. Piling in behind was to be the race clutch car. And then as we reached the halfway mark of the race, the rain started to arrive. Some great fighting between Jaden Munoz and Gustavo Ariel in that GTP class. Munoz trying everything he could in the Cadillac, but Ariel putting up a stern defense and holding on to the spot until the heavy rain ended up arriving. Once it arrived, though, drivers hadn't quite switched onto the wet weather tires. Antiola had a whole sort of trouble as he slid his way through the bus stop. And then here you go. The look at drivers fanning their way onto pit lane, recognizing it was time to put the wet tires on, and the fight then would to build. Beckham Jasir flying in the 66 and flying past VRS Kawanda and Michael Romanidis up to second and trying to challenge for the race lead. Couple more incidents here and there for the Drago Racing car. It was a spin at the bus stop and a small lick into the wall, but then a pass for the lead at the very same corner a handful of laps later. It was a brave move from Kalpinen. Pinto tried to go alongside and even into the grass for Kalpinen. A slowdown couldn't prevent him from ripping away the lead, and as the rain has continued to make these conditions difficult, Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Paul Smith ready to walk you through the next hour and 43 minutes of racing action. And while we were looking at all of those highlights, Paul, troubles for the likes of Dominic Hoffman as the rain continues to make it very difficult on track.
Yeah, certainly issues for Hoffman, also issues for the Mahal Racing team as well. They've got no rear end on their car right now on pit road, so they've had issues and drama, and they've got a mechanical meatball warning flag. So it was through the S's, I could tell you, is where they had their trials and tribulations. So major problems for them. The weather is getting wetter now. The official track state has gone from moderately to very wet. So drivers, you can see it in their lap times, they have slowed down.
Yeah, we have very much seen that drivers are now finding themselves racing the track more than anything, hoping to stay out of trouble. And Paul, you mentioned that trouble for Marla Racing and Nathan Lewis. I was keeping an eye on that, just missed the cutoff to be included in our hourly highlights, but it was a big old lick into the wall.
It certainly was, as he would go, back end just swings out and away it goes, and something similar has just recently happened to Owen Carroll in the BMW M Team BS competition car.
Oh, and
they're now on pit road.
You got to wonder, sister cars as well, with Marla Racing being powered by the BS competition crew. Was there something just in the setup where if you don't run the optimal line, Paul, you find yourself in trouble?
Could well be a case there, and you'll see it here, just wiggle, slide, back end into those barriers, front end clatters into them as well. Oh dear. And Owen Carroll, he was having some real pace in this rain as well. He in the early stages of it being wet, had some really good pace on and was up with that Sean Campbell group just with their lap times. But yeah, very easy to go into the wall.
And I see that Loic Marchand's had another issue as well. So again, just a reminder, it is very, very difficult out there. And with the heavy rain maybe getting ready to depart from the track, we are very much in the middle of all of it right now. Just keep a reminder on the fact that we're not far away from getting to the other side of all of this.
Issues for Parker White now as well, down at the bus stop. It is treacherous out there, I think is the official terminology. And quite frankly, well, no, I don't think it'd be a safety car in real life here, but it's pushing those types of conditions now. If this was full metal racing,
yeah, we had similar stuff at Sebring. Let's not forget that time we had two different periods of the rain as well that made it that much more interesting. Fortunately for Williams Esports Academy, it's not the one that's pushing for a potential race victory that has its trials and tribulations. Although Parker White's been a good day for him, good year for him, of course, as well, as that momentum just continues to build on forward. We'll see where the sister Beckham Jasir driven car ends up pushing. It's now only 7 seconds off of the back of Michele Costantini, who, as Elvis Rankin was talking to us in his brief interview with Paul, he sounded like he wanted to be in this rain. He felt more comfortable in it, and he felt like he would be the one to be able to bring them through the rain and to the checkered flag.
Well, I mean, if you've got a confidence in it, then absolutely you want that driver to be in there. If they feel that they've got the handle of these conditions in the track, then yeah, if I'm Elvis Rankin, I'm there going, yep, absolutely, you deal with all that stress, I'll deal with the first portion of the race. And with these drivers, because they do have fitness regimes as well, they're a lot fitter than they were, say, 10 years or so ago. It's a lot more professional, especially in these top teams. They can be able to last these 3-4 hour stints if they need be. And that's exactly what we saw with Elvis.
I find it fun as well that we're back to these two driver pairings. When we go to Spa in a couple of weeks' time, I'll be curious how many teams go with the 3 drivers as opposed to 4. The benefit, of course, of having the 3-driver lineup, especially at Spa, Paul, is the fact that it's one of just a handful of special events, which is in the endurance side of things, single class. So we're going to have 50 GT3 machines running around the track. If you can break your squad up into a couple more cars and maybe have a few more chances to come out on top in what is a very long and unpredictable race with rain to expect as well, might not be the worst idea.
I mean, like with the driver partnerships, you've got to get drivers who are similar driving styles as much as possible to try and narrow down the setup range that you need to be able to manage and cope with. As this gap has come back down, then so Pinto has really got a handle of these conditions as we look at that. But also, I think that teams generally prefer, especially in full metal racing, 3 driver lineups, because you're not having to make as much compromises for more drivers in the setup, so you can be more defined and faster that way. In the sim racing world, you've 4 drivers you usually see in those 24-hour races. I can be honest with you and say that I've been a part of a 6-driver pairing in some of these special events, 24-hour races. So it's down to who's available. The pro teams, that's not a problem. They can arrange their diaries that way. But when you're not a professional team, it's all about, well, I've got work in the morning, so I need to be in bed by 9 o'clock, sort of thing.
I'm also of the opinion in full metal racing that you want 3 drivers more than 4, just because everyone's going to be tired anyway. Why not? You don't need to have someone else that's suffering as well if you're already guaranteed to have your suffering. Pit lane busy as LMP2s are scheduled for their stop. It's about 24 laps of fuel window for them, and Michele Costantini is going to roll off and away in the race lead, of course. Where is Beckham Jasir relative to Michael Romanita? Still in front. That's the important thing. Michael Johnny in the 118 VRS Coanda machine should be the next to drop and roll away in class. But right on cue, with an hour and 40 minutes to go, these teams probably now looking at 2 more pit stops at the end for them.
Oh, that's might be well with them running slower in the rain. As long as they're not spinning up their the rear wheels on power and using more fuel that way, should be able to just get it to 2 stops. You might see some having to maybe take a splash and dash depending on how heavy somebody's right foot is.
Which in these conditions, let's be fair, about as light as you could expect, really, because they're going to be hoping, especially in the GTPs, to avoid really lighting up the rears. Let's jump back on board with Diogo Pinto, and again off the racing line initially as he gets into the braking zone, and now trying to find his way through and dance around. Just one more look at the weather radar, Paul, because you've been mentioning that big snap there from Pinto. You can tell how hard he's having to work. We're not far away from the heavy rain starting to dissipate.
Yeah, we're just right in the sort of middle of that heavy rain band right now, and the track is just going to continue getting wetter and getting worse for these drivers. You're looking at around about, 25-30 minutes for the back edge of this rain band to start clearing. The problem that the drivers have had here, I mean, it's helpful for the aerodynamics, is that the wind isn't actually that fast, so the weather isn't clearing as fast as, say, we saw at Sebring.
Yeah, and we are in some ways, affected by the fact that Watkins, Glen, upstate New York, I guess the temperature cycles and weather patterns may be something that iRacing's factored in, as well as that was a car that was not pointed in the way that it should have been down at the bus stop chicane. I believe that once again is Loic Marchand in the Cube Controls Movano. It's had a number of spins so far. GTD, by the way, really not much to talk about in that class because the gaps are so large, but it's starting to close. It's now 7 seconds between the red line machines that run 1 and 2. Part of that was the last pit stop where there was around 4 or 5 seconds gained by Sam Coiter, but just wonder, is Johnny Vecchio tiptoeing a little bit more? Remember, you don't really have a frame of reference to where your other competitors are finding speed in these changing conditions.
Yeah, you're very much focused on yourself, and your teammate is usually focused on yourself. If you've got a spotter, an independent spotter, not your other driver, but somebody else who's managing that car's effort, then they can be looking at other cars that are maybe running quicker lap times and saying, right, okay, they're gaining the time in this corner, and this corner, maybe take a different line here, and here to find more grip. That's where you have that advantage of, again, these larger organisations, Team Redline, Coanda, Williams, Apex, these big, there are more, but these big organisations have got the resources there to be able to have people manage those teams and give that advice to the drivers on the fly.
And it's where all my excuses come from. I don't have that help in my ear, and so that's why I'm not very good. Jaden Munoz still behind Gustavo Ariel, about 26 seconds off of the race-leading battle. So at this point, I think it is very much a Williams Esports and Team Redline battle for first and second. Williams Esports and Team Redline battle for third and fourth, albeit now slightly different ordering between the respective groupings. Redline on the hunt in the leading group, Redline on the defense in this second battle, which we watch on the screen. And it does look as though, by the way, we mentioned the BS competition, the Marla Racing Team incidents up through the top of the S's. They're sat on pit lane. they may have joined the pile of retirees. And Paul, by the time that the rain does vacate the track and, you know, we start talking about how it's starting to dry off, we may still be left with only about 30 cars out on track and running.
Well, I mean, right now, according to our Timing 71 page, there's 34 cars running right now. So we're nearly there already with an hour and a half to go. It's been quite an attrition rate, and that was an attrition rate even before we got to the weather coming in. It's the nature of this track, with it being a very fast lap. Normally in dry conditions you're looking at around a 128, 129 lap for the top GTP cars. You're coming around thick and fast to lap cars and lap traffic, and we saw through that highlights package how the first time through lap traffic, it just started causing a bit of chaos, and that's where we saw quite a number of our retirees from the early stages of the race.
And just a reminder, live timing available at both timing.racebot.tv if you're just looking for basic information, or if you want to dive into the analytics, timing71.org, your place to try and use those same data tools that commentators in the real world wish they could have across of the series they commentate on, and dive into everything that's going out on track. Some trouble out on track, and that involves the virtual coach by Grin and Go Lamborghini. It's through the penultimate couple of corners where it's off camber, wet conditions as well. I just wonder if young Jarno Koch slightly slipped up on the rear end and lost traction in trying to make his way around.
That corner is such a horrible corner. I've never liked that corner. Lap traffic as well, running offline, run really offline, and ended up touching a really damp part of the runoff there. It is asphalt there, so not too bad. But yeah, just he'll feel silly doing a spin like that. As a driver, you do something, and it's such low speed as well, and you think, how did I manage to mess that up that much and get a spin out of that speed?
The answer is there was water there that you didn't anticipate, and it's why we love this rain so much. It is almost imperceivable running in the spray. On board with Diogo Pinto, Ate Kauppinen has been able to put a car between him and his main competition. You can see the wiggle. The car is looking to try and step aside on its driver. That's the number 2. The Delta Sport machine driven by Ethan Lampe that is 7 laps down. That currently sits between Diogo Pinto and its main target. Driver leaving pit lane as well. Oh, this is what traffic does. It's taking away from Diogo Pinto and it's giving in spades to Ate Kauppinen.
Yeah, love to see this. Love to see this challenge and this fight out there on track. We're right in just the heaviest of the rain right now. It is just coming to the end of that heaviest portion of the rain. We've got a saying up in Yorkshire, where I'm from, it's siling it down.
Oh!
Absolutely pouring down as Delta Sport take a trip into the barriers there. The number 2 car heading around, the laps down already, and Ethan Lampe finding out the difficult way, how tricky it is through that bus stop chicane.
You can see those last laps on the left. We're up to the 148s in some cases for your GTPs. So we're a good 20-something odd seconds off of the pace in the dry. A long way to go before we're even talking about crossover points and all of that fun stuff. That gap for the lead opened up to 2.3 seconds after a couple of corners that Pinto sat behind. Ethan Lampe almost crawls to a stop as they head up towards the end of this middle sector on what is lap 171. At one point, they are estimated to potentially do as many as 230, 240 laps in green flag running. Now we'll be lucky to get up to lap 200 or so, as Ate Kauppinen out of the final corner is on lap 28. He is not far away, Paul, from needing to come back down to pit lane for some a little bit more fuel.
More fuel, fresh rubber as well on those tyres. The one good thing about this rain is it has brought that track temperature right down. We saw it earlier when you brought it up on screen. Track temperature down to 24. It was at 55 degrees at one point. That's a 31 degrees Celsius difference in temperature in the track here. So What they would have hoped for, of course, is that when it finishes raining, that track temperature comes up a bit and it starts drying off that track a bit quicker.
See, Daniel Morad in our iRacing Esports Network Twitch chat says that it's his first time in the official top split. P10 for now. It's insanely competitive. He's actually up in P9 alongside of Nathan Olsen in the Moradness M Squad machine. And of course, not the only real-world driver that we have. Sammy Matty Trogan alongside of Agustin Canapino. Two drivers from very different backgrounds in real-world motorsport, but both representing Williams Esports. Chill Blast in the 7th position in the LMP2 category, where we're riding on board, or at least looking at right now, Michael Romanidis chasing down Beckham Jasir. At one point the gap had stretched out to 2-3 seconds, but in the second stint of the rain, remember, these drivers have already come back down onto pit lane for an additional set of wet tires. Romanidis has done a very good job to close that margin down, and Romanidis has actually had some experience in the real world, Paul, of changeable conditions at Prodigy Week Part 2. So he's probably got a bit of a sense for some of the approaches for how he wants to go and suss out where the grip is around the track.
Yeah, I mean, that real world experience, I mean, I can tell you just from doing rental karting, you can feel the difference in grip offline compared to online. Okay, it's not the same level that these guys are working at, but it just goes to show that real world does actually transition over here to the sim, and that experience can really help you here. So definitely Michael Romanidis doing a really good job right now of closing up to the back of Beckham Jasir, but the problem is it's that classic old line that Murray Walker used to say, catching is one thing, passing quite another, as we've got a number of our GTPs onto pit road.
It's right around that time we were wondering when Kalpinen was going to come in. He's not in, neither is Pinto. Instead, Gustavo Ariel, amongst the first to come down and put the wet tires on, is amongst the first to come in and probably put a second set of the wet tires on. The spray is, well, it's infernal in many ways. It's a restriction on visibility. There goes the BenQ car. Jaden Munoz up on the jack. And driver change forthcoming as Matt Farrow going to get back in for the 1 hour and 25 minutes on the run to the checkered flag.
Yeah, you don't really want to be doing your driver change in the last pit stop, do you? You just want to get that done round about now and then focus on up, as Kalpinen has dropped the lead here. I can see it on the timing tower on the left-hand side of the screen. Pinto back to the head of the field.
And it's just in that final sector where you can see just how big the traffic has started to stack up. Is this traffic related? Was it a late dive from Pinto? Or did Kalpinen make a self-honest mistake potentially? As in these conditions, it's so hard to make any assumptions. I'd usually go back to old iRacing special events and say, oh, prototypes, probably a bit of contact, question through traffic. Let's find out this time, Paul. What happened on the replay?
Oh, that's down the inside there as Pinto, and it was just running wide for Kalpinen. Kalpinen had gone wide through the heel there and into that runoff area, which a lot of the drivers do use as the normal racing line, to be fair, but it gets very slippy out there, does that runoff area with the puddles that form in there. And yeah, Kalpinen just, it was almost like he just had absolutely no grip whatsoever, just couldn't get away from the corner, as now across the grass he goes at the bus stop. It's drama time for Williams Esports Chill Blast.
It's clear that I think they may have gone one lap longer than they should have. May have been a wiser idea to come in with the rest of the majority of the GTP field. Was it just one more lap longer than the tires could hold on for? Remember that these tires are grooved, and if you burn away those grooves, you burn away your ability to move water off the racing line as you go, and instead you invite the aquaplaning. Dominic Hoffman brings his car into pit lane as well. Marcus Hamilton does. These are the only two GTPs yet to come back down onto the lane. All, as I can see on the timing tower, Matt Farrow's had an issue.
Oh my god, and this is just out of pit road as well, isn't it? So he's just been on pit road. He's had issues there at the heel. He's on the racing line there. He's going to hit the brakes, and the back end does not want to cooperate. The front end locks up. Oh my goodness, I bet he's glad that there's that runoff there. I could tell you as well, Gianni Vecchio suddenly lost a load of time and lost position in the GTD field as well.
That was the next replay, and oh no, that's big. That's on the entry up through the S's with the Fire Sim Sport, no, excuse me, Miranda's M Squad LMP2 car.
And do you know what? That Miranda's car, there's nothing they could have done there because they're on the racing line there, and of course it's really slippy through there. Maybe holding off until after the S's, a little bit of, I don't know, it's difficult. You've got, it's so slick on that racing line through the S's as we've been seeing.
So this will give us another look from the shot behind. It's that inside, it's the inside puddle. Yeah. It's the aquaplaning. Yeah. Oh, heartbreaking. And I think, by the way, that trouble that we keep talking about is not quite done and dusted. Back to the replay machine. What's going to happen here to David Toth in the Drago Ferrari? He's by himself, fortunately, but there's no grip right now. There's absolutely none, it would seem.
Huge puddles is what we're seeing right now. So, yeah, big few moments there, and that's huge for Team Redline in your GTD. Okay, they're still 1-2. It's just in the opposite order as to how they were just a few minutes ago. And yeah, it's Daniel Morad even saying in the iRacing chat as well. Nate says sorry, and it's as we said, he hit that puddle, and as soon as you hit that puddle, you just aquaplane. There's nothing you can do about that.
Another one of these races where I am very glad to not be in race control, to not be on the track, and to be in the very dry comfort of the broadcast booth. Here comes Diogo Pinto down to pit lane, 1 lap longer than anyone else. I'll take Halpin. I mean, you just cut back to him and he was wiggling off the bus stop. I mean, these are the best drivers in sim racing being challenged in ways they have never been challenged before. Some of the camera shots show us just how big these puddles are that they're trying to find their way through. I mean, it is remarkable that we still have this many cars left out on track.
And the thing is, when you've got a clear windscreen in front of you, it's a little bit easier to see those puddles. When you're coming up to traffic and you've got spray, it then becomes a lot more difficult for you to see where those puddles are, where the difficult parts of the track are. It's interesting to see how Kauppinen is just braking on the racing line there, and it surprises me that these drivers are not going offline slightly, under braking, and then crossing the racing line to take that wide line through the corner. That's how I would approach it, but obviously these drivers, they're infinitely a lot better than me.
Yeah, and I'm being really pushed to my limits here, I'll be completely honest, trying to grab all of these highlights, all while trying to keep on top of the real racing as well. My word, this is a fun one. It's exactly why we wanted the rain. Here comes Pinto, off and away in 4.2 seconds clear. I think the clear indication that they're maybe managing their tires in the rain a little bit better than Kauppinen, and maybe they're not burning through them as aggressively and pushing away that ability to really move the water as they run. 1 hour and 20 minutes to go, though, means that they are guaranteed to owe us one more stop. Question will be, is it for dry tires or not? The radar is getting increasingly promising.
Yeah, that radar, it's starting to tail off as this rain now, and it's going to calm down as that rain, but it's still adding more water to the track, is all that rain. So it's not over yet for these drivers in terms of the challenge, and as has been pointed out, the puddles are just getting bigger and bigger at the bus stop chicane, and it's just a case of get an outboard motor out and hope that you can go through that section of the track. You can see it on the screen right there. They're tiptoeing through there.
Shout out to Dougie Beard for our camera pack for today, putting in a couple of these static cameras. Wow. For a second, I thought that was an LMP2 car with no rear wing. I was like, no wonder it's sliding around so much. No, that is just the puddles. That is crazy. Where are the other places, Paul, that we expect it to pool? The S's, maybe down at the very bottom of the hill. You're going to get the greatest camera shot from here. The final sector as well. I've noticed a bit of pooling down at the toe and the heel occasionally as well. This is tough.
Yeah, it's basically, some of these corners on the curb, the water accumulates, and that's where you get that pooling. Down the S's is where you've got the river running down the track there, so it's difficult, as the Maradness team found out to their disappointment of the Team Redline GTD car. But it's these pools of water through the tour is quite difficult actually as well. You've seen teams taking the wide line through the tour. They're having to, just to keep out of those puddles and keep it off the grass. Oh, that's a heavy impact.
Whoa, that rear body part getting dislodged as well. Kalen Chin in the Team PGZ entry. Might officially now be the day done for them. It's not the only issue, by the way, that's been taking place. A quick look at another replay. Even sitting in third position, Alejandro Sanchez takes back over from Alex Dunn in the 99 Apex Racing Lamborghini. And the curbs, they bite.
They certainly do. Those curbs, they're not fun through there. And been a difficult day at the office for the Apex Racing team, hasn't it? It's not been their day and their special event here today.
No, but, you know, that's racing. Unfortunately, I hate saying it so frankly, but sometimes you have it go your way, oftentimes you don't, and it's how you respond and bounce back from it that's going to really determine and define you as a driver at the end of the day. Sanchez is down on pit lane, which means, Paul, hour and 16 minutes to go. Those cars traditionally can go about an hour's distance. If the rain is going to ease up in the next 30 or so minutes, basically, GT3s now are being told, come in for fuel, and you'll be coming back in for a fresh set of tires, dry tires, whenever it's good enough for you to make the switch.
Yeah, and people will think, oh, just short fill it and that. No, fill the tank, and then all you're needing to do then is just change tyres when you come onto pit road. It's the best thing to do for them in this instance in this race. So definitely the GTDs, they're looking towards that if they can make it to that point of the race to be able to just have one final stop here, of planned stop, that is.
Yes, no, again, I've alluded to the possibility of drivers making up positions if things go wrong. It's more likely than I think anyone wants to admit out on track right now. Take a look, by the way, at your already confirmed qualifiers for the 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship. There's a look at, by the way, the puddle on the inside of that particular corner. But with more news to come soon, and I know we said that back at Sebring, but I promise, news coming soon around 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship. A reminder that GTP and GTD winners would win qualification to the championship. However, Team Redline already have got 2 invites from last year and Daytona 24 win. You can win a maximum of 2 invites as well from the 4 VCO Grand Slam. So there are some teams already at their capacity. It could mean that later on this year, there's a couple more spots up for grabs on the main roster of the 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship, and looking forward to revealing more about that in due time. One thing that I'm looking forward to, though, Paul, based on today, imagine what we could do in a 2-hour and 40-minute race if we really strategically inserted the rain right when the teams don't want it.
Oh, you are evil. You are evil with that, but yeah, no, I can understand why teams wouldn't like you doing that. That is for sure. If that did get planned, but I tell you what, it spices up a race. Does wet weather, doesn't it? You know, we've seen it numerous times in World Motorsport, and we're seeing it again here today. Just how that's affecting things. But the lead battle in GTP has been absolutely riveting to watch, in my opinion. It's been fantastic stuff.
it's really kept us on the edge of our seats for, hours 2 and 3 when we settled into the rhythm waiting for the rain. Yes, maybe there was a little bit of a lull in the on-track action, but the strategy was still working its way on forward, and that's what's kept it so intriguing and alive to the end. And now two of the very best going to be wheel to wheel, forced to fight it out amongst themselves. Will it be Pinto and Redline? Will it be Kalpanen and Williams Esports? Don't count out the second and sister cars behind. Although for the Williams Esports BenQ team, not quite sure exactly what's been happening to them, outside of course, the slip that we saw from Matt Farrow where he went straight under the brakes, because he's lost a little bit more time to Gustavo Ariel than I really thought he did. Although I have to remind myself, Paul, grass and gravel, what happens when you make it wet? Oh, it becomes even harder to get out of.
Yeah, it certainly does. And it's just been a bad lap for Williams Esports Chill Blast as well, because Sami Matitrogan has had to take a drive-through penalty for accumulated incident points. So it's been a real challenge for some of these drivers and some of these teams. You get 35 incident points. Once you hit 35 incident points, you get a drive-through penalty here in today's race. That's very easily done in the wet, I can tell you.
Even in the dry, in my opinion, at Watkins Glen, it's not that hard to rack up the incident points. So yeah, we've been hoping not to talk about it too much, and so far, I think we haven't had such a need to. Now, GTP is close, but one moment may just have changed the complexion of LMP2, because look on the left side of your screen and notice the gap back to Williams Esports Academy, 2.5 seconds. Michele Costantini tries to go around the outside of the Williams Esports GTD machine, now 3 wide off the corner, suboptimal to say the least. Costantini loses some time, and the lead now within touching distance for the team on the charge.
What was it you said about that grass in the wet? Oh yeah, because it's extremely slippy. And Costantini, to be fair, did a fantastic job of keeping that car pointed in a straight direction there on the grass. But yeah, now Beckham Jasiah doing a fantastic job, bit between the teeth. Gained on that last lap about 0.7 of a second. So didn't actually cost them that much time. I just think that gap has been closing down with Beckham Jasiah at the wheel.
He is definitely flying, and as Joey mentioned just before he said goodbye to us in the middle portion of the race, great to see a new influx of talented American sim racers. We saw Sean Campbell really pushing the tempo in the GTP class. We're watching Beckham Jasiah through the traffic. His teammate Williams Esports Parker White as well. There are plenty of talents to stand up and count. And that's a driver so confident right now that he's trying to push a GTP car out of the way. You've got more power, yes, but I'm faster. Beckham Jasiah makes his way on forward.
Did you see, though, on that onboard, how you had spray, suddenly a Falcon car was there? That's how little visibility these drivers have here. And this is why it's important to have your teammates or a spotter around just to keep you abreast of what's going on there. Lap time's still around the same sort of lap time, so this track's still significantly wet. But the good news for these drivers is the worst of the rain has gone now. We're still in some lighter rain, but it is dissipating.
And that is also, just to be clear, backed up on the radar where you can see that front. There's a straight diagonal line effectively to be drawn. As the system moves across, we are going to enter back into what would be considered the more optimal racing conditions. It is yet to be seen exactly how these drivers are going to navigate their way through in terms of strategy calls with what is still to be found out. Diogo Pinto, wow, you can see how much he's trying to just find grip as he pushes off the track and passing around some of the GTP and GTD drivers. But one thing that I'm noticing right now from some of the shots is that was also Gianni Vecchio coming down on towards pit lane. The spray is still very significant. And so, Paul, I think one thing that is going to be the first thing that drivers are kind of keeping an eye for is those rooster tails. When are they not so impacted by the spray in the air?
But also what you've got to do is then think, as well as that, it's, right, the racing line is getting a little bit drier, but I want to, you're still going to be quicker on those wet tyres. You've got to keep those tyres nice and cool, and using the pooled water to help cool down those tyres to a degree when it is getting drier before you do hit the ideal point of that switch over. So it's a real tyre management and tyre temperature job for these drivers out there, and that's why they are in this top split. That's why they are able to push on with, I mean, I'm impressed by the lap times. Lap times last time for the leaders, by the way, 144, so we've been hitting around 146. It's getting a little bit less now as those lap times. The lap times are coming down.
And the crossover probably to be somewhere in the mid-30s. If the fastest laps that we've seen today in the low 28s, rather high 28s, low 29s for the GTP drivers. Again, if you're within 6 or so seconds, maybe that's when you start to think about, right, let me get myself on towards the dry compound of tire. And again, just a reminder, we don't have the graphics up on your screen for you right now, but from what we understand, the entire field right now is on the wet tire. There's no questions about what is the right tire for this part of the race. It's more about what's going to happen in the stages to come. Change, by the way, in GTD. Gianni Vecchio is now in second with Sam Coitert leading. Both drivers have been down on pit lane. I think there's still some damage repair they're trying to do on that 69.
Yeah, you can see how it's just moving about, and you can see a little bit of damage to the left rear of the car. That's where it did go into the barrier. It wasn't the heaviest hit into the barrier, though, to be fair, so it's not too bad, but they are losing time to their teammate. And that's meaning that they're just having to go about things and hope that they don't end up with any more issues out there for them. But yeah, Sam Coitert doing a good job. I tell you what, Sam Coitert, since he joined Team Redline, you've just seen him just jump up in speed, haven't you? And he's really upped his game since joining that outfit. He was a quick driver before, don't forget, but he's really picked up since he joined Team Redline.
As part of the Urano Esports team, of course, in his first outing in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, which of course Paul and myself had the pleasure of commentating on, and yeah, definitely been kicking on. And same can be said for Gustavo Ariel, I think, as well. I think that, you know, Redline with the recruitment drive that they've had have really picked up some solid additions that have really strengthened the core operation that they have. And we'll see if they're going to be able to hold on to this 1 and 2 as it sits right now. They're potentially in with a chance of a double podium in GTP as well. Not a bad day.
We have drama for Ricardo Rica in the Drago Racing GTD. Goes from bad to worse for them. He's headed back to pit road with a mechanical meatball warning flag. So drama for them further down in the order.
Yeah, they are a good 10 laps down from their competition. We watch as Sontec Racing and Door Esports battle. Oh, that's a chop from Lasse Urinen. Jonas Vanner, who were taking a look at his onboard camera just a few moments ago, has been able to close up the margin, and now you see that spray. It's just kicked up as you try and follow behind. Want to try and still take advantage of whatever aero slipstream you can, but when do you hop out of line, find your reference, and get onto the brakes? You've got to cover off potentially a couple of the GTP cars as they close in from behind, but at least not for the time being. Down to turn number 1. These drivers off and away, about 5 laps away from their next trip down pit lane, which does mean, if I'm doing the math correctly, Paul, LMP2 is going to owe us a splash and dash before the checkered flag.
I think they definitely will owe us a splash and dash, but the question for those teams will be, when they come for that splash and dash, will it be dry enough for them to be able to change to a slick tyre, or will it still be too wet and have to stay on the wets? That's the tricky question. The track is now officially moderately wet, so it is getting drier out there. Last lap times for GTP leader, a 41.9. Those times are thundering down now.
Yeah, Diogo Pinto has been very, very quick in these changing conditions. It's when we had that period that where Sean Campbell was really intense that we were kind of wondering what was happening. I think that was just Sean very much getting to grips with that particular stage of the race a little bit quicker than anyone else. We're following 5th and 6th in LMP2. Let's go follow 1 and 2 as Michele Costantini officially has his rearview mirrors filled with the sights of Beckham Jasir on board with the number 66, the Williams Esports Academy machine in towards the boot. You can see how wide out Costantini is swinging the car to very different lines in this fight for the lead.
It's where these teams are glad that they have rear-facing cameras rather than the mirror. The cameras do seem to deal a little bit better with the spray than these. You can see on the dash. I mean, we don't have it rendered in stream just for making things a bit more manageable for our Junis computers, but that in the middle of the dashboard there to the right hand side of the driver is well, actually no, that's just a race control screen, sorry. Yes, they've got the mirrors on the sides of the car in these cars, but some of them have got rear view mirrors in the GTPs now that are actually a screen in the rear view mirror position that you would normally have in a traditional car.
Yes, and even in the GTDs, the BMW M4, it's got both a camera and a regular mirror. I'm not quite sure why you need the big stinking mirror, because it's quite useless and it seems to block out some sight line, but I guess redundancy.
Yes, I was about to say, what happens if that camera fails?
Deal with it tough.
But they've also got radar as well.
Yes,
in a lot of these cars as well. So that is something that really helps the drivers when they can't see. So in the situation where they are right now, radar would be perfect for them to be able to have an idea where that car is. And
so that's, they don't have the radar in LMP3. That explains a lot of the chaos. Anyway, that's a low blow potentially. I will say Gianni Vecchio is 18.5 seconds back from Sam Coiter. Keep an eye on that gap. He might end up slipping closer to Alejandro Sanchez than I think we were expecting. See if we can get a word dialed in from the pit lane as to the status from his teammate Florian Lebigra at some point. Costantini and Jasir, it's 7/10 between them. It's 1.5 between Kalpanen and Pinto at the front of the overall field as well. So right now, our two prototype leads, I don't think you can look away from either of them.
No, absolutely not. It's great as this. And do you know what? You can visibly see now that the track is drying off. You can see that it is there's less pooling out there on track. So these drivers, they are enjoying the slightly drier conditions for them. And GTP leaders, there was 0.2 of a second difference between them, with Williams Esports Chill Blast down into the 1 minute 40s. LMP2, 142s right now that they're lapping. So those times are coming down for these drivers, and as it gets quicker, the drivers just get more and more confident out there.
I'm trying to type and talk at the same time, which after around 5 hours on the broadcast is proving to be a bit more difficult than I thought. But I've just sent the message over to Florian Lebigra saying, is the car okay? Give us the status update. But it comes as officially we are about to complete hour 5 in the 6 hours of the Glen, powered by VCO. We've got 60 minutes left to go, and 3 winners, trophies for all of them at the ready. About to find out how this final hour is going to go. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Paul Smith, as the rain indeed has lightened up. You can see it here down at turn 1. It's heavier than when it initially started, yes, but Paul, 60 minutes now for these drivers to try and figure out what it's going to be like at the end and what decision they should make when they head down to pit lane for the final time.
Well, what I could tell you is that the rain is about to stop. It is officially going to be stopping. You can see that light blue band at the back of it. That's pretty much a drizzle, and then it's gone. So they've been able to survive, those of them that have been able to keep it on track. 33 cars running right now out there on track, with 3 on pit road. It's been difficult for them. It's been brilliant to just sit back and watch these drivers and showing everybody out there just why they are the best sim racers here in the world right now, as that's issues for the race clutch car.
Big junk as well on the back, as Jari Lehtinen has a major issue. Now that's not the one that Sean Campbell is in, of course. That is still running in 4th, so race clutch still have one team that might end up finishing inside of the top 5. There is, though, still the LMP2 leaders now, with Well, no cars between them as the Corvette driven by Alessandro Bico, the Williams Esports Tour Blast entry, pulls out of the way and lets the Academy car hunt its prey. Mere car lengths now between them, down towards the boot. 60 minutes to go, maybe 3 laps before they're due down to pit lane as well. If you're Williams Esports behind the scenes, do you tell Beckham Jasir we'll get him on pit lane?
Yeah, do some fuel. Yeah, just look after your fuel. He's not. He's taking different lines, and that around the outside, not the best line. This is the opportunity for Williams. No, not quite.
You can tell though, he's there. He's ready to pounce if something does present itself. Again, peeks to the inside. He's been more comfortable being off the regular racing line as well. Michele Costantini, the one thing that I've noted observing him, he is a lot more on the regular racing line as compared to what Beckham Jasir is willing to do. The willingness to move around to try and find the grip. And while we talk about LMP2 and the potential for a splash and dash, word from pit lane, Johnny Vecchio, that car is damaged. They are suffering a little bit with the impacts from the crash. They are also, though, in that GTD class, going to owe a splash and dash at the very end. So could there still be a chance for drama? Red line 1 and 2 by no means guaranteed right now. Down out of turn 1, can Beckham Jasir get the run?
No, not quite this time, but you've got the slipstream. You've got some lap traffic there as they're able to work their way through and not able to go through there. But you can see, again, Beckham Jasir offline there, into the bus stop chicane, goes back onto line. It amazes me how quick they could go through there. And look at how much more confident Jasir is through the bus stop. This is going to be tight. No, not quite, as they went either side around that Apex Racing Team car.
It's quite telling that Beckham Jasir does not want to follow Michele Costantini through on traffic. Like both times that we've seen them in the last lap, he's wanted to go the other way. Again, looks up the inside, not really as a passing move, but mainly just because that's where Beckham thinks the grip really is right now. And continues. Oh, this is great. I'm loving the pressure that Beckham Jasir just continues to pile on here, with the rain moments away from completely leaving the area around Watkins Glen. Robin Glerham, teammate to Beckham Jasir, probably watching and cheering on. And we're not expecting driver changes in this final 50 minutes because you've let your driver adjust to the conditions, figure out how it's changing, Paul. Last thing you want to do is throw someone new in to figure it all out.
Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely spot on there, Arjuna. Your driver that's in right now is accustomed to how this car and this track is adapting and adjusting to those conditions, and how each lap, it's a voyage into the unknown each lap right now as to where the grip is improved or not. And certainly Jasir, as you mentioned, more willing to get offline, find that grip. Has that been the key to them having that little bit of extra pace in the wet weather compared to Michele Costantini in that VRS Coanda car? It's just, Jasir looks so much quicker through that bus stop chicane. The problem is, he's not able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, that is the real issue, right? Is that he's got all that speed and it stalls out, gives him nowhere to go. He's forced onto the outside, down into the entry to the boot. Contact between them. Costantini just about keeps it onto the tarmac. Jasir's going to try and squirrel underneath. Runs back and towards the toe of the boot. Jinks to the inside and throws his car alongside. Beckham Jasir goes for the race lead. Michele Costantini squeezed to the grass, not willing to give up the groom by any means and holding on to the lead for the time being. Wheel to wheel, mano on mano, all as the rain continues to dissipate.
The rain stopped. The rain has stopped here now, so this track is just going to get quicker and quicker. But, Beckham Jasir, my goodness, talk about an exciting driver. This is absolutely sensational stuff, and great from both drivers, respectful driving between the two of them to not get involved in any sort of serious incident, and they're both onto pit road. Here we go then, it's down to the team.
Battle of the pit crew, although, Paul, one thing you've got to do here in pit lane as a driver, hit your marks. Don't slide through the box, especially important given how slippery it might be.
Yeah, I mean, it's bad enough as it is in the dry to get absolutely onto your marks here, but look at them, up on the jacks, fresh set of boots, will be going on both of those cars. We'll see how they get on. There's no driver change for either of those teams. They're just focused now. Down comes the Williams Academy car, down comes the Coanda car. Who's going to be first off pit road? Well, that Williams car should pull away first. There it is. What about the Coanda car? It's longer on pit road.
And wow, this is a big swing as well. It's not a small delta between them.
It's a penalty. It's a black flag for the Coanda car.
Speeding on pit lane from Michele Costantini. Silence. I can only imagine what's happening on the radio right now as well. Michael Romanidis will emerge second still for VRS Coanda, but Beckham just see that pressure that he built up. Unfortunately, Michele Costantini broke under that pressure. He emerges out on track in what will be third position overall.
Finally pulls away. Oh, that will have... Oh. As soon as he went onto pit road, he will have known, got that black flag. As Matt Farrow now has had major drama down at the carousel.
That's a big smash as well, and so that's one Williams Esports GTP definitely not going to be in contention for the win at the end of this race. Let's go back to the replay. It will tell us a little bit more. Remember, rain is gone, but still very much moist down on track. He goes the long way around. That's brave. That's bold.
There's wide, and then there's too wide. And I think he got the latter there, unfortunately, for Matt. You can see he's taking the wide line, but the Audi's already on the wide line. And you've got to make that move safely yourself, as now that's a Drago car.
Dominic Hoffman in the wall. And after what was a save of the year, potentially contender in the early stages, no saving that car. That's done. And look how much it's crabbing.
Oh my goodness. And park the car, mate. That car is done for you. And certainly will not be seeing the end of the race, not with that damage. Oh, across the grass at the bus stop. That's going to be a slowdown penalty, surely.
You'd think so, but I tell you what, these slowdowns in the rain seemingly not as powerful as maybe first anticipated. Dominic Hoffman, by the way, I do believe has finally got the memo. That car's not going any further. He takes the toe back to pit lane. That's a Drago Ferrari. That's now pointed in the wrong direction down into the boot. David Toth, I think, was spun in the wrong place. Now we again are seeing it's changing conditions, Paul. That makes it so tricky.
Yes, and it's those drivers who can adjust their driving style, the way that they're driving that car. It's who can adjust it best are the ones that are going to be benefiting the most. I mean, you look at the Team Redline lead in GTP now, nearly 4 seconds over the Williams Esports outfit. 1 minute 40.2 last lap for Pinto, 1 minute 41.3 for Kauppinen, so 1.1 seconds quicker.
We got some big drama, of course, brewing in the run to the end of this race. Does look as though the only leader comfortable right now, Sam Koiter in that Team Redline number 70. Everyone else will still be on the edge of their seats to figure out how this race is going to finish on up. One more look at the radar, Paul, because that rain, well, it has well and truly made its way beyond the bounds of the track. How quickly now is it going to dry up? We saw warm track conditions before we got started, let's not forget. I don't think it's going to spiral upwards, though, anytime soon.
No, and the wind speed is not helping them either. Because it's a relatively low wind speed, it's not helping blow the spray away, which helps take the water away from the track. He's officially lightly wet now. Marcus Hamilton's had an issue on this lap down at the heel, by the way, from what I'm seeing my end. But yeah, the track is now lightly wet officially. So expect those lap times to keep on coming down. Oh, this is going to be tense. Will it be dry enough for slick tyres towards the end? And the question is, if it is, do you take that risk and pit, and will you have enough of an advantage to make the difference with whatever time is left, as Romanidis has had issues now?
Oh, the Greek driver has had that issue on the outside of the outer loop. Oh, HS Racing almost barrels into the side of him, but fortunately we get through safely No major drama as a result of that. Replay, as ever, will tell us more, but it's through the bus stop. We know it's going to be high speed. We know it's going to be scary. Here's what happened.
Here we go then, bus stop behind the Apex car, waiting patiently. That's good, safe driving. And then into here, tyre gets onto the white line. Nothing that the car behind could do to get out the way, and around it goes.
Wow. Take a breath and hopefully relax. Hopefully we have settled in now to this final part of the race, and we're going to be in for a barn burner in terms of on-track wheel-to-wheel action with a little less slip-up from the drivers. Sammy Matty Trogan, though, right as I say that, has just taken a tow back to pit lane. So I'm going to come to the unfortunate assumption that things have gone wrong for him, and we'll take a look at the replay and figure out exactly what did happen to poor Sammy Matty Trogan after that Williams Esports Tour Blast car had been running decently well. And shock, it's at the bus stop, is it?
Yes. Oh, that's on the curb. So that was just the car getting unsettled by the curb there. Yes, the water on the track doesn't help him try and recover that, but yeah, the curbing there just bobbed the car up and launched it, and around it goes.
47 minutes left to go. We are in these closing stages of the 6 hours of the Glen, powered by VCO. It's a special event that by no means has been a staple. It's been around in one form or another since 2015, but not every year has it been an annual occurrence. Only in recent years have we had the chance to come back here every single year and enjoy the racing that Watkins Glen can always produce in the shortest of the IMSA Michelin Endurance Cup races in the real world. We only had 50 cars take to the green flag, Paul, and Ewan and myself, we were kind of saying that's a lot. Even for Watkins Glen, it's a lot of traffic. Then we went and looked at the real world entry list for this year's 6 hours of the Glen. They'll have 56 out there. Good luck to them all as they get underway next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? That's what I say. Yeah, let's have big grids and make these drivers earn their money through traffic. It is a tricky track. It's an old school track as well. There's not a lot of runoff out there for drivers to go into. So if you make a mistake, you inevitably find either a wall or a safer barrier or something like that, and that's what happens to you around here, unfortunately. But certainly you can see that drier line now, can't you, coming through on the track. Drivers have got to be wary of that. It's still wet. It's still wet weather tyres that you need for these conditions right now, but you can see that it's not as reflective now. There's a dull area out there where the drier line is.
And as well, no windshield wipers at work. Spray quite minimal, although as we enter into the boot, you can see the wipers back to work as the rain may be still at this side of the track being a bit of a nuisance factor. 45 minutes to go. These GTPs probably around 5 laps in some cases away from what will be final pit stops of the race. And if you're just joining us here on the iRacing Esports Network, on VCO Esports, or on RaceBot TV, glad you've joined us. Let's walk you through some of the highlights, not of the entire race, because boy, there's been plenty of them, just what's been happening in the last couple of hours. Rain started to drop, and well, the expected trouble in some cases started to emerge. But first, there was some great racing to unveil itself as well. Jaden Munoz, Gustavo Ariel, the Williams Esports BenQ driver, was on the hunt and on the charge. But Lango, Ariel was doing just enough to defend and frustrate Dominic Hoffman as the wet conditions just became more and more noticeable. On dry tyres, bit of a slip there for Antiohola in the Grid and Go 002, and it was the signal for everyone in sequence to make their way down to pit lane and put the wets on to their car. And after that, well, some drivers continue to try and fight their way forward. We've seen Beckham Jasir take to the lead in the last handful of minutes. He first had to get forward to second, passing Michael Romanidis down through the 90, and with confidence, with assertion as well, works his way on forward. We talked about puddles. Nowhere was that more recognizable than at the bus stop. First Drago, and then plenty of others. But the fight for the lead, GTPs side by side, behind some traffic as well. Diego Pinto and Ate Kalpanen, give them some credit for being willing to try. And Ate Kalpanen in the grass makes his way to the lead, albeit a relatively short-lived lead. Behind them, a little bit more chaos as well for the second of the red line GTPs in the rearview mirror as Parker White found out just how tricky the curbs could end up being. And then we mentioned the lead being short-lived. Mate Kauppinen navigates his way through the traffic, albeit a bit wide, and Diogo Pinto slithers up the inside, re-establishes himself at the front of the field. And then right after the final pit stop window for some of these drivers to come down and take wet tires, we started to see more troubles unfold. First for Matt Farrow, straight off into the gravel and losing a chance for a podium for the Williams Esports BenQ crew. Then for Michele Costantini in the lead of LMP2 for a good 4.5 odd hours. One moment here would cost them a couple of seconds and bring Beckham Jasir just that little bit closer and pile the pressure up. There was been no pressure for Team Redline initially in that 69 machine that had led since the start of the race. One bit of contact dropped them behind, but it is still Team Redline that leads, albeit with the sister car, Sam Coitert, the one that runs in front. We mentioned, though, drama. Costantini speeding in pit lane. Beckham Jasir would leave, and with the race lead to his name. More troubles for Williams Esports BenQ as around the outside for poor Matt Farrow. The Falcon Audi was already there, and body parts being shed, as was to happen to Dominic Hoffman as he slid into the wall, and that car would go no further. We've got 42 minutes left to go. Race lead still somewhat up for grabs in a couple of our classes, but as Arjuna Kankipati joined alongside by Paul Smith, ready to walk you through to the checkered flag. Paul, that rain has gone. We had our fun with it, and now these drivers are left to deal with the aftermath.
They certainly are, Arjuna, and it's been a thrill to watch this one, and certainly been entertaining for all of you at home, I am sure. But that lead battle in GTP, that's gone out to about 8 seconds now, so Redline being more at home in these conditions where they're transitioning over. It's the battle for LMP2 has just completely gone because of the issues that both Costantini and Ramonidis have had. Both of them out there, one in pit road and one out there on track. And as you say, 24 seconds between GTD leaders right now. And Alejandro Sanchez, even though the Team Redline 69 does have some damage still, Sanchez in the Apex Racing Team Lamborghini not able to be catching up enough at this present moment in time to challenge for the second step of the podium in GTD.
Now, I do think as though at Sanchez, they had contact in the opening hour that ripped the rear end off, and it finally got reattached in the pit stop cycle. It's, like you mentioned, not been a good day for the Apex Racing team. 3 Lamborghinis started, albeit with 2 of them retiring a good 170 or so laps ago. It's just one of those days, and they'll bounce back and hope that the trip to the Ardennes in a couple of weeks' time for the iRacing Spa 24 will treat them in a nicer light. The next time we're racing on the iRacing special event calendar, though, showcasing the diversity, we head back to the racing capital of the world when the NASCAR iRacing series during the week of the 16th to the 22nd of July, Paul, goes to Speedway, Indiana for the Brickyard 400. Great to have the race back on the oval in the real world for the first time in a couple of years, much to fans and driver support, and looking forward to seeing how virtual drivers on iRacing enjoy their full-length Brickyard 400 experience as well.
I've only ever done Talladega in the fixed race before. I finished 7th, so I decided that that was about as good as it'll ever get for me in NASCAR, and therefore I gave up and didn't do enough for oval race. So yeah, it was tough, was that. I can't imagine what it's like around Indianapolis Motor Speedway, because it's such a unique challenge to that track that everyone thinks, oh well, it's just, you know, it's just 4 corners. Well, no, they're completely different corners throughout the track, so you've got to be able to adapt and survive that race.
I see both sides of it, right? Because fundamentally they are the turns are modeled the same, right? It's the same banking and profile, so it's the same corner you've got to approach. However, each of the corners is fundamentally different because of how the passage of time has weathered the track. For example, turn 2, there's the big bump. Then you've got the factors of the wind, right? So you might have a tailwind into one corner, a headwind onto the opposite end of the track. So I 100% agree with you in that, saying, you know, Indy it's so tough. And Indy 500 qualifying is the toughest thing that you can do in motorsports, in my opinion. And it's why Did you see Catherine Legg's interview after she got out of her car on Sunday, Paul?
Yes.
Yes. Do you want me to give you the honest answer or the race car driver answer? Yes. That's the race car driver answer is, oh, that was fine. I was so cool, calm, and collected like a fighter pilot. The real answer is, I thought I was going to crash for 16 consecutive corners, and the fact that I'm standing here with a clean car is a miracle. Can I please never do that one again?
Special events do that shootout as well. The pressure is unbelievable. I mean, yeah, you've got the shootout for the pole position. Don't get me wrong, for the first couple of rows of the grid, but that shootout for getting into Indy, I think, is even more intense than that for pole.
Yeah, so I guess there's two different sides of that coin as well, right? Where, if you're fighting for pole, there's the thing of, oh, I've got a great race car. I've just got to go and drive it, basically, as good as I can, and we'll see where we are. The other side of the coin is, I don't have a good race car. I'm trying everything that I can, and it's just not going faster. How do I now try and magic some more speed out of this with my driving, which is what poor Nolan Siegel tried to do in his final run. It was going to be a heroes or wreckers kind of moment, unfortunately.
Wreckers or checkers, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking about. Thank you. So, what I love, though, is that emotion, Paul, of the fact that we have bumping. And the same thing we have in the iRacing Indy 500 as well. And it's why I love that special event across of all the special events, because it's the fastest 33 drivers ready to race. It doesn't matter which team you're on, which iRating, you've been able to grind up to, what setup. Okay, setup does matter to go and set the qualifying time, but you know what I mean, right? Ultimately, it's about proving yourself and earning your way into the big show.
Yeah, and I think to a degree that's possibly one of the most pure sim racers out there, because it always a race clutch car very, very wide through the background of the shot there. It is almost the most pure of special events out there, isn't it? Just with the fact that it is all down to, you've got to qualify yourself into that top 33 spots to get into the big show.
Yeah, and as much as people will, there is the setup argument. I'm not going to dispute that, but all I'm going to say is I'm now teammates with Phil Kraus, who qualified on the front row for the iRacing Indy 500. I've got that same setup as him. I'm not going on pole position. So there's the two sides. There's, yes, you got to get the setup fast, but if you can't drive the setup, then go to the commentary booth. It's a better place to be. 35 minutes to go. Now, that dry line, the track is definitely starting to look a lot drier. There's fewer puddles and pools around, but I don't think we're quite there to say, this is quote-unquote a dry track. GTPs, though, Paul, are about to come down towards pit lane, and I've got no idea what they must be thinking in terms of this final run to the end.
I think at this stage you have to take wet tyres, because right now the lap times have just sort of stalled out a little bit with how we've reached that sort of greasy stage of the track, of where it's not dry enough for you to have slicks yet. It'd be too much of a gamble to try and go onto the slicks at this stage. You have to go for wets. You got to choose what is right for the conditions that are happening right there and then. Don't do a Ferrari in Canada and put slick tyres on a car where it's absolutely pouring down with rain. You've got to drive and choose the tyres to the conditions.
Poor Charles. He
had a lot of trouble anyway. So,
yes, no. He just had a not fun weekend at the end of the day, poor guy. And it's funny that you mentioned that race in particular, because that's the one that I've been really looking at, Paul, of recent rain races, as to what is the most difficult situation for the engineers to try and work their way through, right? Because in F1, they've got those super detailed weather radars and stuff, right? And every team doesn't have the same system, so every team often has a slightly different perspective and picture for what is happening. And you've got to analyze these readouts. In some cases, it's the tracking of the cloud cover and where they think the precipitation is going to end up falling. I'm sure there's other ways of following the data as well. But you're trying to make judgment calls. And all we've got in the sim racing world to play off is that.
Yes. That weather radar there that you see, that's all we've got to work off of, and also you look at the long range forecast that we had as well in Sim. That there is a weather tab in the simulator for people who've not used iRacing before or have never done a race in these sorts of changeable conditions. You do have a weather tab where it does give you sort of quarter-hourly updates as to what the weather is going to be doing at that point and what the percentage chance of precipitation is going to be. But it's still, you've got to physically see what's happening out there on track and what's happening at that point. Gustavo Ariel, by the way, we were looking at the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. Ariel has been in the charge, hasn't he? And 39.1 last lap. Okay, traffic doesn't help matters. Oh, Ariel's very wide through the chute.
He's pushing, and I do think that the Cadillac, it's Redline versus Williams right now, so it's not really a Cadillac versus an Acura sort of comparison. It's more how the two teams have brought the car set up. Williams is struggling a little bit more right now as we are in this drying phase of the race. The Acura has come alive a little bit more. Cadillac was very good when it was raining and when it was dry. Maybe it's just this middle part where Kalpanen's bleeding a bit more time and Gustavo Ariel's closing that gap up and maybe in a chance of making it a 1-2, not just in GTD, but in GTP as well. Meanwhile, in the LMP2 class, after the couple of mistakes that Michael Romanidis and Michele Costantini made in the pair of VRS Coanda machines, Beckham Jasir is comfortably inserting himself into the race lead, not taking a look back, and 20 seconds clear of those behind. We'll have to come down for another stop on pit lane from our expectation, but, you know, the expectation of an academy program, Paul, is that it's going to help develop the next evolution, the next generation of sim racer. Beckham Jasir, Rob and Glerum, they're out there competing against the very best that sim racing has to offer, being able to put a challenge to them. This is exactly what the Williams Esports management wants to see from their up-and-coming talent.
Yeah, it's an investment, isn't it? It's an investment that the team are making, along with their sponsors as well, into improving their drivers, improving the team. You're always looking at who's next. You're always keeping an eye out on the driver market and on the in the Sims world to see who's showing signs. I mean, I remember many years ago now a certain young man who wowed us in the opening round of the then VRS GT World Championship Series. At Bathurst, the opening round of the season at Bathurst, and it was like, wow, who's this kid? Okay, he's Australian, and he's doing well at his home venue. Maybe he just knows it really well. But then was able to back up those performances week on week in that series, and then was snapped up by Coanda. That driver was Josh Rogers. I remember seeing that and commentating on him, and thinking, okay, we've got a quick one here. This is somebody to look at, and absolutely right. It was the best move that Coanda did was to say, "Hey, Sunshine, do you want to race for us?"
Yeah, and you know, Coanda coming up now on 10 years under this banner of what initially was Faux Racer, Coanda Sim Sport. But yeah, what a storied success that they've had. And, you know, the new crop of drivers that they have added, the Elvis Rankin, the Michele Costantini, the Michael Johnnies, the, well, there's a couple more drivers that I'm forgetting right now as well. But Elliot Veyron, Oscar Bixford has left the team.
Reed?
Yeah, Xander Reed as well.
Xander Reed, sorry.
Yeah, no, there's a real crop of new drivers to Coanda to add to the Josh Rogers, Mitchell DeYoungs, the ones that we know is into pit lane for the final time, Sean Campbell and Gustavo Ariel.
And they'll have to take wet tyres. Away we go. Gustavo Ariel. Little weave down pit road. Get a little bit of a feel of what's underneath him. And then back up to speed. You've got to go wet tyres at this stage. I just feel that you have to. Look at the track now. It is really drying off, is this? It's very lightly wet officially in Sim. The lap times again, they've been hitting that 139 spot. They're still about 10 seconds off of the fastest laps.
Paul.
Oh, what call do you make?
Now, I don't trust my timing screen right now. So this is
not after earlier on. Yeah.
No. Way too many cars are showing as being on the dries, including Beckham Jasir in the Williams Esports Academy car. So it might just be an issue with what we're seeing on our timing screens, but I'm sending a message over to Robin Glerum, teammate of Beckham Jasir in this car. We'll find out soon. I'll take Kalpanen, though, in with the second place Williams Esports Chill Blast machine, and up on the jacks for sure what's going on to the Cadillac.
I mean, Beckham Jasir won't be on slick tyres. You know, he's what, lap 14 of his stint. He'll be on wet tyres. Has to be.
That's what I think. I've got to believe you, Paul, but my timing screen is trying to lead me in a different direction.
It was too wet 16 laps ago for you to be on slicks. I mean, here now, I still think it's too wet. Is there a team that are maybe not on a podium that might think, do we chance it?
Well, I wonder if with Beckham Jasir, they could use Parker White in that second Williams Esports Academy car as a bit of a dummy to try and go and test some stuff and then make the right decision. Get back to that in a moment. Here comes Gustavo Ariel. Can he charge around the outside? Lango! No! Has to cut back into line. Ate Kalpanen holds on, but this is now technically the fight for the net race lead. Big wiggle from Kalpanen. Diego Pinto into pit lane.
Oh, this is great to see here then. Red line versus Williams down the inside, and nicely done there, but traffic there on corner exit. Williams could get back at them.
I think this is exactly what Pinto wants to see. Already he had the margin back to Ariel and to Kalpanen. They may have cost each other a little bit of time, and as Pinto goes up on the jacks for what will be the final time today, 26.5 minutes left to run in the 6 hours of the Glen, the third of our VCO Grand Slams, he just waits to be dropped and released. The Portuguese driver has had a difficult race so far, and now just maybe another 10 or so laps, 15 laps or so of staying out of trouble. There he is, dropped off of the jacks, and now just waiting for the fuel. You'll have a commanding lead, Paul. It's red line 1 and 2, 26 minutes to go.
Yeah, this is really going to be intriguing to see how this all pans out now. So definitely one to stick around and watch here. But 9.5 seconds between your two leaders. Kalpanen it's getting the car coming out of pit road right as he was going into the S's. That's not going to help that Williams Esports Chill Blast car. But right now, Gustavo Ariel is on a charge.
I'm loving seeing the willingness from him to push as well. You might have assumed that, late in this race would have been willing to settle a little bit more and not force the issue, cost a potential podium finish, a double podium finish. But no, that's not the mentality from any of these drivers. Instead, it is going to be a maximum attack to the very end. Let's check in with their red line counterparts, by the way. Did mention that Gianni Vecchio is battling some demons from the small bit of contact that they had down up on the entry to the S's. They've dropped back 23 seconds from Sam Coiter in the leading red line machine. But Paul, 25 minutes to go, a splash and dash still to worry about. They're still 17 seconds in front of the Apex Racing Lamborghini.
Yeah, they certainly are. I am thinking, by the way, that we are getting really close to a changeover of tyres, because lap times are really coming down now suddenly. We're at the point and the cusp of looking at the perfect time to be on slick tyres. Even with it still being a little bit damp out there. You're talking, your GTPs are only running about 6 seconds off of the fastest lap times now. Even the GTDs, they're running about 10 seconds off at the moment, but it's getting closer to that changeover spot.
The track as well. I'm looking at the puddles more than anything, because the sheen of the track hasn't really changed too much since the rain stopped. It got quite light relatively quick. It's just around those puddles where, the congealing of water is somewhat slowed down and does seem to be settled in for the most part. Gustavo Ariel, though, is going to feel the pressure from Mate Kauppinen. They're only 6 seconds off the back of Diogo Pinto with 24 minutes to go. 6 seconds? I mean, that's a couple of losses in traffic. That suddenly means it's a three-way fight for the lead. There's no calm right now. It's all push. And 3 drivers at the front that are all very experienced. Maybe not all in this car, though. Diogo Pinto and Mate Kauppinen are the two that have been most regularly racing in the GTP class over the last 12 to 18 months. We often see Gustavo Ariel in a GT3 machine, which is a disadvantage maybe in terms of raw pace. But Paul, I am a firm believer of the more classes you drive, the better you are through traffic.
Yeah, because if you only drive the fastest class of car, you will only ever be looking forward and thinking, oh, get out my way, get out my way. If you only ever drive the slowest class of car, it's oh, look at these guys diving me again. You've got to drive all different classes of car to learn what the nuances are of traffic management and being able to work your way through the best. And that's where the skills come in. Cars going off at turn 1. Oh my goodness, this is tense, and that was one of the red line cars.
It was Ariel, well wide, overcommitted down into the 90, and Mate Kauppinen springs on forward, reclaims second spot, and now 6 seconds off the back of Diogo Pinto.
They're on slicks. They have to be. 31.6 last lap for Kauppinen, 31.5 for Ariel.
Right, I'm going to put this up on the left side of the screen. Now, how much is this accurate? We're not 100% sure. What I do see, though, Paul, every driver in the GTP, exception of Matt Farrow, who's, of course, down on pit lane, is, I think, technically on the... Excuse me, no, Matt Farrow's back out on track, excuse me. So he's the guinea pig. He's the one that Williams in the GTP class used to say, right, are we going dries? Are we going wet tyres?
Yeah, why not? You do that. You have to do that. If you've got a car that's had issues, you get it fixed. Don't just quit the race, and I think this is a problem that too many people have in sim racing in these special events, is that they're too quick to just give up and quit, especially if they've got teammates. Help your teammates out. Give them data to be able to learn off of. And is this Sam Kiter having issues? Yes, it is. Big issues.
I think we may have more of a fight on for the race lead than anyone could have expected. Grid and Go drives into the right rear. Koitet keeps it out of the wall, though. Is this going to see, though, the margin shrink? We have just seen Vecchio and Sanchez come down to pit lane.
It's the last thing that Sam Kiter would have wanted to have seen happening here. Beckham Josiah is onto pit road as well. Sam Kiter is on pit road. Oh, it's all getting a bit dramatic now. This is great stuff. This is what we love to see in these events.
This was the blockbuster excitement, action at the end that we were kind of expecting and were promised. Will it deliver? Koitet now sits and waits. It is going to be at least a 20-second stationary hold to get those tires swapped around. Here comes Vecchio towards the final sector. Still has a couple of corners with which to navigate around. And as Sam Koitet sits and waits, it's a bit of a longer stop. I think they're fixing some damage.
Oh, they've got. It might be that they've got mandatory damage to fix as well. With that contact, it was into that right rear corner, and I think that might be the issue that they've got here right now. That bottom screen, that's Gianni Vecchio, the teammate there in the sister car at the final corner, and they're going to take the lead here.
Wow, and I think Sanchez should grab second too. I don't think that red line 70 is going anywhere anytime soon.
It's got a meatball flag.
Oh, Paul, both of them got tangled up with traffic. Oh, they did all they could to stay out of trouble. Couldn't do any more, it turns out. Sanchez back down to the pit lane.
Yeah, he's got a drive-through penalty. He's got a black flag as Sanchez. So all this drama going on in GTD. Yes, Sanchez is up to second. He's having to serve a penalty.
Does that mean Jarno Koch in the virtual coach by Grid and Go entry might get a chance to sequence his way on forward? He's going to fly past Sanchez and to second, the 002 on the second step of the podium. Madness.
This is absolutely crazy. This is what we love about this event here with these conditions. And Alessandra Bico moving up into third place as well. So Oh my goodness, when you think things are going to go your way, all of a sudden this race goes, no, sunshine, no, I'm not done with you, not quite yet.
There's another twist, I'm sure, left to tell. The question is, who is it going to be? Kalpanen is indeed in. This is very, very bizarre. That car is damaged, that's why.
Yeah. That's massive. That is huge. He's got a meatball flag as well, mechanical meatball warning flag, to go along with his teammate, who Matt Farrow's still there on pit road. Oh my goodness! This race, it has just had twists and turns galore. It's been a struggle to keep up with it all. It's been great.
Oh yeah, my brain is very much scrambled right now, and I'm looking forward to jumping off of the broadcast and to relaxing for the rest of the weekend and not thinking about sim racing. Now, what happens to this? Oh my days! Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. That's the Simify LMP2 car, wasn't it?
No, it was an Exocet missile is what it was. Here we go. Let's have a look through there. Gets very wide and into the wall, and it doesn't matter. Oh, I mean,
he's not stopping that, to be fair.
Yeah, he's not stopping that, even if he did hold his brakes. But all you can do is just go, oh no, please don't, please don't, please don't. Oh.
Oh, indeed. Wow. A little bit lost for words right now. I'll take Kalpanen. Still sitting in fourth technically, by the way, because such was the pace from your leaders that they were putting laps on the rest of the field. But, you know, one moment, unfortunately, for Lucas Perez. It's been a difficult day in that Simify LMP2 car. But, Paul, that is just the nature of the beast, the nature of multi-class racing.
Yeah, what the race giveth, it taketh as well, and thus ends my sermon for today. It has been just a crazy, crazy race, and I bet Joey's thinking, oh, why did I have to go away for lunch now? I could have been commentating on this absolute craziness. It's been fantastic.
Can blame himself. I offered him, which hours do you want to do? And he decided. Here we go with Michael Johnny, debut for the Coanda Esports team. Just kept it out of the wall. Fair play.
Yeah, well done. What's the rejoin like? Is it Connery Maddock approved? Just safe.
We've seen worse rejoins at the bus stop today. I'll give him that one.
Yes, we have.
Doesn't mean it was a good rejoin.
No, not at all. And that other car did have to actually adjust, go onto the grass. So actually, I'll retract my just and just say, no, not good enough.
I wonder what Connery would think of all of this as well, because, wow, talk about special events being crazy. They've seen their fair share of specials as well. This is a different type of crazy. I think back to some of the ends that we had at Sebring, for example, in years past before the rain. A lot of fun. Alessandro Bico's made his way past Jarno Koch, and there were only 2 Corvettes entered into the race. One didn't even get to see the green flag. Alessandro Bico started back in 8th, Paul up in 2nd with the 15 minutes left to go.
The Freedom Vet on its way through, and why wouldn't you be? It has done a great debut for them. It's not been the car of choice, that is for sure, so they're doing a good job. And the thing is, you've got to be in it to win it, or at least be on the podium, and they've kept this thing going. They've kept it out the walls, touch wood, with 15 minutes left. So no, they've done a sterling job of keeping this going. And Bico, I mean, talk about a quick driver to have in your car right now. Porsche Esports Super Cup driver, race winner as well, because so he's got that experience of top level.
And we saw him in a second season really take a step forward as well, right? So looking forward to seeing what will happen. I like as well that Williams went oddball in their car choices, Paul, right? Plenty of Acuras in the GTP class. Williams went Cadillac. Plenty of Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and there's one Porsche, Tristan Iglesias, qualifying very well for Simify. But only 2 Corvettes, again, in the hands of Williams Esports. They clearly felt like there was something in terms of speed. They've been up at the front in terms of overall pace, even if the result's not going to reflect that. They'll go into the next of the VCO Grand Slams with plenty of confidence, and of course, that's the final of the VCO Grand Slams in the month of October. We'll run around for the iRacing Petit Le Mans.
I mean, you think this is a short lap for multi-class racing, Petit, excuse me, that's even more crazy. When you think, okay, Petit Le Mans, Road Atlanta, you have got that back stretch from all the way from turn 6 all the way down to turn 6, turn 7, all the way down to the chicane at 10A and 10B. You can get some moves done there, but it's that run through the S's at the start of the lap which really catches a lot of people out, and especially turn 5 there at Road Atlanta. Catches a lot of people out in multi-class racing, and that lapping is going to be happening after about 5-6 minutes.
Yeah, especially based on today, where the LMP2s actually started before the GTPs began, and so the traffic in these special events is a different type of difficult, and we'll have again 50 of the cars running around for that third final VCO Grand Slam in the month of October, which is the week after the real Petit Le Mans. So you'll get to watch the real race, marvel in its spectacle, and then the weekend after that get to go for your own virtual representation when, of course, 2 final spots in the IMSA Esports Global Championship will be up for grabs. Team Redline, though, have made the spots up for grabs at Watkins Glen, at least for the time being, theirs. Although, you did see on that graphic a few moments ago, Paul, Gustavo Ariel has been closing on Diogo Pinto. Only 13 minutes left to go.
13 minutes left to go, but the thing is, their teammates, they're not going to knock 7 bells out of each other, are they? You know, Team Boss will be watching and going, now lads, play nicely. And certainly they'll be wanting to at least go across the line together to get that beautiful photo finish shot for the sponsors there. But yeah, Ariel, he's been on a charge, hasn't he? And we saw that when he was racing against the Williams Esports car that Marina Sarica's in now. Still in the pit lane is that car, by the way. Yeah, it's not over as this race yet. Diogo Pinto is going to have to still win this one, and we're seeing from the onboard shots just how many people are having to just still work the wheel on this track. It's still damp. It's not perfectly dry for them, and certainly still having to be careful in spots.
I think we have, by the way, seen all the pit stops that we are expecting now, so it is just the run to the end to see if there is going to be any changes. I'm looking at some gaps through the field, and the only thing that's really calling out to me, genuinely, is this leading gap where it was about 4 seconds at the line last time by. Now, if there's 12 minutes or so, it'll be closer to 10.5 minutes by the time we get to the line this time by, but lap times are, 90 seconds or so. That means it takes us around 9 minutes to complete 6 laps. I don't think Ariel's got enough time to try and close, but if there is a moment in traffic, I don't think this is over by any means. And then there will be the question about race control, not race control, rather, team orders, and will they want to avoid any intervention from race control afterwards, because something else that's new, Paul, not just the rain, but the fact that Nim Cross and his team of stewards behind the scenes have a bit more power to influence the results of races here in the iRacing official service once the protests get sent on in.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's the reason why we say that results are provisional at the end of a race. If results can be changed if there was something nefarious going on, iRacing do have the option to change the results here. So long gone are the days of saying, well, we're going to take advantage of this exploit, and yeah, we'll take a ban for a week or so, but then we'll be back on the sim and no worries. Well, no, because you lose that win, and that as well as getting yourself a ban. Potential if you're doing something especially nefarious. So it does take away the incentive of doing those dark arts, shall we say.
You're thinking in particular about a trip to the Ardennes a couple of years ago, I think.
Please don't give me a PTSD about that.
No, don't worry. We'll swiftly move aside. Another topic.
12 hours! 12 hours I had of that!
Oh, yeah, that was those were the days of lawnmower invoices being sent across the board. There is, by the way, your 2 prototype leaders, still, of course, with Beckham Jasir running very steadily in the 132s or so to maintain the margin to Michael Romanidis. You've also got Gianni Vecchio is back on top in the Team Redline GTD class. 34 seconds, the advantage back to Alessandro Bico and to Jarno Koch on the second and third steps of the podium, respectively. Got 3 special events, though, coming up in the next month. We mentioned the Brickyard 400. We mentioned our iRacing Spa 24. But the newest addition to the fun, Paul, it's the Martinsville MX 500.
Oh, do you know what? I said at the start of the year, that's the one I'm looking forward to the most. Because we don't know what's going to happen. Well, we do know what's going to happen.
Chaos.
It's absolute carnage, but it's going to be fantastic to see. We see what the MX-5s are like when they go to Daytona every year, and when they go to Sebring, just the slipstreaming that goes on with those cars. I'm looking forward to that event. I've got a big circle in my calendar for that one. It's going to be a cracker.
Yeah, that might be the special event that convinces me to jump back behind the wheel as well, if I'm being honest. Because that seems like the kind of race where my pace makes absolutely no difference, and I just have to show up and survive. So you know what? I don't fancy my chances at doing that, but I fancy my chances more of doing that than trying to win a race on pure speed, based on the last time I jumped into an iRacing official race with some of these aliens out on track, as they continue just to put on a real showcase of what this wet weather can do to rustle up some surprises and, well, in their respective shoes, handle those surprises to the best of their ability. And speaking of ability, Paul, it's about that time of the summer when, Porsche Esports Super Cup, it's been done and dusted for a couple of months' time. Summer's starting to round off as well. I know, yes, it is still June. We've got July and August to come, but sim racers are thinking about what is to come. That is the private endurance leagues, the 24-hour series esports championship, for example, which we've had coverage on RaceSpot TV for many a year now, but also some of the other things. Maybe another season of Porsche Esports Super Cup qualifying for some, or the newly announced IndyCar Butt Kicker Pro Series, which will have its pre-qualifying begin in a handful of weeks' time.
Can everybody at home tell that Arjun is particularly excited about that series? It's so good to see that series is happening, and it's coming forward, and I'm looking forward to it. What I like about IndyCar in particular is the fact that you've got that mix of road courses, street courses, ovals. How those different drivers can adapt to those different types of tracks. It really does show who are the most adaptable drivers out there in the world of motorsport. It's in terms of open wheel racing, it does show the ability of some of those drivers to be able to adapt to those different conditions of track. So yeah, it's great that we've got that to look forward to. Speaking of summer, we don't know what that's like over here in the UK at the moment, Arjuna, because it's been about 12 degrees today here and raining, so allegedly it's summer.
Okay, it is a lot warmer here, so I would be very happy to send some of the warmth in California over to you in the UK. Now, my weather app likes to swear at me a lot, so I can't read to you what it's telling me right now. But it always makes me giggle. In 2.5 billion years, the sun will reach its maximum surface temperature of hot. That's the type of stuff my weather app likes to tell me, Paul. It's great.
Oh, that's really in-depth, and yeah, thanks. That's really useful.
For the record, Paul, as well.
Do I need to put some shorts on, or is it a trousers day? That's what I need to know.
For the record, I got through 5 hours and 54 minutes before bringing up the IndyCar Pro Butt Kicker Series. So, either I'm not doing my job well enough and shilling enough for the IndyCar community, or I bit my tongue for long enough. Either way, it depends on how you look at it. As we wrap up, though, with this, let's also touch on the fact that there's so many different disciplines on iRacing. I mentioned that IndyCar Pro Series, but the back half of the iRacing special event schedule, Paul, also sees us go to places like Crandon for the Crandon Championship, Knoxville Nationals, the Winter Derby, the Chili Bowl. We throw in a couple more of the dirt racing events, and then add to that the BRCC Festival, the SCCA runoffs. There's a lot more to come in the back half of the year than just regular endurance racing.
Yeah, it's a lot of people seem to focus on the big endurance events of like this, of Spa 24 hours, the Sebring 12 hours, things like that, Petit Le Mans. They seem to focus on those events, but not realise that the special events aren't just endurance races. You know, there's some really, really good events happen. Crandon, you know, it's like it's a whole different style of racing, but it's great to watch. It's fantastic, and you got that, you know, all your dirt oval stuff as well that happens. I mean, iRacing is fantastic. I just think we need more rallycross, Arjuna. I think that's what we need.
Well, you did see the recent development update, right, Paul? Where there's dirt road content being worked on. Now, I'm hoping my crystal ball isn't leading me astray, but yes, hopefully we'll get back together and we can shout about some great rallycross racing not too far in the future as well. We've got 3 minutes and 20 seconds left. 3 minutes and 20 seconds for you to go to the VCO Esports Twitch channel to enter into the chat Rest Pedal, RESTPEDAL, Rest Pedal, to be entered in for the chance to win a Hoisingveld Sprint 2 pedal set, the Sprint base kit, as well as their brand new Rest Pedal. And Paul, I saw your comment slightly earlier on, your team foot clutch, not team hand clutch.
Yes, absolutely. I've got 3 pedals on my I would say rig, but it's on a bit of wood underneath my desk, so that's what I'm doing. I've got a set of Hoisingveld Sprints myself, actually. Very good pedals. I thoroughly recommend them. Other pedals are available, even though we are promoting Hoisingveld pedals.
Yes, I have Hoisingveld Pro pedals as well, so, you know, other pedals are available, but highly recommend them. They've been on my rig for about 7 years, and even though I don't use them very much now, the few times I do jump back into my sim rig, at least they work, which, to be honest, is about the only thing that I could really ask for in my sim rig nowadays. It's not like I need all of that direct drive, you know, force to shake me around, Paul. It's not like I'm Cam Peterson and I'm in VR and in a motion ring as well. No, I just need it to work. I don't need all the fancy stuff anymore.
I do need to get myself a new wheelbase, because I am still on a belt-driven wheelbase, and it is starting to slip as the belt, so it is starting to show its age, shall we say. That third place in GTD, by the way, that is pretty close between Sanchez and Jarno Koch as well, so those two are pretty close to the end. For the podium in GTD, but yeah, we're into the closing moments of the race here, Arjuna. It's certainly been an entertaining round.
Got 2 more laps to go based on when your race leader crossed the line. So Diogo Pinto up through the S's for the penultimate time. It's been a blast. It's been a really fun race, and you know, we had that one brief race spot fan immersion where we stepped aside and enjoyed the roar of the engines, but that was mainly because just to open, you know, behind the curtain kind of thing, so I could go put on this jacket and be a more attractive meteorologist for Lewis McLeod. So, you know, 6 hours of just sitting here and being absolutely enthralled by what we have witnessed, Paul. And yes, this battle between Apex and Virtual Coach by Grin and Go has, you know, been something to keep an eye on until the very end. But I think in general, we have been entertained all the way to the very end. Even with the slight anticlimax of this final hour, each of the classes has had intrigue into the final hour, and with the rain that preceded it.
Yes, it's certainly had plenty of intrigue and drama happen in this one as the leaders are working their way past this GTD battle that we're seeing. And we're going to get one more lap then from your red line leaders. They are actually getting closer, though, Team Red Line. Just 1.7 seconds between 1.7 seconds between the two of them. So I think they are just working their way towards a closer fight there in the end. But definitely, it's been an entertaining race, and Red Line, I mean GTP, it's not been all their own way, it must be said.
No, again, Williams in that Cadillac put up a stern fight. Let's give a shout out to Sean Campbell as well in that race clutch machine. They qualified down in 13th. Sean was flying in the rain, and Race Clutch are going to take a very well-earned podium spot with only 3 drivers and 3 teams inside of GTP finishing on the lead lap. I think that tells you just how intense the pace was and how much attrition ended up playing its part. To the bus stop for the final time, though, in this fight for third. Jarno Koch holds on, but it's 2 Lamborghinis charging into the final sector.
Oh, it's close, and we know how quick Sanchez is in GT3 machinery. In that Lamborghini, he's going to stick his nose in wherever he can. Look at that little dummy into the chute, but no, no position change, and he's got lap traffic coming up through. Will they split the two of them? Not really, but Sanchez is running out of time and running out of places to make the move.
That was patience from the Maradness M squad. Remember, Nate Olsen had a bit of an issue with traffic earlier. Your race-leading GTD machine didn't want to get tangled up this time by, and I don't blame him given that we're on that run to the checkered flag, and what a special event to add into the history books. The third of the VCO Grand Slams officially now draws to a close as out of the final corner. What a day for Team Redline. It's been their year in 2024. Diogo Pinto, Chris Lullum, winners of the 6 Hours of the Glen, with Gustavo Ariel and Redline right behind, a 1 and 2 to savor for the history books. Beckham Jasir take a bow in the Williams Esports Academy machine to carve that machine forward in the rain to the race lead and put the pressure on to the might of VRS Kawanda. It's a very well-earned race win and maybe a breakout statement for Beckham Jasir and his teammate Robin Glerum. It will be a wait before we see Team Redline 69 and Johnny Vecchio come towards the line to grab their second win in the GTD class in 2024's VCO Grand Slams, and an unpredictable win if you roll back the clock 2 hours, Paul.
Yes, absolutely. When you saw that contact moment happen going into the S's for Gianni, and you were thinking, oh my goodness, this is going to be the end of them having a win. Redline getting the promotional photos going side by side, and quite rightly they do that as well. They thoroughly deserve that. That was a sensational effort in GTP. Very hard done, but yeah, it's Vecchio. He would have been crying, thinking, well, that's a race win gone. But instead, it was the heartache of his teammate that's allowed him to take the win.
And as a second win in these VCO Grand Slams, and headed back to the IMSA Esports Global Championship already, it's Johnny Vecchio across the line, a winner, and 1 lap clear of the rest of the field. Changing conditions, no match for Team Redline here today, and that now officially sees all drivers across the line. We'll grab a look at the results, looking forward to hopefully chatting to some of the drivers as well, and then we bid farewell to upstate New York for 2024 and its VCO Grand Slams. Here's a look again at the unofficial results. Race Control still has the ability to intervene if anything is headed in their direction, but inside of the top 3, probably not much to shift around. It's Pinto from Ariel, Redline 1 and 2, and with big smiles from ear to ear. Same to be said, though, for Sean Campbell and Race Clutch after starting back down in 13th to fight forward to a podium finish. We'll be delighted with a fighting display shown from them. Cube Controls Movano 2 laps down, along with HS Racing and the second Cube Controls Movano entry to be classified as finishers. Then into the trouble zone to Delta Sport, to the second Race Clutch entry, and to the 2 Cadillacs, Williams Esports Chill Blast and Williams Esports Ben Q. It was not to be for them. It was not to be for Drago Racing, for BMW M Team BS Plus Competition and Owen Carroll on debut. Marla Racing Team, Shera Esports, the third of the Race Clutch entries, and Drago's number 9 collected in the opening couple of laps. Arturo Melgar making an uncharacteristic mistake. In the LMP2s, Beckham Jasir is able to run away from VRS Kawanda with mistakes being made at the very end. He is 29 seconds clear at the line from Michael Romanidis, while Michele Costantini drops down a further 15 seconds, and then Michael Johnny drops down another lap to be scored in 6th, with VRS Kawanda probably wondering what went wrong. Door Esports and Sontec, though, grab a free position as a result of the mistake from the 118, with Nathan Olsen in the Moranis M Squad machine. First top split for them, a 7th place finish. They can be quite happy with that. Williams Esports Academy then 8th with Parker White. Bit of the dummy in some ways to collect some data for Beckham Jasir and the 2 gridandgo.com esports machines, 9th and 10th respectively, with Williams Esports Chill Blast, Team PGZ, Door Esports and Simufy. Those that persevered and tried to make it to the end. Kamil Grabowski for Williams Esports Academy in the mid part of the race, involved in an incident, and Delente Esports by TK and Fiercely Forwards not classified due to the fair share requirement not being met. The burnouts, by the way, continuing for Team Redline as we take a look at the results. Johnny Vecchio, 1 lap clear of Williams Esports Chill Blast and the Virtual Coach by Grid and Go entry. It's great to see the Corvette, though, on debut in the special event, make it to a podium spot, and 3 different manufacturers on our podium as well. Apex, Redline, and then Simufy, the rest of the top 6, Troncoso for the other Drago Racing car in 7th, and then Falcon, SimRaceShop.de by Grid & Go, and then Drago Racing your top 10 as we get into the retirees. Belliziotis for Williams Esports BenQ, then BS Chikato, Fira, Apex, Drago, and the Falcon Sim Racing team, top to bottom. A look at the results. And Paul, I mentioned the celebrations ongoing for the Red Line contingent. What a day for them, really showcasing why they are one of the very best in the world of sim racing.
Well, you look at it, 1-2 in GTP, winners in GTD. I mean, they were looking for a 1-2 in GTD for a long time as well. So, yeah, it's been a really good day at the office for them here today. And, well, why wouldn't you celebrate that victory for them? I will say that Williams Esports Academy, Beckham Josiah, take a bow. What a performance, not just for him, but also his teammate in that Dallara P217. And it was just a great performance from that team.
100% agreed. And I like what you mentioned when you brought up the point of Josh Rogers, right? At one point, Josh was an unknown as well. The future is coming. Is the future now? We'll have to wait and see. Still a long way to go, I think, in the year and the special events that lie ahead. Next up, though, it is something slightly different. It's back to the racing capital of the world and to its oval. 4 turns lie ahead for the Brickyard 400 in the NASCAR iRacing series as drivers follow around the NASCAR calendar. Paul, 16th to the 22nd of July, drivers head back to the oval and are going to be looking forward to this experience. I hope they really enjoy what they've got in store for them.
Yeah, this is going to be a sensational race, and NASCAR's around the Brickyard. It's a great combination, that's for sure, but certainly you won't want to miss that one. Great special event coming up for you.
And it's just another one in the sea of special events that we continue to roll our way through. Here's a look at that schedule. Watkins Glen in the books, the 3rd of the VCO Grand Slams. Just the trip to Petit Le Mans to go before the 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship can kick off, and we know who will be fighting next month, though. Spa, Martinsville MX 500. Still plenty of intrigue left to come. And Paul, I was really hoping we get a chance to talk to the drivers. Doesn't seem like we'll get that chance. Some closing thoughts then from you, because it's our second special event with rain. I think we're getting more and more familiar with what this iRacing weather system is bringing to the table. And when we go racing at Spa for the iRacing Spa 24 hours, that rain system will be taking center stage for strategists behind the scenes.
Yeah, let's hope we don't end up with red flags overnight like we've had a few years in the real world Spa 24 hours for rain. No, it is, I mean, it's Spa. It's notorious for the weather, and certainly the drivers will be hoping that they can have a bit of a calm time of it, but you've got to keep these teams on their toes, and you've got to keep them guessing and wondering what's going to be coming their way. But I really think that the rain here today, it really gave us a good mix-up, and we saw how some teams performed better during those changeable conditions than others, and it was just fantastic to watch.
It was a great race, a great spectacle, and one that will be repeated for many more special events to come. There is no ifs or buts about that. The rain is here, and the rain has made its presence known. Team Redline, though, going to leave Watkins Glen International with the biggest smile on their face. Double winners in this special event. Trophies headed their way, and spots in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Before we say goodbye, let's go back in time and run you down through highlights of this race to witness what was a great spectacle. Started with the sunshine and almost 4 wide down to the 90 for the GTPs as Williams Esports Chill Blast and their Cadillac got the racing underway. LMP2s would storm the way to the line nice and cleanly as well, single file across the timing beam. It was not so coordinated in the GTDs, already racing through that final sector as they pirouetted through the penultimate corner. BS Chikato making a bit of contact with the Falcon sim racing machine, and then more as the Corvette for Williams Esports BenQ got together with one of the Drago Ferraris. It rebounded into the path of oncoming traffic and took out another of those Drago Ferraris. A couple of early incidents then really set the stage and the tempo for what we expected. We knew they were pushing. How hard were they pushing? In the case of Arturo Melgar, unfortunately into the wall. That Drago racing car showing the battle scars instantly. And then the Concertina would show Tristan Iglesias exactly how difficult this chicane can be. He checked up his momentum, the Apex car behind did not, and the pendulum around sent Iglesias off, and watching on from the sidelines of the field would sequence on through. A big save amongst all of this though, as Dominic Hoffman held on to that car, maybe a contender for save of the year, and unfortunately, later on, it was not to be for him. It was a bit more chaos for traffic though, as Luca Kita, left rear suspension, instantly buckled through one brief moment of contact with an LMP2 car. Fortunately, no one else getting tangled up in the chain reaction that tangled on forward. But then it took a while for the pit stops to start to cycle their way on forward, for us to start to worry about the rain, and just on the cusp of the rain dropping, more drama for the other of the Falcon Audis, as a bit of an over speed reaction there from Parker White into the chicane. Some great racing from Jaden Munoz in particular, as he tried to put the pressure onto Gustavo Ariel. It was a battle for the ages as the rain initially dropped in light regard. But then, as we got deeper and deeper into the mid part of the race, rain tires mandatory in terms of the condition, and heavier rain kicking up bigger and bigger rooster tails. Beckham Jasir's charge would see him first make his way past Michael Romanidis, a second in the P2 class, and that pressure ended up building on the back of Michele Costantini until a speeding penalty would cost him later in the race. The battle for the lead though, Diogo Pinto forced to fight with Ate Kauppinen, who took to the grass and took to the lead, but only momentarily. Mere laps later would go slightly deep on the racing line, allow Pinto the chance to sequence his way back on forward and take back over the race lead, a position from which he would never end up looking back. This is what happened though to Costantini as the pressure continued to build. A little bit wide, lost a bit of time there, and then in pit lane a speeding penalty put to bed any chance of a victory for him. And victory for the 69 machine. For a moment seemed like it was ripped away in this instant bit of contact. But for Gianni Vecchio, as well as his teammate Florian Labigra, they were able to come back in the closing stages and rebound through all that was to unfold. Right as the rain began to dissipate, first Matt Farrow made a mistake, then a bold move from Gustavo Ariel to second in the Team Redline machine, passing Ate Kauppinen in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car that was struggling as the Cadillac saw the rain slide away. But this was the moment that saw the lead change hands back over to Team Redline, albeit with the 69 on top. There was going to be just one more tale of drama to talk about. Ate Kauppinen losing his chance of victory in the Williams Esports Chill Blast entry, all as the checkered flag would fly. Thank you so much for joining us here for the 2024 VCO 6 Hours of the Glen. For our team behind the scenes, it's been a treat to have you along for the ride. So many people made all of this possible. Paul Smith, Joey Tebben, Ewan O'Leary, alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, with our partners at ATVO, Dougie Beard, Epidemic Sound, VCO, ATVO, and Timing 71, making this all possible. It's time to say goodbye. We'll see you next time on the iRacing Esports Network for some great special event racing. But from upstate New York with Redline on the ascendancy, we bid you farewell with a new era in iRacing special events officially underway.